Welcome, everybody, to what may be the most important draft night in recent memory as far as the Philadelphia 76ers are concerned. We have got a super team with us tonight. If you've missed last year's draft, if you missed all the iconic moments where the encyclopedia himself, Sean Bernard, was born, don't worry, we're going to make up for it tonight. We are joined by 4 of our Sixers contributors. Our lead writer, Sixers editor, Bossman, sipping on a very casual drink now, Zach Chauvelella. Our lead writer, Sean Bernard. We've got Donny Shea and Justin Crosby. Guys, how are you all doing tonight? How are you feeling?
Nervously excited, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah,
I would say a little depressed after the Bradley Beal news shams that he's not exactly looking out of Washington right now. But you know, I'll get the juices pumping again and feel excitement once we get close to announcing any of the picks.
Yeah, that's where I'm at too. That kind of made it the draft a little, normal for me. Not. I guess I'm not anticipating anything big happening now, but we'll see.
Yeah, takes the wind out of your sails, the Miller High Life out of your veins. It's just not not what you want to hear as a Sixers fan going in. But listen, there's still a lot of possibilities that can happen. Just because this news is coming out doesn't mean that Bradley Beal won't become a Sixer. It's important to take that with a grain of salt every time that you hear something like that. Tommy Shepard, the general manager for the Wizards, has a track record of saying that a star is going to stay, and then he gets traded shortly thereafter. So you don't quite know, but it's important to realize that this night is about more than just Bradley Beal potentially becoming a Sixer, more even than just a potential Ben Simmons trade. There's a lot of good prospects in this draft. It's star-studded at the top, and it's deep with quality role players. And Daryl Morey just absolutely knocked it out of the park last year. Let's see if he can do it again this year.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun night for sure. Before we get into it, guys, if you're new around the channel, if you're just joining us, make sure you leave a like, hit that subscribe button. We've got 7 likes already. Now, I don't know off the top of my head what last year's draft reached, but I think we can beat it today. We've had a record-breaking day at Philly Sports Now, and let's see if we can keep it going. A huge shout out to everyone in the chat. We've got Magnetic Allah, PJ Schaff, Chris Ting, I can see Jared Nisley there, says up the bloody William. I don't think we've had any audio issues yet. That's a good start. And I know in England right now on the way to the office, my hair looks terrible because it was raining. It was a bit stormy outside. First thing Sean said, there's like a tornado going on. Is this a sign that there's a storm being cooked up? That something's trying to tell us that maybe this is going to be some sort of blockbuster night. Like, what do we feel? Let's go to the new guys first. Let's go to Donny. What are your expectations for the Sixers tonight? Be it draft, be it Simmons. Where are you at with the team?
I think Morey tries to do something, depending on what's on the table. That's another question. But it seems like he's been active in trade talks. So I think if the right deal presents itself, then we could be in for an exciting night.
Absolutely. Justin, what about yourself? What are you hoping to see from the Sixers tonight?
I'm just hoping to see if we're really going to make a move. As far as a big move, again, I'm not too sure, but there's been rumors going around about packaging the 28th pick with possibly another player to get a one-down veteran. So I'm interested to see. Daryl, last year got us Danny Green and Seth Curry, so that helped round out our roster well, so hopefully he can do the same this year.
Yeah, definitely. Human prospect encyclopedia, Sean Bernard, what are you feeling about this team?
Yeah, I'm still not entirely convinced that there won't be like a major deal tonight. I still think that's at the top of Daryl Morey's priority list, and I could definitely see some sort of maybe the Raptors deal seems more likely to me, or something with Miami. I could still see something like that coming together, and I still think a move like that is still maybe a move away from a superstar, but getting back a ton of assets and that would still be very valuable and should be on the table.
Yeah, and finally, Zach Chauvelella, how are you looking into your crystal ball right now?
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's any news pre-draft that's going to slip out just a little bit early, because you never know. I see what Sean's saying. I think that there's still a chance that something happens. A deal with Toronto is definitely something to watch. My gut instinct is that much more so, kind of similar to Justin Donnie, that there is maybe a trade around that 28th pick, something maybe where the Sixers land a Terrence Ross. Even there were rumors about Aaron Holiday potentially being linked to the Sixers. I think 28's a little rich to pay just for Aaron Holiday, but if you find out a way to package both Holiday brothers, well, 2 out of the 3 to Philadelphia around that 28th pick, I think that's something to watch also. So, there's still a lot of excitement. Let's not forget that last year, as exciting as drafting Tyrese Maxey was, and it was really exciting. Arguably even more exciting was the trade for Seth Curry. So there's still a lot of potential excitement. It's going to be a long night, and I mean that in a great way. So, I can't even. I want to be negative about the Bradley Beal thing, but I can't even help but get excited. So I think it's going to be a good night, regardless of what type of deal happens where, because something's going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen, as you mentioned, already a fair few Daryl Morey blockbuster moments in his short time here. I can't tell if my microphone's doing that thing again and going crazy or if it sounds okay, so I'm hoping we don't have that problem. But the other thing we've got to bear in mind as well is, I think Sean alluded to earlier, is that this is, at the end of the day, an NBA draft, and it does go beyond Ben Simmons, and it goes beyond Bradley Beal and all these other moves, and there are a lot of good prospects, and that's naturally going to bring us to, what do we think the Sixers will do from a drafting perspective? If they don't move Simmons off and they want to take one of these players, there are a few different theories around this. Do they go for the wing? Do they look at getting front court help? Do they look at maybe just drafting a center behind Embiid, just as an insurance policy? Where is there a prospect that you've got your heart set on? Where are the draft crushes in this year's setup? And there's only one man we've got to ask you straight away. That is our resident Blake Griffin, who's already been alluded to in the chat from last year. Sean, who's your guy? Who have you got? Who are you doubling down on this year?
I would say number one, if everybody's available, who I would like the most in this spot, it was probably Trey Murphy. Just from a fit perspective, I think a versatile wing who can guard, he can play a little bit of the 4, do it all. I think most likely he goes off the board a little before us. For the most part, if they do end up selecting at 28, it's a lot of what's the best available in that role, and that there's a handful of guys that all would be good fits. Guys like Deuce McBride. I like Ayo Dosunmu a whole lot. Bones Highland's got a lot of talk. There's a lot of whoever falls out of that kind of traction before is who I think they'll jump on. This draft's pretty short on big men, so I wouldn't expect them to go that in the first round. But there's a lot of kind of stretch bigs that I think fit the mold in the second round, so I'm super intrigued by that as well. So a lot of it is kind of sit and let the draft develop ahead of us and look to capitalize, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, is that any names that are tickling your pickle, so to speak?
I mean, for me, I've always been big on Quentin Grimes, and I am so mad that he's flown up draft boards and is now being talked about as a first-round pick, because I thought there was a chance we could get him in the second round if you asked me, say, 6 months ago. The guy, I've loved him since he was in Kansas. He's athletic enough. He's a two-way shooting guard. He's not. It's not a position to need. Clearly, we have Isaiah Joe, we have Shake Milton, we have Seth Curry. One of the biggest reasons that I want to draft Grimes, other than the fact that I truly believe in him, is that I'm not too sure that we're going to have both Shake Milton and Isaiah Joe after tonight, let alone by the start of next season. So I'm expecting a lot of movement with the Sixers roster between now and then. So I'm not necessarily worried about doubling or tripling on a position. But other than Grimes, my dream scenario is Jared Butler out of Baylor. I don't know how realistic that is. However, if he does fall to Philadelphia at 28, I think that's a no-brainer. You got to go for him.
And there you go, right on cue, we finally worked out how to get Sean Rodman in this call. So our Sixers super team is now well and truly assembled. I've got to try and, there are that many, I've got to try and fit them all on the screen. This is the other problem that I've got right now. So while I do that, I mess around with all the technical stuff so we can see whole faces and get all the Power Rangers up there. How are you feeling, Sean, after what's been a very busy day in the world of basketball?
Feeling great. I'm excited to see the first pick, even though it may have been spoiled already by ESPN's Adrian Wojnarowski. But I'm excited for the draft, excited for the Sixers, see what happens. It should be fun, regardless of if the elephant in the room, Ben Simmons, is still on the team. And I'm just excited to see what happens tonight.
And I'll toss you the same question that we've just asked a couple of the other guys. Is there a prospect that you've got your heart set on tonight, which if you were Daryl Morey, you would throw your hat into the ring and double down on?
There isn't one that I'm sold on to go get no matter what, just because I'm more in tune to trade down and add a first later on in another year to maybe entice a trade for Bradley Beal. But right now, I'm if there is a guy, I do like Chris Duarte from Oregon a lot, even though he's getting a lot of buzz moving into the lottery at the moment. Joshua Primo is a guy that could be later, could be available. But even in the second round, there's a couple guys that I know me and Sean Bernard highlighted earlier today on PSN about you got Austin Reeves, who's one from Oklahoma later in the second round. And there's plenty of guys that I do like in this draft, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and we'll toss it over to our live chat at the moment because it's beginning to pop off a little bit. So let's just see what the guys are saying. PJ Shafi was here for last year's draft stream with us. Says, should he wear his Drew Holiday or his Allen Iverson jersey? Both have good luck, but the Holiday jersey got us good luck last time. I'd say ride the hot streak, personally.
I would say that, especially since Holiday's coming off an NBA Finals win.
Good call. Can't go wrong with AI either, though.
Yeah, very true. So Lewis Knox says, thanks for the coverage. Nick says, we can't see everyone's face. I'm working on it. We've got so many people. Ricky's in, bless him, although I'm pretty sure he should be sleeping as normal, and he still finds a way to sneak in and say hello. Duck says we got a PSN Megazord. And we know from last year that Sean was very, well received by the PSN faithful and aptly named Blake Griffin. It's taken Sean Rodman 0.7 seconds, which may be a record, to gain a nickname. And the way my man got logic on the Skype call. So, I mean, look, we'll take it. It's the most affectionate comment I think anyone's ever given. And believe me, I would take that over what I get, which is either Sid the Sloth, Joe Burrow, some random hockey player that exists now, apparently. Nobody would top B-Ball Paul. That's I think everyone forgets about that. Well, like we talked, go back to last draft and how great it was, and you look at obviously Tyrese Maxey being the steal of it. It's so easy to think, oh yeah, wait, Paul Reed was there. Like you always just assume he's kind of come up from the Blue Coats or something, or maybe even just been an undrafted guy. But he was a really good selection last year.
Yeah, and I still have a ton of hope for him going forward. He still fits the position need with kind of that weird kind of stretch big role that he can fit into, and it's time, like this year, I do think he's capable of kind of taking a leap and be leaned on for some minutes rather than just being looked at as kind of the developmental project that he has been through this year.
Yeah, I think Paul Reed's going to be really exciting during this upcoming season. Not to have any kind of Paul Reed slander because he was an amazing pick in the second round. It's nothing like that. I think that there's potential in this draft to have other very exciting picks late. Guys like Isaiah Livers is someone who excites me a ton. And just get more and more and more shooting. Absolutely something they should be looking to do. People are going to want Jeremiah Robinson Earl. Just get some Villanova blood in here. You hate that it of all the people who played for Villanova, it's going to be Jeremiah Robinson Earl. But even still, he's a talented forward who can stretch the floor a little bit. He's good with the ball, tight with it. So definitely someone who can help solidify the backup power forward position, which I do think is going to be a need going forward, only because I expect Paul Reed to transition to more of a center role full time.
Yeah, love that. And I think we're talking about, transitioning and versatility and that sort of thing. I think what we saw last year was a real effort from the Sixers to really space the floor, to take pressure off Embiid's shoulders, to get some shooting on the perimeter. We know Seth Curry's staying around, and thank God, because my jersey arrived just after the Sixers crashed out of the playoffs. When we're looking at, obviously, the future of Danny Green, depth maybe beyond that, would it be wise to start looking at shooting guards again, or is it a case of just keeping what you've got for another year and then maybe going after another free agent?
You can never have enough shooting, so that's a very safe pick as far as you can never have enough of it. So having depth there is never an issue. It's very weird kind of picking out the needs for this draft because so much is based on what happens with Simmons and how the roster looks after that, which is why when we think about kind of all the talk about swinging the 28th pick and maybe the George Hill contract for a veteran, I can't really see that happening yet just based on I think Daryl Morey's not going to use up his cards before he wants to know what team he's trying to complete. And I could still see the Horford trade exception just based on kind of that's more time pressing, something like that. But I don't know. It's very interesting. There isn't like a set position of need, but you can never go wrong taking more shooting.
Yeah, Jarrell just says, I know this is a Sixers stream, but can you all make the Westbrook move make sense to me? I know good players are always welcome, but from a skill perspective, how's that a good move? Anyone want to answer Jarrell on that one?
I'll take that one for a minute. So, how does it make sense? And there's two different things to talk about. How does it make sense for the Washington Wizards? How does it make sense for the Los Angeles Lakers? Not a whole lot on either way. You know, when you talk about, and as Cade Cunningham is drafted with the first overall pick to Detroit, not a surprise, but a great move by Detroit right there. We'll talk more about that in just a second, but going back to Westbrook and the Lakers, obviously the Lakers got a huge upgrade as far as a player is concerned. And you think that their logic is that they're going to fill out the rest of their roster with shooters on the veteran minimum. And maybe that's enough to get them there. But what's really tough to do when you're signing people to the vet minimum is to get volume shooters. You can get guys like Wesley Matthews. You can get, a Reggie Bullock you can't get anymore. But you can get guys who will give you maybe 3-4 threes a game. But you can't get that Seth Curry. You can't even get that Danny Green. You can't get someone who's going to give you 6+ threes a game. There's not enough touches for them. Between Westbrook, between LeBron, AD, there's just not going to be that opportunity. So they're hoping that they're going to be able to add that shooting. Time's going to tell. I do think that they are a better team adding Westbrook, but adding Buddy Hield may have been a more reasonable fit. Well, definitely was a more reasonable fit. It may have helped them a little more in the postseason, but time's going to tell on that. So, when you talk about the Washington Wizards, it's all about flexibility down the line. Now, Westbrook had 2 more years on his deal. Not that long, but when you're talking about $45 million a year, it's an eternity. So being able to move off of that, get Kyle Kuzma, who there is about a 5% chance that he can become something close to just under an all-star in Washington. We'll see. It's going to be odd to see his fit with Rui Hachimura. But to get him, KCP, who they can flip for more assets, the first-round pick is huge. So it's an opportunity for Washington to, down the line, hopefully just add another star through free agency, as Houston's now taken Jalen Green with the 2nd pick in the draft. So they're moving rather fast today. But in short, the Lakers wanted a better player straight up. The Wizards wanted that flexibility. It's not a great deal for either side, but they didn't really have to lose a whole lot in the process.
Yeah, so thank you for contextualising that, because, I was a bit perplexed by it all as well. We've already got some Ben Simmons chatter in our live section, a lot of it now pertaining to Zach LaVine, and I know it was only a few months ago that we last did a draft stream. I think it was back in February, it must have been, and it was a hot topic then. It's still a hot topic now. I saw the reaction to Zach's face. Is Zach LaVine, is that attainable now? Is that still on the table, or has a lot changed over the past few months? Because I think, obviously, a few months back, this was like the ultimate heartthrob scenario for the Sixers to somehow go out and get Zach LaVine. The water's a bit more murky now. I'll toss it to Sean Rodman. I'm gonna throw him to the wall. Let's see what he's got.
Well, right now it's very difficult to say what happens to Ben Simmons. I still personally doesn't get moved tonight. But that's just me, just because they're asking for a lot compared on the front with Ben Simmons, whether it was Zach's piece with the Spurs trade with 3-4 firsts and multiple firsts and multiple pick swaps. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with him, but I think it's going to be more, they're going to stay, he's going to be on the team and they're going to wait till Bradley Beal, or they're going to wait till Damian Lillard becomes available, because right now it just seems like there's nothing out there that will help them right away, as opposed to picks down the line to maybe entice a different team if a star were to leave later on.
Gotcha. We've had our first request in the chat as well. PJ says, can we quiz Blake Griffin on obscure talent again? Now, for anyone that missed last year's draft stream, okay, A, where were you? B, you're in for a treat. So Sean Bernard might be, I think, the most knowledgeable person I know now in terms of basketball prospects. Like, he blew all of us away last year. Now, the question is, has that got to his head? Has he taken the year off now? He's achieved the ultimate high. He's not looked at prospects this year. We're gonna see. Let's throw one his way then. Let's test the water. Now, there was a lot of chatter earlier about a potential offer with the Golden State Warriors, right? And Andrew Wiggins was involved. But Sean, the question I want to ask you is have you heard of Aaron Wiggins?
Yeah, his brother.
I didn't know they were related. I was just making a good link. Oh.
But yeah, he's not a guy I'm crazy about. He's more or less I see a lot of similarities in the Andrew and Aaron kind of thing. It's in a lot of ways I see it as a poor man's kind of Andrew Wiggins, which is not great considering what Andrew Wiggins has developed to be. But he's a second round guy. I think he will get drafted, but he'll be a very late pick if that.
Wow, he's 1 for 1 so far, although apparently I've given him an easy one without realising. But we'll take it, we'll start him off early and we'll see what we can cook up.
You need to ramp up.
I need to, should we go one more? Should we run one? Should we do 2 in a row?
Double up. It's too easy, double up.
Alright, go on then. What about EJ Onu?
EJ? You might have me with that one. Ooh. Is that, do you have where he played at?
Shawnee State?
I do not know a lot about that guy. Zach, do you know that one?
I have never heard of
Zach's just gone, yeah, he played at Shawnee State.
EJ.
Is it for the Shawnee State Bears? Wow, no, I have never won. I've not seen him on any two-round mock drafts anywhere.
That could be a Liam thing. All right, let's go with McKinley Wright.
McKinley Wright. Solid player. I don't have a lot to say on him. He will get drafted. He's all around solid. There's nothing that specifically grabbed me. He's another second round guy, but more confident that he will be a second round than I feel about Wiggins.
All right, we'll do one more while we're here, and then we'll move on. What about Luka Garza?
Okay, Luka Garza, the Iowa guy, the old man for you. This guy has got some Sixers buzz. He worked out for the Sixers. I'm not a fan of him as a fit with the Sixers. I just think defensively he's going to be unplayable. I don't see him as a legitimate NBA guy. There's a ton to like about his shooting ability. He's lost a lot of weight, which is appealing, but I still think he just isn't going to be mobile enough to be played like that. As far as the offensive fit, it's definitely there, but defensively, I just don't know if he's ever cut for the NBA.
Wow, okay, so if we take out the Liam apparently finding some random guy on Facebook pick, you're still perfect, which is pretty good so far. So we'll see if maybe any of the other new guys can step up as well and answer some prospect trivia as the draft goes on. But as the draft is raging on at the moment, no real shocks or surprises just yet. Are we expecting maybe any other teams to be quite active in terms of trading and stuff? Because obviously there's a lot of focus on the Sixers, who are almost in a position of luxury where, I know worst case scenario, they keep Ben Simmons, which at the end of the day, the guy's a 3-time All-Star, one of the best defenders in the NBA. It could be worse, It's not like you're stuck without Horford if you don't get rid of him. He's a solid player. It's just that I think Sixers fans have seen the distance they need to cross to get to a finals, and it comes through an aspect of the game Simmons can't provide. That's okay, but you can still almost try and push it one more year and work around it and negate that weakness. It's not the end of the world. Are there teams though that could maybe be a bit more aggressive than the Sixers, who are maybe just outside of being a contender, and really looking to try and make that aggressive push up to acquire a talent like Simmons?
Yeah, I mean, as far as Simmons goes as a whole, my position on it is I still think he could be successful somewhere, but that place is just not Philadelphia. And I think as much as it can be sugar-coated and pushed that hypothetically it would be great that we can push this off another year if the deal's not there, I do feel the relationship has been strained to the point where it might not be repairable. And it certainly seems like Simmons wants out, and there seems to be more and more leaking out from the Rich Paul aspect of things and that. He's still good enough that a team can talk themselves into wanting him. And there's certainly teams out there that want him. Whether they can find an actual middle ground, we'll see. But I think the end is Simmons will be on another team before the start of next season.
Yeah, and it's going to be quite a weird goodbye as well. And I know there's been a lot of comparisons to Carson Wentz, obviously, this offseason. 2 Philly athletes drafted near enough at the same time. Both had injuries. Both almost got to a finals, although Wentz sort of did accidentally just, through Nick Foles. Different debate entirely. But I think the attitudes of both players have come under fire quite a lot. And, I mean, Simmons, for me, has always been, I don't know, perplexing. I think in the best kind of way, where he's got this ability to just randomly turn it on and be one of the most dominant players in the NBA, but how often that fire gets lit, are there kind of complacency concerns there? And to begin with, there was a lot of concern about Brett Brown, and was it him? Was he the reason that Ben Simmons wasn't shooting? And now we've seen Daryl Morey and the addition of Doc Rivers, and that kind of presence still hasn't brought it out of him. is there a fear that for other teams trading him that it's like, well, surely it's got to be a lost cause at this point? Like if you were a team, I'll toss it to Justin. Like if you were another team, you can pick whichever team you want, but if you're looking at Ben Simmons, are you relying on him learning how to shoot, or are you taking him for the player he is? Because surely that's got to play into the value.
I think it depends, but like, say for example, you have the Toronto Raptors who've been, rumored to be, really, involved with talks. I think Toronto would be a good place for him to go. I think Nick Nurse is a very good coach. I think they have a really good atmosphere there. I think that will also give him a chance to grow a little bit more. But honestly, like Sean said, the relationship is severed here in Philadelphia. But honestly, I just have a feeling that because of everything that came up with the playoff series in Atlanta, I think he's going to get better. I think this was the wake-up call for him. I mean, we've had things where, in the Boston series a few years ago, where in one game he only scored 1 point or whatever the case may be, but we just kept giving him the benefit of the doubt of him going to progress and he's going to get better and improve. But I think now he's met at a crossroad. And if he doesn't get better, if he doesn't improve offensively, if he doesn't get to the point where he's more engaged on the offensive end, besides passing the ball, which he's really good at, but, scoring and instead of just, turning it on when Rudy Gobert is guarding you, like he's at that crossroad now, and he's put the Sixers at a crossroad. And I think, like Sean says, best to move on, but I think he can go somewhere and really help a team out. I think they're going to be trading for him, understanding that he is what he is, but the bonus will be that I think he's reached a point in his career that he understands that, he won't be the player that everybody thought he was going to be if he doesn't improve offensively.
Yeah, no, that's a very good logical point. And just a quick shout out to you, you've now got 40 people watching in the chat, so a massive shout out to every single one of you. If you haven't given this stream a like already, make sure you turn that grey thumb blue. It's your best way to show us that you're enjoying the content we're putting out. Obviously, if you don't know what Philly Sports Network is, phillysportsnetwork.com is the place to go. That's where you can get, well, I'd say some content. We had 8 articles go out today just on the Sixers alone from all of the guys you see on the screen right now. So make sure you do go and check us out, phillysportsnetwork.com. And if you're not following us on Twitter, which there is a link on the left-hand side of the screen, just know that Daryl Morey is, Daryl Morey wouldn't follow silly people. He wouldn't follow a nonsense account. He follows great quality content. So make sure you follow what Daryl Morey does and follow the PSM Twitter. Chandler DeRosa says, I'm here for Sean Rodman. So I say we give Sean Rodman the spotlight. How are you feeling today, Sean? If you haven't given this stream
pretty good. I don't know if you guys just saw this, but Shams tweeted out that the Washington Wizards have now officially agreed to the Russell Westbrook trade. It's actually Russell Westbrook, a 2024 second-round pick, 2028 second-round pick for Kyle Kuzma, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Montrezl Harrell, and the 22nd pick in the draft tonight. So we've had our first draft night trade officially. Who knows what who they're going to try to select now. I know the Lakers were rumored to go after who I mentioned earlier, Chris Duarte, but it's going to be interesting tonight. Evan Mobley looks like it's going to be about the next pick for the Cavs. And really, I feel like the draft is about to start right here, number 4, with whoever Toronto takes, whether that's they trade the pick in a outlandish surprise Ben Simmons trade, or whether it's Jalen Suggs to replace Kyle Lowry, or to go with the defensive versatile wing in Scottie Barnes.
Yeah, and I think it's just got to be said as well. The one thing that caught me off guard there, Sean, was a 2028 draft pick. So you're forecasting 7 years into the future. What is it even worth it at that point? You're 7 years away.
Well, if you trust the process, Sam Hinkie's multiple second round picks he got from the Knicks back in, I think it was 2013. The last one was only 2 years ago with the Knicks, and I believe it was Elton Brand that traded away a couple of years ago. But I could be wrong. That's off the top of my head at the moment. But yeah, I mean, you never know what happens with these picks. It could be packaged in bigger trades later on.
Yeah, so the Cavs have taken Evan Mobley at 3, which means 4, as you say. We now got the Raptors on the clock. Is who the Raptors take going to be indicative of their interest in Ben Simmons and their plans surrounding that? Or I know the NBA draft is obviously a little bit different to the NFL. Like the chances of getting like an instant impact player to that level is going to be outside the top 3 almost nigh on impossible. But if the Raptors were, for instance, to go out and take maybe a power forward or a point guard, would that limit the Sixers' leverage then in terms of trying to dangle Ben Simmons in front of them? Because all right, well, we're not paying that, and we've got our guy we can develop over the next 2-3 years or so.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this pick is Jalen Suggs pretty much no matter what. I think Suggs is the best player available here, and I think he's a great fit for the Kyle Lowry replacement, which he's clearly out the door there. I don't really think it has a ton of impact on the Ben Simmons situation pretty much no matter what. If they went with Scottie Barnes, who I think is kind of the other option here, he's got far too much similar to OG Anunoby, in my opinion. And same with Jonathan Kuminga. I could see them going with that. That's kind of a swing of the fence pick, that a guy that has been like recognized as supposed to be the top guy in this class, but it's just far too inconsistent. He has the highs of the highs where he looks tremendous and lows of lows where it looks like he forgot how to play basketball real quick. So I think Suggs is kind of the pick here. It's not the safe pick because there's definitely some legitimate shooting concerns with him, and that is kind of the swing factor for how good he can be. But I think that's what they're going to go with, and I think that's a pretty good guy to kind of start your franchise direction with.
No, just flexing that prospect knowledge again, isn't he? Wasn't even like prompted that time. Just decided to just dangle it on us. Love to see it. Donnie, we haven't come to you in just a little bit. Is this draft progressing? I know, like Sean just said, this is sort of where the draft starts now. Like it all kind of picks up. Is there going to be a team that you think are going to throw a curveball, like the first one to really just toss everything up into the air and ruin it for everyone else, essentially?
I think OKC Thunder could come into play for a trade up at any point, since they've stockpiled the assets for far in the future. So they can pretty much do whatever they want. If they have a player on their board that they really like, they can offer up some of those picks and go get them.
Yeah. Scottie Barnes to the Toronto Raptors for...
Yeah, Shams just tweeted it.
Yeah, so Shams is making me eat my words real quick. But
well, now the question is, the Orlando Magic are available at 5. Do they draft what would be their third point guard in Jalen Suggs?
Make sure you
not
turn
even point guard,
that
third
crazy
point guard, to pair him with Markelle Fultz and Cole Anthony. Talking 3 combo guards. Do they go? But who else? Orlando is going to be a bottom 3 team in the league for at least the next 2 years. Who else are they going to pick if not Suggs? There's not really any. Kuminga is the next.
I think Kuminga to me.
There's one other. Segun is the only other name to watch if you're Orlando. And that could be one that really switches things up. I think that's the name to watch for both Orlando or OKC. And that's where you're talking about things kind of getting tricked up in the draft order. But it is interesting to see Suggs even fall that one spot, because by and large, and there was some talk about Barnes to Toronto near the beginning of the draft, but by and large, Suggs to Toronto was a foregone conclusion for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that this allowed? Do you think 5 is now open for business as far as trades?
Absolutely not. I think the only way that the Orlando Magic were going to give up 5 is if they were moving up in the draft. That didn't happen. So if I think that there's a chance that do they trade down to 7? That would be the only thing in my mind with the Golden State Warriors. Right. Do you trade down to 7 for 7 and 14? Possibly. But is Golden State going to want to add a Jalen Suggs type, or are they going to go more so the Franz Wagner kind of route instead, right, and take both 7 and 14, or even hope that Kuminga falls and you're able to take someone like Jair Williams, and you have these 2 young prospects who still hold a lot of value, because like a car that you drive off the lot, picks lose value as soon as you use them. So if you're able to get those young, high ceiling prospects, that's the best way to preserve the value of your Golden State. So the Warriors are the only team I would watch. But if I'm Orlando, unless I'm given 7 and 14, I'm keeping 5, and I'm taking Suggs, honestly.
Yeah, I would also take Suggs if I'm them. But to me, Kuminga feels like a very Orlando Magic pick. He's very much 100%. Kind of the raw potential's there, the guy that just never quite flourishes, the Jonathan Isaacs, we've seen it a million times with them, and that I think they're probably pretty surprised he's there and going to have to adjust off that. To me, I think Kuminga was probably the pick before this if it had gone according to plan in the draft so far.
Now, Zach, just a quick question. Were you here the whole time? Because your camera disappeared, and I just feel rude having.
No, I've been here. No, yeah.
Oh, right. Oh, okay. Sorry. Here. Your camera disappeared on mine. Then you popped back. I was like, oh, maybe he did.
No, I've been reading up. Indiana sent 54 and 60 and 2 future seconds to Milwaukee for 31. So they're in the market to target somebody later on. I'm expecting that to be a guard, obviously. Just because that's where the depth's falling. But I've been just deep in Woj and Shams tweets the entire time.
We've got a question here as well. So PJ says, best international talent. I know there's a guy from Paris, Antwerp, and the Adelaide 36ers, but I have no clue who's actually good. Is there an international talent in this year's draft that's standing out for you guys?
It's all about Sengun. That is what everyone's saying. He dominated the Turkish league. He was the MVP last year. He is absolutely. He's young. He's nice with the ball. I've heard him compared to a smaller Nikola Jokic. He needs to bulk up a little bit to play center long term at the next level. But yeah, Sengun is definitely number one. The other name that has picked up a lot and is likely going to the Grizzlies at 10 is Josh Giddey, who compared himself to Ben Simmons. But for me, it's Sengun number one, and then Giddey a distant second.
Love that. There we go. And talking of prospect knowledge, I would say it's time we give Sean another run round. Let's see how much those cogs are turning. So if I do a little scroll on this random big board and I mention, I don't know, since we're talking international, Filip Petrusev, Sean, what can you tell me about Filip Petrusev?
He's a guy I definitely have interest in with the Sixers as well. He went to Gonzaga and then played overseas. He stretched big. He can shoot the lights out. A guy I really like a lot, to be honest.
I'm stunned. 2 years in a row.
I got one to stump him.
Oh, go on.
What league did he win MVP in, Sean?
I actually was looking at this last night, and it's super confusing. It's like the former Yugoslavia league, something. I don't know what the name of it is. Hit me with that.
I don't know how to pronounce it. I gotta look it up. Hold on.
Well, while you're looking
I'm gonna
that up,
butcher it, so I don't want to
go number 5 to the Orlando Magic. So that is now 3 combo guards, young, alleged star combo guards that they have in Orlando. So it's the right mentality. You pick the best player available, figure it out later. But I would say you wonder about Markelle Fultz's long-term future there, but he just signed that contract. So don't think he's going anywhere. Maybe they try and play Suggs at the 2. And, there's a world where you might be able to play all 3 of these guys, not at the same time. But Cole Anthony has been said to be really much better as a sixth-man type of prospect. Markelle Fultz isn't an ideal guard, but if he can work on his shooting a bit more, he could be solid. And Jalen Suggs, he could be your scoring 2 guard who can handle the ball a little bit. So it could work out for Orlando, but they made the right choice, even though it's not who they're expecting to get.
I just want to test Sean with one more a second. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have
the league that Petrusev won in MVP was the ABA League or Adriatic League in Yugoslavia. Formerly Yugoslavia.
Very nice. Look at that. We've got a little bit of a Sean on Sean rivalry now with the. We'll have to have like a game show sometime. We've had a message in the chat as well from Avi Mizru. Says, I want Matthew Hurt at 50. He's from my hometown. What can you tell us about Matthew Hurt, Sean?
He's from that guy's hometown.
Oh, come on. Is that all you got from Matt Hurt? All right, hold on. Let me take this one, okay? So Matthew Hurt, all right, he is 6 foot, 9.5 of pure three-point shooting. Now, he's the kind of guy who I think you can get him at 53. I think even 50 might be a little bit higher than where you can actually, where you don't have to get him at 50. He'll be there at 53, I'm pretty sure, just because there's not a whole lot else that he does. But listen, this is the kind of guy who ideally, and I hate to say this because I don't think this would ever work out if the Sixers drafted him, but if you had him on the floor at the same time as Ben Simmons, that's beautiful, because obviously Simmons can help with his defensive inefficiencies, but at the same time too, Simmons is one of the most efficient in the league when it comes to passing to a three-point shot, and Matthew Hurt would be able to ride that wave all day long, because if he is able to get over his just steep defensive shortcomings, this guy's not going to be a starter. This guy's not going to be the first or second option off your bench, okay? But, we are talking about someone who, deep down your bench, Mike Muscala type, can just rain threes on you all day. And as a Duke fan, it is very depressing that this guy is our number 2 player in the draft, and our number 1 is equally depressing if you ask me. But yeah, Matthew Hurt is somebody who I would consider at 53, though he would not be my first choice. But just get the shooting, just get as much shooting as possible.
And he's also from that guy's hometown.
Yes, and more importantly, that.
Great stuff. So as the draft rages on, things taking shape nice and early. I think it's kind of like the calm before the storm now, isn't it? Where everyone's just sort of waiting for that first big domino to fall, and it doesn't look like there's been anything too drastic to shake things up. I mean, OKC, I know Donnie mentioned earlier, could really shake up this draft. They've got picks at 6 and 16 and 80. Oh my god, okay. Rockets have 2. Could the Rockets do anything with it?
State.
In Golden State, how many have Golden State
Watch
got?
Golden State.
Oh, what, 7?
They're at 7 and 14, and I don't think that they're going to package up, but I don't know. I feel like they're going to be searching to the last second to find a way to move on from those 2 picks, because it doesn't do them any good.
I mean, so what would Golden State need then? Like why would those picks not be good at this point? Is it just because they're at a point where obviously
they're
outside
absolute
of
win now mode? They're hoping and they're praying, that they're going to be able to rely on Klay Thompson to be healthy next year, in what will be one of the final years of Steph Curry's seemingly never-ending prime. But even still, you want to have that one more ride. They don't believe it's come out a lot. They don't believe in James Wiseman, so they're looking to move on from him. They actually like Andrew Wiggins, so they kind of want to keep him. But the problem is that he's the only salary that they have to match. So unless you're going to go out and you're going to get a guy around 10 or so million that's worth Wiseman, the 7th pick and the 14th pick, which is going to be hard pressed to do because a lot of those guys are on their rookie contracts and teams aren't exactly looking to trade away those guys. That part's going to be difficult. But if they can find a way to just get better fitting pieces, it hasn't been talked a lot. There's been no real mention of it. But if there was any mutual interest with the Indiana Pacers to send the Pacers 7 and 14, or even probably even just 14 and Andrew Wiggins, and they can bring back T.J. Warren and Malcolm Brogdon, something such as that, where you're just adding in clean fits that can score, handle the ball. For Golden State, it's all about it. There's been a lot of talk about getting another star. In my opinion, it should just be getting starter plus. If you get 1-2 starter plus players, Golden State, they're back up to being one of the top contending teams.
There we go.
Yeah, and I saw something earlier today and yesterday that they were also looking at Miles Turner too, who I think will be a great fit in Golden State. He would be a great fit.
Pro City Hoops actually reminded me that not only do the Orlando Magic have Cole Anthony and Markelle Fultz, but they also have combo guard R.J. Hampton. So that's actually 4 combo guards in Orlando. So that's going to be fun. But you were saying?
I was just saying with Miles Turner, even with the 7th pick, if they're not able to get Turner, a lot of what the Warriors are going to do at 7 depends on this pick right here by OKC. Because if Kuminga goes here, then you still have Book Knight on the board, who is a ready now player. He can have impact as a guard. Isn't the best shooter, but is a crafty finisher inside and can play make for others. And he'd fit really well, probably off the bench for right away for them, and they need bench help. I know they also need help as a starters as well, but even if they're not able to move 7, Book Knight would be a great piece for them to add, as well as another wing later on at 14.
Yeah, I think Book Knight or Wagner are the 2 to watch at 7. Now, one name I heard that they're very interested in is Davion Mitchell. 7's high for Mitchell, and I love Davion Mitchell. And if I were a team, I would consider taking him at 7. The Golden State Warriors are not. They've been vocal about realizing that they can take him a little lower down. Part of the reason that they may try and work a trade with maybe even a San Antonio Spurs, try and pick up a Derek White by moving 7 and 14, something such as that. But the names to watch, I think, are, if Kuminga's gone, Book Knight and Wagner. But if they are going to take a player, I think Book Knight makes a ton of sense with Wagner being a close second.
Yeah.
There we go. Love to see it. So, yeah, already settling in straight into prospect. It's always I did this last year as well, where I kind of wish I had more time to dig into NBA draft prospects and stuff, because it's like I love the NFL side of it. I just never have time to fully dive into the NBA side of it. But hearing you guys talk about it on draft night is just as entertaining. Yeah, I guess the other thing we can address then is looking forward to free agency and beyond that, and trades and stuff happens after the draft. Like, I know a lot of people say that draft night's kind of very central to moves because it's when you can package up picks and teams can probably maximize that value. Is there almost an art in waiting? I know we had an article from Trey earlier today saying that Daryl Morey's doing the best thing in just letting the dust fall. Like, if he'd have traded Ben Simmons before this Westbrook move, would that have looked a bit different? So just kind of waiting out and seeing what happens. I know that the prediction earlier was that he won't be on the roster by the start of the season. Like, would it matter if it's not in like a month, 2 months from that?
Oklahoma City Thunder just took Josh Giddey with the number 6 pick.
Wow.
Wow. His Grizzlies are fuming at that. That is unbelievable.
Wow. That is a very Oklahoma City pick, especially they're picking a young guy. It's got a lot of upside. Very raw, and they're even with Shea eligible for a max, they're staying with their guns right now and staying young.
One of the few players under the age of 19 as of today.
Oh wow, that's well, I don't know. Let's hope OKC just don't do the typical OKC thing then, and ends up like Harden and Westbrook and Durant and the never.
Yeah, no, I mean, now listen, that's high for Giddey, but I think Giddey's going to be good. And I think that he has a situation in OKC where he can slowly learn and work on the rest of his game. Shooting's the big thing with him. That's what he needs to work on. It's really, again, he compared himself to Ben Simmons, right? It wasn't just parts of Ben Simmons' game that he was comparing himself to, right? So he knows he has to work on that. I have a lot more faith that he is going to work on that. I think this is somebody who is actually going to stick around in OKC, unlike a lot of their other prospects. And he's going to be a good player for them for a while.
It is interesting to see what they're kind of building there. Like, their roster construction perspective is still pretty bland and kind of figuring that out. Like, his fit, I'm still not like next to. They have enough weird guys already when you think about Poku, especially, and Pokuševski, the way he moves. So it's gonna be interesting how that roster kind of fully shakes out, and super interesting to me if they are shopping Shea, and that is definitely something the Sixers should express interest if that's true. But who knows how that kind of roster fully shakes out.
Yeah, I guess you could say the front office must have been pretty giddy with that pick. Oh.
All right, so moving on.
I'm here all night. Don't worry about it. I'll end the stream now. I'll go. It's all right.
Just hurry on before you make us all Moses Moody over here.
I thought you were going to make one when you were like, the Giddy could be good. I think you said, Giddy could be goody. And I thought you were going to ride that wave, but left it. It's all right. The shot wasn't attempted.
That's not my wave to ride, man.
No, I'm just here for puns. That's all I can provide to the table at this point. But yeah, I mean, does that kind of open up the door then? I know you mentioned OKC wanting to make potentially like a big move with one of their picks. Like, what does that mean for that second pick they've got to afford it? Are they going to kind of look to move that now then, or will it be? I don't know. So, I mean, that's kind of a surprise pick for them. Would that change anything for that next pick?
I don't know what OKC's timeline really is looking for. Like, Shea is pretty close to being in, like, he's looking towards his prime, just a couple ways from starting to be kind of that guy. And from my perspective, to me, that's the guy they should be completely building around and who their cornerstone should be. Giddey, I do like him a lot, but he's far from like he's a couple years away from being like a contributor on that type of team. And it'd be interesting if they do kind of give up on Shea, collect some more picks, and move back and build from there. But I don't know. This isn't a pick that, I guess it is a little bit of a swing for the fences, but I don't know what they're going for there.
Yeah, the term for Bruno Caboclo was used when he was drafted. He's 2 years away from being 2 years away. I think that's definitely applicable with Josh Giddey.
Mm-hmm.
That's 4 whole years.
Yeah, it's a damn long time.
All right, so Warriors on the clock then. So this is then the pick that could very much send it all into a frenzy, is what we're thinking.
Yeah, well, if they go Wagner or Book Knight, I think that you're looking at keeping the pick. If you go Kuminga, I think they're looking at trading this pick even still. Or Sengun, for that matter, is someone else who they can take and temporarily stash, hoping for another team to have interest.
There are reports too that have come out that there's people in the front office with the Warriors that Kuminga, a lot of people like him there, but a lot of people also are not huge fans just because he's raw and they want to win now, like we've talked about. So I right now I think it's got to be down to a couple of guys, whether it's Moses Moody, who's probably more of a reach at this point, Book Knight, and then Kuminga as well would be the three guys I would think they would have it down to, just because Moody's more NBA ready right now. Same with Book Knight.
Yeah, Moody's a little bit better of a shooter too. That's the other thing to like about him in a potential Golden State fit. So definitely another good name to watch. They like Chris Duarte, but that's again way too high. So I think Franz Wagner doesn't get talked about enough when it comes to Golden State, just because he really has that 3-and-D capability. He is a much better defender than his brother Mo. He has this ability to actually it's what's called switching, which is something that Mo Wagner cannot do. But Franz, he's able to actually somewhat switch who he's guarding, so he's not a liability on the pick and roll. He's somebody who, in a fluid defense like Golden State likes to run, you can actually utilize him in, and his shot is it's clean. It's not as great as a Corey Kispert, but he's somebody who's going to develop into a 38% plus three-point shooter. So I think he's definitely another name to watch if Golden State's going to keep the pick.
Plus even he fills that Oubre role with Oubre now most likely leaving in free agency.
Yeah, and he can play the 4 a lot too, so he can play next to Wiggins. There's just so much positional versatility that's going to be there too, because he can play the 3 and the 4. Draymond can play the 4 and the 5. Wiggins can play the 2 and the 3. Clay can play the 2 and the 3. Steph obviously is always pretty much going to be your point guard, but he can play the 2 if you ever had a backup point guard. But Steph's never had that, so that's the only thing that I would say to look out for with the Davion Mitchell pick, is just if they're so desperate to finally get someone behind Steph. I don't think it's going to happen. I think you go for Golden State's still discussing, but it looks like Jonathan Kuminga is the name at the top of the list. And they are picking Jonathan Kuminga.
Interesting. I do think Wagner would have been the right pick there. Like, I do think he fits exactly kind of what they do as far as versatility, that he can do a little bit of it all. He's used to playing a high level of basketball. And I'm a little surprised. Kuminga is very much, I do like, but he has, I like, but I'm not confident enough to say that he will be good. And he's so inconsistent with, like, when he's at his best, he looks phenomenal, versus when he's not doing well, he's a super detrimental to the team. So interesting pick there. Could very well be.
When it comes to DeMar DeRozan, and I think that's really accurate, where even if he hits his ceiling, which DeMar would probably be his ceiling, even if he hits that, you're talking about a very good player with a lot of noticeable weaknesses. So definitely a curious, from a prospect perspective, he has the highest ceiling probably of anyone who was left, but from fit, it's not great, but you can understand why they would have picked him.
There we go. So Warriors picks in. So the Orlando Magic going to be the next team on the clock, and I wonder if there can be a few spells cast during the... I'm gonna stop making the puns, because the night's getting older and it's just not going to end in too well. But yeah, any real surprises so far outside of pick 5? Is it all kind of been relatively tame? I think by this point last time it all went a little bit manic.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting Suggs to Orlando, and I wasn't expecting Giddey to OKC. Those are the two biggest things. I had heard some rumblings that the Warriors liked Kuminga, but they felt like he would probably have to stay with the Santa Cruz Warriors for most of his first year. But really, Giddey at 6 is the biggest surprise to me. Even though I do like the fit, it's just you probably could have traded down to 9 and still got him.
So do these then, do those sort of surprises push anyone down maybe a little bit further into reach of the Sixers? I know they're some way off just yet, but even if you're thinking a move up and you package Simmons in the move up, is there anyone that would be worthy of a move up, do you think, from Maury's perspective?
Nobody here in my mind.
Okay.
I think if there was any chance of that happening, I think it would have been Suggs at 4 with the Raptors pick. I think that was the only kind of the only pick in that kind of vicinity that was talked about. But at this point, like none of the star potential guys are off the board at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that, you know, when you're talking about, you know, your top level stars, I think the only player between here and say 15 that has a shot of being an all-star who's useful to the Sixers, because Sengun you don't quite know, but there's no way that Philadelphia would take a center. I am big on Davion Mitchell. Mm-hmm. You know, I'm big on taking him in that 10 to 13 range. So if you're telling me that the Sixers Orlando's taking Franz Wagner at number 8, which is just, again, taking the best player available. But if you're looking at someone to take there, if you're the Sixers, trade up and take somebody, I would take Davion Mitchell, both from what the Sixers need and from what I believe to be his ceiling. That being said, you're getting the pick you used for Mitchell, and you're getting a lot more. You're not trading Simmons to get that pick. There is no player here who would be worth that. There was no player past, well, I guess 5, who was worth that. I would have taken Suggs over Barnes, especially if I were Philadelphia. But other than Cunningham, Green, Mobley, and Suggs, there was no one who really interests me in a Ben Simmons swap. So if you're going to tell me that you're going to trade Simmons for Brogdon, TJ Warren, and the 13th pick, you know, I'll be very happy to draft Davion Mitchell. But otherwise, there's not really anyone here I'm looking at.
And I like Mitchell a whole lot. He's arguably he's probably the best on-ball defender in this whole class. He's got he plays with like a passion, a heart, and like an effort that you just love. My concerns with him are mainly size and just the fit with that. He's not great as a primary distributor. He stands around like 6'1". He's very point guard sized. At his ceiling, I see as kind of like a 6-man energy guy who can bring a lot to the team with that. But I don't know if necessarily I see him as more than that.
Yeah, he's a 2-guard, really. You know, everyone has him listed as a point guard. I think he's going to have to play the 2 just out of, you know, the fact that he's not good enough, you know, at what a point guard needs to do to play the 1. But he really is. He's baby D Mitchell. You know, he's Donovan Mitchell, but he's not going to be as good. So, you know, it's someone who I think is going to be a useful player to some team out there. Possibly if I'm the Memphis Grizzlies, that's now who's atop my board. But, you know, I just don't see a way that the Sixers are like, that's our guy. Let's trade Simmons just to get him. It's not going to happen.
I think one thing we haven't brought up yet at all is the list of free agents that the team have got right now and potentially the methods in either replacing them or bringing them back. Is there anyone from the free agents that you would bring? I'll kind of go to all of you here to get your takes because I'm sure there's going to be different answers. But just for those that are watching and maybe don't know who the Sixers do and don't have, so the free agents that are unrestricted, Danny Green, Furkan Korkmaz, Mike Scott, Dwight Howard, Gary Clark, Rajon Tucker. Now, I know the obvious one is give Mike Scott a max deal. I understand that consensus straight away.
Love that.
Yeah. But outside of that, are there any of those players that you would want to bring back or that the team can bring back?
I'll go. I would definitely bring back Danny Green. Mm-hmm. I think Danny Green provided spacing for us. He provided good defense when he wasn't on super quick guards. But other than that, he provided good defense, good energy. He was really an Iron Man, too. He played a lot of games. He barely got any nights off. I think in the one game we played the Miami Heat with, 8 players or whatever. Danny Green played like a career high, 40
50 minutes.
40, yeah, something like that, something crazy. And, he's an older guy, but, he did everything the coaches asked him to do. They liked his leadership. And then, I think ultimately if we wanted to make a bigger deal down the line, signing Danny Green to a contract where it would be a quality salary filler and one of those deals, I think it would make sense. I just think bringing him back makes complete sense. Whether Ben Simmons is here or not, he needs to be back.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my thing with Danny Green is if you bring him back and your intent is to play him, he's going to get a beer can thrown at his head. That's what's going to happen. It's not right. It's what's going to happen, though, because a lot of Philadelphia fans are still fuming at Danny Green. That being said, you can't let the ability to sign him go to waste. The Sixers can give him more money than they can give just about any other free agent. So what you have then is you have a guy who's still valuable in the NBA, who you can use in either a sign and trade or signing him and then using him inside of a package for something else. And that's just something that you can't afford not to take advantage of. Much like with the trade exception that's still not been used, which I think it will be, but that's something where for a contender that has so much money already soaked up in its three main contributors, you have to be able to take advantage of bird rights. You have to be, and sometimes it bites you in the butt. But with a guy like Danny Green, it's somebody who there's always going to be a market for a guy like that. For the most part, he's a great leader. He's still a really good shooter. He's a decent on-ball defender. As long as he's guarding anyone but a point guard. So there's value in Danny Green. So there's something you can get back for Green. But other than that, I don't see how a Danny Green Sixers relationship continues.
Is it just because of I'm guessing the podcast incident, right?
It's 100% because of the podcast. People are still livid over the podcast.
But it's really strange, because I would say, from my very limited experience where I was able to hop on a few post-game presses and just hear what Danny Green had to say and have a couple of, questions asked. I'm sure Sean will vouch for it as well, because I remember asking him, but the way he talks, and it's so it's so calming and experienced and comforting in a way where you can see the impact it has on younger guys. And you ask the younger guys about him and they're smiling and beaming, and especially to people like Tyrese Maxey, I think that there was very much that kind of, look, I've got you under my wing, if you pardon the pun, just to raise him up and give the experience there. Does that now go out the window because he's kind of opened his mouth on a podcast and not been too kind?
The hope that you have is that if they do re-sign him, he hits two threes in a row and all's forgotten. Until he misses four in a row and then all's remembered again. And that's basically just how life's going to be. So
because he is going to get booed the first time he touches the ball.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Danny Green is no stranger to that too, though. He was booed in LA. He's got the mental toughness. He's a super intelligent guy. I think the what he said has been blown out of proportion, which in a large way proves kind of the point he was making with that. Yeah. But I still think his leadership is worth overpaying for, especially given the cap constructs and how kind of tied we are with that. And he definitely added something to the team. Just his willingness to shoot was so refreshing based on kind of the complementary pieces we have. And I definitely hope he's back.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, it's overblown. But I just think that being a sports fan of Philadelphia and playing in Philadelphia, I just think it's a different than a lot of cities. The L.A. Laker fans, they're really diehard, but I don't think L.A. as a sports town is just as rough and tough as Philadelphia is. And I think some players just don't understand it. I feel like Embiid understands it. He feeds off of it. I feel like Ben, in the beginning, he didn't really understand it, but he started to, after I think the next series, they booed him one time and he said something about it, but then he kind of understands the city and the fans just appreciate you playing hard. That's really what it's about. So I think at the end of the day, he just didn't necessarily understand because he's only been here for, a year or a season. And then for half the season, we had no fans. So he didn't really get a chance to experience it. But, and
I do think that was kind of
Mitchell to the Kings at number 9.
Interesting. So another loading up on guard situation there. But
yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
Because Fox, Halliburton.
Yeah, Fox and Halliburton.
Halliburton is the real deal.
Mm-hmm. As is Fox, I think.
Yeah.
Fox, yeah. Then you have him and you have Hield.
But I'll tell you what, Halliburton's 6'5 plus. You could be looking at a 3-guard lineup in Sacramento.
I like Halliburton a lot.
But I'm sorry.
They did play a lot of. they did play a lot of 3-guard lineups last year too, even when Corey Joseph was there as well, because they had 4 guards as well last year with Halliburton, Fox, Hield.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're trying to move Hield as well, but we'll see what happens there in that regard.
I think it's a good pick for Sacramento, though. Like I said, I am high on Davion Mitchell. I wish for his sake that he were going to a more successful organization, but I think that he's going to be able to shine brightly in Sacramento. And there's a lot of good youth at the guard spot for the Kings. So hopefully it's the start of or a continuation of things getting better there.
Yeah, so another guy then we haven't mentioned. We'll kind of go through each free agent now, I suppose, since we got very carried away there with Danny Green. Furkan Korkmaz is an interesting one, given that he very much wanted out of Philadelphia not too long ago, and then I don't know. I've always just seen him as quite a streaky player. Like if he catches fire, he'll be really good for maybe 2-3 games and sort of disappear again. Is that sort of again out the window now, just given the fact that there was very much a time where he wanted out of Philadelphia and was almost like, it was looking like he wasn't going to come back at one point.
Yeah, I think that's kind of water under the bridge. I think as far as like the relationship standpoint, things are all good between Furkan and the Sixers. And I do think he really likes it here and has kind of found his way. He's going to be a money first guy and search for a big contract elsewhere for somebody. And I think there are teams that could talk them into paying him probably a little more than he's worth. But if the money is not there somewhere else, I think he would love to come back, and I wouldn't mind having him. He's progressed a great bit in his time here. He's way bigger than like you ever expect, standing at 6'7". He's got defensively improved a ton since he first came here, and he is always going to be a hot and cold shooter, but there's a need for that.
Absolutely. Donnie, what are your takes on Furkan Korkmaz?
Yeah, I think he could be a bench shooter for us, and assuming that he doesn't get overpaid by somewhere else, I think it's realistic to bring him back. And with the lack of shooting depth, he definitely has a role here. So,
love it. All right, next one. So let's talk about Mr. Foul Trouble himself, Dwight Howard. He gets a lot of mixed reviews, doesn't he? I think Dwight Howard sacks immediately. Look into the
I love
floor.
Dwight, but you can't bring him back. You can't. Like, listen, I love Dwight Howard, right? And I love him on the court. I love him off the court. But there was just such a clear weakness when he was in. And it's not a weakness on his part in particular. It's just that it's not the type of backup we need for Embiid is the problem. Now, I mean, if you're going to tell me that Dwight Howard is going to take the minimum again, that's one thing. I will absolutely bring him back on the same contract we had last year, and be able to add another center who can stretch the floor like a Mike Muscala, second time he's come up, who can space the floor a little bit and kind of platoon them as the backups. That's one thing. That's not something that will likely be ideal to Dwight Howard. So I'm not getting in a bidding war to bring back Dwight Howard. He was a great mentor to people while he was here. He was great to the community while he was here. From a personal standpoint, I hope he can come back, but he cannot be the primary center, backup center rather, for the Sixers going forward. And with that being said, the Memphis Grizzlies have now selected Jair Williams, which is a player who they honestly probably could have had at 17 before they traded up to 10. So it's an interesting move. Clearly, they had probably not one, not two, not even three names off their board, but maybe even some more. So that's a little bit of a reach by Memphis there. But again, back to Dwight, not something I see happening, is I guess what I should say.
Just really quickly to break on, I know this is a basketball stream, but for anyone that's got Adam Schefter's tweet notifications on would have seen. Now, I'm not a big baseball guy, but the Dodgers are apparently signing Max Scherzer and Trey Turner from the Nationals. So I know those names are big, so that must be pretty big, and he's called it the blockbuster of blockbusters. So anyone in the chat that is a baseball fan, figured you might want to know that information because it does sound pretty intense, really. Lewis Knox says Mike Muscala over Dwight Howard.
Agreed. My thing about, I guess at the beginning of the offseason, I was very on board with like my thing about when we're looking at a backup for Embiid is you're never going to replicate the things that he does just because Embiid is like that good and so important to this team. That Dwight Howard in a lot of ways is just a worse version of Embiid, is that he kind of does the same like offensive, like way more limited offensively. He's only like can catch around the basket, putbacks, and that defensively he kind of plays the same kind of rim protecting. I would way rather just philosophically change it up, get a stretch big and go like that with the bench. And at least at that point, you're not taking like a step back at the same game plan. And I was very on board with getting a stretch 4 and Dwight, or a stretch 5 and Dwight, whatever you want to call it, and kind of packaging that. But my thing is, if we do bring back Dwight, like Doc is going to play him. And I kind of think like going away from that and kind of handcuffing Doc in that way might be better in the long run.
Yeah.
Even bring.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you can go.
All right. Well, even with bringing Dwight back, like I wouldn't mind bringing Dwight back personally. I wouldn't play him every night though. It wouldn't be this. He wouldn't have the same rotational minutes, and I think that would have to be an agreement with Dwight coming back. Especially like Sean said, you want to bring in a stretch 5, and we saw in the finals the Suns worked in throughout their whole playoff run with Dario Saric, who we all know very well, worked perfectly for them as a stretch 5 all season. And as soon as he went down, they hurt tremendously. And Brook Lopez was able to have success inside, and same with basically virtually everyone else for the Bucks. But that was also because the Bucks made some great adjustments in the finals to get Giannis inside more. But that's neither here nor there. Someone that I think that would be good for that you could bring in as a stretch 4/5 would be Patrick Patterson. He could play the 5 a little bit, maybe not all the time, but you could bring him in. There's still Tony Bradley's. You could possibly, he's a free agent as well. You could bring him back we saw he did well as a third center. Maybe you do Patrick Patterson and Tony Bradley, or maybe Dwight Howard and Dwight Howard and Patrick Patterson. There's a couple of guys out there that wouldn't be bad as a stretch 5, or even if you want just a rebounding guy inside, Ed Davis on a minimum, or Nemanja Bjelica could be a guys that fit that stretch 5, even though they're more 4s, but they could play that stretch 5 role in limited minutes.
Yeah. See, my thing with Dwight is I like Dwight's energy. I mean, everybody knows he always get offensive fouls and technicals, but I liked his energy. I liked his rebounding effort. I think a lot of Dwight's issues that we saw and how it hindered the offense because Doc played Dwight, Matisse, and Ben together a lot. Mm-hmm. And I think with no shooting and just, the teams crowding the paint, I think it definitely hindered Dwight. It was refreshing to see a pick and roll and one of our centers actually going to get an alley-oop. I haven't seen that in years because we never had a guy like that besides Rashawn Holmes. So I'm just thinking I wouldn't mind Dwight back. To me, it would be, of course, as a lot of these moves are contingent upon Ben Simmons, staying or going. If he's still here at the beginning of the season, we can't have that. We got to have a stretch 5. But if we have a regular point guard who can shoot, I wouldn't mind Dwight back.
Fair enough. All right, so next up on the free agent list would be Gary Clark. He was sort of a late addition to the team, provided a little bit, I suppose, in spurts. Obviously, that decision is a lot less heavy than the one of Danny Green or Dwight Howard. But what are we saying? That maybe doesn't really matter if he comes back or not? No real value there, or?
I think he will stay. I think he was a late addition last year, and I think that was kind of a looking forward to this year move, and that it was very late in the season, and he does kind of bring something to the team. We didn't get to see a lot of him last year, but he's a guy who's played under Morey before. I think he spent time with the Rockets there, and again, can't hurt, wing position player and intriguing athlete, and I'm at the least I think he'll be around in the beginning, and it'll be cool to see what he can bring to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think we kind of threw, outside of Mike Scott, where I know it's all a consensus, yes, absolutely bring him back no matter the cost. Are there any free agents from other teams that you would be eyeing up at this point? Obviously, I know you've got the draft and a potential Ben thing, but is there anyone that's standing out that you'd like to see more and maybe go after this offseason?
Give Patty Mills as much money as we can possibly do. I mean, just absolutely unload everything for Patty Mills.
Yeah, I like that. If we can't resign Danny Green, I would like Reggie Bullock from the Knicks.
Yeah. Oh, great name. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Sean Rodman talked about Bielika, who I think would be a great fit too. And Mike Muscala was brought up. A lot of these names, again, a lot of it is contingent on the Ben Simmons situation when we're kind of fully rounding out the roster. But all those guys I think would be great fits.
Yeah, Nick Kershaw just said re-sign Tolliver as a locker room presence as a curveball. What are we thinking of that one?
So I say, so here's the thing. He's on it's either a non-guaranteed contract or a very lowly guaranteed contract. So the thing with Tolliver is that more than likely what's going to happen is that he's going to be used as kind of like a living trade exception. So it's going to be money that they're not necessarily going to – I think they're going to trade him before the offseason's over and use him in conjunction with something else to bring in something to Philadelphia. So worst case scenario, it's possible that they bring him back for the regular season, but I think that there's just better players and better mentors that you can get for the vet minimum.
Yeah, currently Tolliver's contract is non-guaranteed, but it becomes fully guaranteed on September 6th. So they have a deadline to move him potentially to get that trade exception.
We really have assembled a Sixers super team, haven't we? Just every angle of every player ever is now covered. It's amazing. On that note, I say it's time we go through and give Sean a run through the money again. Let's see if we can test him on a prospect. Let me get my little board up. What can you tell me about Neemias Quetta?
Okay,
I'm saying that
awesome
so
name.
bad, aren't I? I'm sorry.
I believe the big man, athletic big man. It's who I think you're talking about. The what's his name? Who do you play for?
Utah.
He's like
Donnie's coming in. I love it. Okay.
He's like a crazy athlete, rim protector, rim runner, very vertically impressive, and a guy that is worth a flyer on. There's a lot to his game that still needs to be developed, but I like him.
Nice with the ball and a shot blocker too.
Yeah.
Donnie, I saw a big smile on your face when I mentioned him. What do you think about him?
I was just laughing at the way you pronounce his name.
All right. Okay, so you know what? No, sorry, I can't hear Donnie anymore. Sorry. His mic's randomly muted, everyone. I can't hear.
So
Okay.
Charlotte got a little bit of a gift in one James Bouknight, who is now effectively replacing the Malik Monk role in the Charlotte Hornets roster. So that is great for Charlotte because he's definitely a talent they weren't expecting to have there. Also might mean that they might be willing to let Malik Monk go. And I think his value is low enough that the Sixers might possibly have a chance at a 1 year so he can kind of rebound his value. So that's something to watch going into free agency.
I would love Malik Monk. I
Me
really
too.
would. I actually liked him in college, and to be honest, that was the Fultz draft, right?
Yeah.
So before we traded for Fultz, we had 3, and I'm like, thinking back, I'm like, okay, we're thinking Tatum may go 2 or whatever the case may be. I'm like, well, we can't get Tatum. I think we could trade back and still be able to get Malik Monk, who would fit well, but history, we already saw what happened. But I like Malik Monk. And
he got a lot better from last year. 40% on 5 a game, 21 minutes. That's pretty good.
Charlotte's actually losing Devontae Graham as well. He's a restricted free agent. So now bringing in Bouknight, they may not even match an offer sheet for Devontae Graham. So he could be going somewhere else as well.
But I think he's going to command a lot of money though.
He will, but that's a possible sign and trade to watch.
Yeah. Every time I think of Malik Monk, I think about when somebody hit a game winner and he ran on the court and Michael Jordan smacked him in the back of the head on live television.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Right, guys, I've got a challenge. So PJ Schaff has mentioned in the chat, right, that the San Antonio Spurs official draft party that they're copying us basically.
Oh my gosh.
Has 101 viewers, right? Now earlier we had 40, we've got 28 right now. I reckon we can beat them. I reckon if we all go ham and spam this link everywhere for 5-10 minutes, I reckon we can get more concurrent viewers than the San Antonio Spurs, which would be the biggest. I mean, it's been a record-breaking day, right? For those that don't know, we today alone we had 80,000 website views, which is insane, and a lot of it came from Sixers coverage. We're red hot. I say, guys, if you're in this chat right now, we're going to put a tweet out on the PSN account. You can see the name of it on the side of the screen. If you can retweet it, that will be absolutely amazing. I reckon we can beat the San Antonio Spurs, or at least get close. And that would be a heck of a challenge. So I'm going to try and I'm going to go silent and tweet this out because I think we can beat him. That would just be the cherry on the cake, wouldn't it? I think.
Yeah.
Come watch. I can't even type anymore. But I think we can do it. I have 100% faith.
Yeah, I mean that is an attainable goal. So that is you kind of feel bad for San Antonio, but
yeah, I mean this is the thing. That's a full-on NBA team with like a budget and PR coordinators and talent. Like, not that kind of talent. I meant like, you know, like fully employed like presenters and stuff. It's what I meant. Just they've got talent. No, I think we can do him. I 100% think we can outperform this. So it's time to spam. Guys, I'm gonna tweet out on the PSN account now. If you can retweet it and share it about if you're enjoying it, give it a like. If you haven't liked it, likes help. That gets it through. I say we can outperform the San Antonio Spurs by the end of this draft at some point. That would be pretty good. The tweet's just gone up on the PSN account, so I'm going to go retweet it so it just comes up twice on my own profile. I think we can... We've just lost 2 viewers. Brilliant. I think we can...
Well, maybe they're going to retweet it. Maybe that's why.
As long as they're not going to San Antonio's stream, that's all that matters to me. But I think we can do it. Or if not, we can get damn close. Or be... What are their likes at? PJ, have you... No, don't put a link in the chat. That'd be bad. I want to find out how many likes I've got. While I'm doing that, I'm going to give a prospect, not to Sean Bernard this time. I'm going to put... I'm going to put Justin on the spot, because I don't think he's had one yet. That's the reaction. All right. Justin, what can you tell me about Herbert Jones?
I can't tell you anything.
That's all right, man. That's okay. No worries. That's all right. What about... I just don't see Sean smiling. Do you want to take it?
Yeah, I do like Herbert Jones a little bit. Alabama guy, very good defender, very versatile defender. He played off ball. He's offensively a lot of ways to go, but if you're looking for like a defensive glove kind of guy in the second round, he's your guy for that.
Yeah, I'm looking for that 3-point range to increase a little bit. I don't need him to hit it at a high percentage. I just need him to take a few more. But other than that, just a wall on the wing defensively, and that's what's nice about him.
All right, I've just heard. So Corey's come in and said he's here to help beat the San Antonio stream. There we go. Thank you for hanging out, my friend. We're now at 32 watching at the minute. We're getting there, boys. 35. We're rolling through. This is it. This is the shit hours we love to see. And hopefully we might even provide you some good content along the way as well. So, on that note, I'm going to toss this one to Donnie. Austin Reeves.
Oh, yeah.
Austin Reeves?
Let me see here. He's a shooting guard from Oklahoma.
Are you cheating there, Donnie? Are you cheating?
Yeah, I am.
At least he's an honest cheater.
He's an honest cheater. I mean, he's on strike 3 tonight for being sassy, though. I mean, he's... We've got Trey in as well. Guys, thank you so much for the support. We're on 37 of you back in. We're rallying the troops together. And again, if you can leave a like on the stream as well, that does help massively. The Sixers are getting closer to being on the clock right now. The NBA draft is on it. It's flying. It's doing its thing right now. Obviously, we've got 2 full rounds. The Sixers do have 3 picks. Ignore the typo on the image. I am aware I messed that one up. They do have pick 53 as well. But as of right now, the Spurs are on the clock at the moment. The Hornets have just drafted James Bouknight. I've said that wrong probably as well. So we're getting there. We're getting towards that mid-level range
now.
Wow.
Spurs just selected Josh Primo at 12.
Wow.
That is a lot earlier than he was projected to go.
I was going to say, wasn't he a target?
Isn't that really high?
Very.
That is really high. Tankathon had him in the second round.
Yeah, he was like a late first, early second guy. Wow.
Let me tell you, that is about as San Antonio a pick as you get.
Well, I'm not crazy about that.
Well, that's what they get for trying to ruin our draft night, all right? You know, they reach. That's what they get. We're rent-free in their head. They've gone, oh, my God, Philadelphia are going to, something's not going right. Let's just take the guy they want really early.
He's
Primo's, I
the
believe, also
youngest player.
Youngest,
Yeah.
yeah, youngest guy in the draft. He won't turn 19 till I believe it's December.
Yeah, he was the youngest guy in all of college basketball last year, and here he is. He didn't play a ton. He's a decent 3-point shooter. He was very much a complimentary player last year, but the potential's there, and I guess San Antonio is buying into that.
Hang on, I've just
did that.
noticed really, really quickly that throughout this draft, Sean has been posting draft profiles with video highlights and stats and scouting reports
He's
on every
working.
player that's been. He just doesn't stop. Like, he's been smiling, sat there like a
working.
model the whole time while doing this on Twitter. I don't understand it. It's crazy. He's just leveled up every year. It's unbelievable.
I'm trying, man.
Smashing it. Kemp said, "Do the boys know the USA scored? Is this soccer, Kemp? Are you on about? Is it the Olympics? Is it soccer? I'm not sure." Joseph C says, "Where do we
Gold Cup.
think?" What was that, Justin?
No, I'm saying they probably talking about the Gold Cup.
Yeah, that'll be the one. Oh, I forgot. What was it? Oh, I watched the Canada game the other day. It's the fact that no one asked, but there you go. That's on.
Yeah, they're playing Qatar right now. It was 0-0 at half. I haven't checked in a while though, so I have no idea.
It is 1-0 USA, baby.
Way!
Good to know.
Upper America. There we go. Look at that.
So here's a report from Woj, is that Indiana is thrilled at the idea that Chris Duarte is available at 13. So that looks like what will be the pick at 13. But what's really surprising is, Moses Moody's still available. And Alperen Sengun's still available. I thought Sengun screamed San Antonio Spurs. I don't know how he got past them. They love bigs. I really would have thought that they would have taken a shot if they could at the next potential Nikola Jokic, but probably just a lot of so Indiana officially picking Chris Duarte, which that also screws up Golden State's plans, and you're probably looking at Corey Kispert or Trey Murphy.
I also Keon Johnson's a name I like a lot too. Who I don't know if that's a fit for Golden State necessarily, but a ridiculous athlete. Has a ways to go as a shooter, but a guy that I just believe in his potential and just like the way he works and the effort that he brings on a nightly basis.
He fits the Kuminga draft philosophy, so it wouldn't be the most outlandish thing. But then, of course, Moses Moody's still on the board. Do they just go with Moses Moody and just get it over with?
What have we got? I've just noticed. So, I'm sorry, what are you saying?
I was going to say, even back to what Zach was saying with the Spurs, last few drafts feels like that they love these wings now. All of a sudden, you got Keldon Johnson, who's with Team USA, Lonnie Walker the fourth. You got Devin Vessel, and now, obviously, with their latest pick, and Primo.
They have far too many subpar wings, though, for their own good. That's the thing, is that San Antonio, they've been doing a good job of drafting good players. They don't have any very good or great. Well, all right, I'll call DeJounte Murray very good, but they don't have. I don't think they have anyone with great potential. I mean, Devin Vassell is the guy who I'm highest on his ceiling, but he has a long way to go before he gets there. When you look at Keldon Johnson, he looks, he's still very young. Obviously, he looks very limited. Lonnie Walker has an even lower ceiling. Derek White, they're looking to move on from. There's a lot of mediocrity almost among these players San Antonio's drafted, and it's just not working. They gotta switch it up because they're just finding themselves in limbo with this.
Definitely. So as we get ready to enter the heart of the first round, guys, if you're just joining us, thank you so much for tuning in our mission to upstage the San Antonio Spurs. 28 of you watching, we've got 26 likes on the stream. We'll see if we can push that up to 30 in the not so distant future. PJ, we did follow your podcast back as well. I'm assuming that was the account we followed. If not, some other random podcast has just got a PSN follow. If you're not following us on Twitter yet, at PhiladelphiaSN, just know that Daryl Morey is. So, I might just message him and just say, Dazza, my mate, who you picking tonight, fella? What's cracking? See what he says. What would you do if he just actually responded to that? I just said that, Dazza, what's up? And he just was.
maybe we can break the news before Woj Shams then.
Yeah.
Oh, imagine, yeah. Have a Liam bomb. But Toronto fumbled it in getting Scottie Barnes. Opinions on that take from Joseph C?
I like Scottie Barnes. He's like a very emotional leader. He does a lot of the little things. He can't shoot whatsoever. Like uh I like him more than I like his game, if that makes sense. Like I like what he brings to a team and the attitude, the effort, all of that. I think it was a mistake passing up on Suggs.
I think
agree.
Pascal Siakam has to be gone, one way or another after this pick, and I think that the Raptors are looking at a little bit more of a retool than they've let on before. So if they can find a way to swap Siakam for some kind of a lead guard, then I think that makes sense. But I don't see a pairing of Simmons and Barnes in the future is the only thing. But of course, Scottie Barnes and Ben Simmons don't necessarily have to stay on the Raptors together if something like that were to happen. So I wouldn't necessarily take them out of the Ben Simmons sweepstakes, but I would say that the fact that they went Barnes over Suggs hurts it ever so slightly because Barnes' ability is reminiscent of Simmons, I'll say.
I mean, I agree with Sean, too. I think Jalen Suggs should have been the pick. He's more star potential, at least in that regard. I don't know if he'll get there like some of the other guys at the top of the draft, like Jalen Green and Cade Cunningham and Mobley, but I think Barnes fits them perfectly. If you think about it, especially defensively, they want to switch everything just like Golden State, and they'll do that with the long athletic athletes that they have. And really now only their two smallest guys are going to be, you got Fred VanVleet, and then if they either re-sign Gary Trent, since he's, I believe, a restricted free agent, or match an offer sheet, they'll be a little longer now if they lose Lowry. And I'm sure that their front office is loving the size that Scottie Barnes is going to bring, and they move the ball really well as a team, and he's a great passer for his size as well.
There we go. Some more scout reports there, and I'm sure that's going to lead us very soon to some more PSN trivia. Do you know what? I haven't gone to Zach yet with a prospect. Maybe I'll change that. Maybe I'll shake it up, and I will give him. I've got to scroll down quite far because What can you tell me, Zach, about? Let's go with Joe Wieskamp.
Joe, yeah, I'll be honest. I've never heard of.
Have I mispronounced the name? Because I feel like that's no.
I think you're good on that one.
Say, was he one of the Iowa guys?
Yes.
Yeah, shooter.
I feel like I read about him. I was looking over Luka Garza, and I want to say I saw something about him. I don't know much about him. Knowing Iowa, I imagine that he is a solid defender and he can shoot from three a little bit. But that's all I could probably tell you about him, and that's a great guess.
Not that solid of a defender. But he's pretty much purely a shooter. He's a little bit cut from the Duncan Robinson cut of mold, and kind of that he moves very, very well off the ball, catch and shoot guy. He's a guy that second round, like a low risk, kind of not high reward, but just a clean fitting NBA kind of guy. So athletically, he's very limited. Defensively, he's very limited, but he's a good kind of come off the bench and shoot guy.
Moses Moody to the Warriors at 14.
Yikes for the league.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I've heard of Mooney, which is bad because that means he might be good, which means the Warriors have him, which means that's also bad, right? That's the correlation I'm drawing here.
Yeah, that's somebody who can, potentially in a small role contribute now, and will definitely contribute later. So that is a little problematic. But now the big question is, what does Washington do? And you have to wonder if this says anything about how they feel about Bradley Beal, based on who they pick with this next pick. At 15, if they go for a Corey Kispert, unfortunately, I feel like that screams Beal's going to stay. And of course, he can change that whenever he feels like, just by demanding a trade. But that'll certainly show that their strategy is keeping it. Now, conversely, if they go for a guy like Jalen Johnson out of Duke, I think that's something where you might be looking a little bit closer towards, we're considering a rebuild.
Zach Labasso, our union writer, is shining. It says, "Where is this Simmons trade, lads? The Gold Cup is boring me, and I need some excitement." We're waiting as well. I mean, look, I've even clickbaited the title, and so I'm going to get shouted at, and it's not good. So if they could trade Ben Simmons, that would be lovely. But Cardiac Kip says, "Please, Ben Simmons' bitch ass ain't going nowhere, which, for the time being, he might kind of be onto something there. But are we feeling, I mean, all right, here's a weird hypothetical, because I guess, the grass is always greener and stuff, but had that Westbrook trade not happened earlier today, would the move for Simmons be a lot more likely?
I think less likely, to be honest. I think there was no way. Ultimately, this only comes down to what his relationship with the organization and whether he wants out or doesn't want out. And no matter what the smoke signals they send up, whoever knows what the real story is there is what's going to happen. But Westbrook and Simmons could not exist on the same court. There are too many similar weaknesses with that. So him being out of there makes me think Washington could talk themselves into a deal there. But in the end, I don't think it's a major impact either way.
Okay, no, that's good to know. I was wondering if it would play a direct factor, I suppose, just because Washington were reportedly in talks to begin with. Nick says, I think Simmons could be traded in between the 28th and 50th pick. So that's what, after... it's the Sixers first pick.
Basically early second round.
Yeah.
I mean, it's possible, but that's going to be a very player-heavy or future pick-heavy deal if that is the case. There's a slight possibility that they could select at 28, and we don't hear about a deal until, say, 32, 35. But typically around 26, 27, that Philadelphia is getting close to, or whatever the team would be in the deal would be getting close to sending off a trade.
Well,
but
I know the Sixers have done that once before, where they select the player and then trade them, and which was just a couple years ago with Mikal Bridges, and then getting Zaire Smith in that 2021 first from the Heat. But
not do that.
We're not going to dive too much into that. That was a different regime. I don't want to bring up too many bad memories.
I would also hope that, considering that Ben Simmons would be involved in that trade package, if you're going to do that and that's how you bring in Terrence Ross or something like that, that's one thing. But hopefully we'll know a little bit more about a Ben Simmons deal before it's too late or something like that. But if it doesn't happen, honestly, I kind of feel like we're hitting a point where it just might not happen tonight, is my honest opinion. Just because of how late it is, though you're not going to know until around 28 for sure.
Yeah.
You got to see who's available there, because that could make a world of difference, honestly.
Yeah, PJ says USA through to the finals in the Gold Cup, if anyone cares. Upper USA, there we go. Christian Pulisic, Philadelphia Wonder Kid. We love to see it. And Nick says, does Liam Jenkins like Ben Simmons? Yeah.
Corey Kispert to the Washington Wizards, by the way.
Yikes.
Yeah, not good for a Beal trade.
Now you guys got to see what they do at 22 as well, since they just got that pick from the Lakers.
I read something earlier about Davis Bertans being available for trade too, so maybe they're looking for a replacement for him.
Yeah, he is a pretty clean.
Possible.
Yeah, he's a pretty clean Bertans replacement. They have a lot of similarities in that. They're very pretty much cut from the same mold.
Yeah, so do I like Simmons? I mean, as a person, I think he's very murky to work out. You don't really know. He doesn't reveal too much. He's quite stern with everything, and even in presses and stuff, he's very tight with what he says. It's all very deadpan and the same mood and monotone. And I think part of that was probably molded by. There are so many takes about it where it's because the way he's been coddled into the league and he's surrounded by LeBron and all this sort of stuff. I remember when I met him at London, and I did the Sixers London game, and talking to him then, I just felt really different about him, because he actually opened up a little bit and spoke about the relationship with LeBron. But having seen just 3 or 4 years since then, with no development in terms of shooting, and it's the excuses just run out one by one by one by one by one. So in premise, it's so simple for someone to go, just shoot, not hard, which is the most Twitter-worthy response ever, but it's also quite a valid one. And I feel at this point where if you're a player that could be arguably generationally talented if he gets it all together, and did have that much hype around him coming out of the draft, and hasn't got it this far in, it's it's a personal thing, and I don't like that. But I think when he's on, and I like the player he can be. I don't like the complacency element of it. And I think a lot of people draw comparisons to the stuff outside the court with like the Jenners and now Maya Jama. I didn't see him in London. I did go looking. Couldn't see him anywhere. Unfortunately, he wasn't shopping for knockoff, postcards of Buckingham Palace when I was looking for him. But yeah, I don't know. Like, you can argue if it's just the money and the lifestyle, maybe it's hurt, but that's a different debate. I like the player he can be. I'm not sure about the personality because it's not obvious. Like, you look at someone like Steph Curry, he's a likable guy. Even Giannis, like, is a likable person. LeBron, you know what he is. And I think most of the superstars in the league you can say that for, like, the type of character. Like, even a Draymond Green, like, you know what he is and he's got a trait about him. Like, Ben Simmons doesn't have a personality trait, I don't think. And that's what I think ruins the likability aspect for it, because it's not relatable. Like, people can't. I don't know. I might be off on a bit of a weird tangent here, but I just don't think from what I've seen there's something about a person outside of a grunt emoji on Instagram that stands out as Ben's this kind of guy. Like, it's like you look at someone like Matisse, or you look at Tyrese Maxey, or you even look at Dwight Howard, or literally any other player on the team, and you can say something about them as a person. I don't think you can with Ben, from my perspective, and that, I think, might be why fans struggle to relate to him and are a little bit harder on him. But I don't know if that's good. Yeah, what do you guys think of that? Is that Liam's lack of caffeine and it being 2 a.m. my time?
I mean,
No.
I don't think you're not totally incorrect, Grant. Like, I don't like to talk against players because I don't know them personally. But
yeah, sure.
From the public view, he does seem a little dry. Doesn't come out of his shell a lot. I don't know if he does that behind the scenes, but I would agree with you in that regard that he does seem, he's not very what's the word I'm looking for? He's not very outgoing, I guess you could say. He's very personal and to himself.
Yeah, and I think that it's just it's a strange thing, and it's like you obviously can't talk about too much because we don't know what he's like behind the scenes and what he's like with his teammates and that sort of thing. And the only glimpses we get are on Danny Green podcasts and things, and that's where I think it's almost like if he was running around like Matisse and making loads of, I'm not saying making loads of vlogs, but just being this happy, smiley, chirpy, just out. Look, Joel Embiid, who is so enriched in the culture. If you saw something like the Danny Green podcast, but whatever, like, it doesn't really matter. We know what Joel is. Like, it's what one of the page doesn't matter. But if the only thing you've got of Ben Simmons' personality to go off is a negative thing from his own teammate, you're naturally going to end up, jumping to conclusions because that's all you've got to jump to almost.
And
yeah, and real quick to jump in, quick shout out to the NBA for what they're doing right here. They're doing a nice little memorial for Terrence Clark, who very much would have been a guy that would have been walking across the stage as a draft pick tonight, but unfortunately passed away in a car accident. So very nice what they're doing for the family and having this moment.
So I don't have the stream up, but I wish I did. That's nice.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually exactly what I was going to say, but
me and Sean on the same page tonight.
Yeah, it's just not just the names.
I know John Calipari even tweeted earlier today saying something along the lines that today he was thinking about him and he thinks about him every day, that who his former college coach is, that he deserves this and his family deserves this, and that he wish this could have been a special night because apparently he used to always light up a room according to Coach Cal.
That sucks, man. Yeah, fair play to the NBA. That's really, really cool to see. But yeah, as we wait to move on for the next few picks, I'm going to toss a name to... I'm going to go to Sean Rodman. I think I've given him one yet. And I feel like the way that Sean and Sean have been in sync tonight, I mean, both got the same name. Both are nicknames from the chat within 2 minutes of even being on the stream. Both seem to be in sync information-wise. What can you tell me about JT Thor?
JT Thor. I don't know a ton about him at all. I know I've watched a little bit on him, but so I don't want to speak against him just because I don't know too much about him. But I know he's projected mainly in the early second round. He's more of a longer wing, but I can't speak to the knowledge of Sean Bernard.
JT Thor is one of my guys in the second round. I will say he's not by any means like a win now guy. He's for sure a guy you're buying in for the long run. But he's like 6'9". He's got a lefty stroke. He reminds me a little bit of Rodney Hood, but he's got more athleticism to him, and kind of it's still like the Kevin Durant kind of shiftiness at that height, and he's not at all what you're expecting with when you look at him. He runs the floor very well, but I think the way he will develop, he'll be kind of a shot creating wing at some extreme size, and he kind of is like for sure a draft and develop guy, and very young from Auburn, but I like him a lot, and he's a guy definitely should serve some G League time, but I think could be in the long run an NBA guy.
What's crazy about him is that he's about like 6'9", but he has like a 7'3" wingspan.
He looks long, yeah.
Yeah, which he's not a good defender yet. So, kind of keeping in line with the long-term project, you think that there's some hope, with that kind of a wingspan that he can turn into a better defender over time.
You say that. I mean, I relate to him a lot, not being that tall. Well, I'm like 6'3", but, the 38-inch vertical just, just comes up occasionally. But it's just running around with gangly arms, doesn't, they're like drag across the floor when I walk down the street.
Oklahoma City is trading the 16th pick. I am very surprised at that. I could have sworn that they were going to take Segun with that to Houston.
To Houston.
They've already got two, haven't they?
Yeah, so I wonder if this is 23 and 24.
Oh, they're getting 23 and 24, you said?
Well, I'm curious if they are, or one of them in a future pick.
Well, isn't Houston pretty tied up with picks right now later on? Or are they now able to get some after they trade Harden, so I guess they have now future picks as well.
Yeah, after that. But I wouldn't trade one of the Brooklyn picks if I were Houston, because that's your bank. I mean, that could be some money. You're talking about picks that could be as influential as, the last time Brooklyn traded future unprotected picks. And Rockets are taking Sengun at 16. Wow.
I like that pick from the Rockets perspective.
I keep thinking you're saying Zigzagoon, like the Pokemon. for anyone that played the Pokemon. Every time he says it, I just get the image of the little dog thing in my head, and it's really annoying. Sorry.
Yeah, I like that pick from the Rockets perspective, though. Definitely a long-term guy. The Rockets are not in a real rush to get good. They kind of are developing their core. But he's a guy who was at the Turkish League MVP last year, and he's a little bit slow, it'll be interesting. He's a weird kind of player, weird fit-wise. He's kind of grab and go forward, get rebounds, runs the break, but he's a guy that everyone around him seems to rave about his talent and talk about, he was getting Luka comparisons earlier today for his readiness to come into the league, and that's high praise, and we'll see if that actually turns out, but not a bad shout for the Rockets.
Two comparisons are Luka Doncic and Nikola Jokic. That's pretty high company. So that's
definitely.
You really got someone good over in Houston. So, the question that I'm now wondering is, do you look to pilfer Houston for, say, a Christian Wood, if at all possible, for Philadelphia? Is that somebody who you look at as someone who, maybe can, without having to give up Simmons, can extend the ceiling of what this team can be?
I guess Christian would.
Okay.
Anyone for serious analysis on that, please feel free to jump in and override that pun.
Right now, I don't know if he would fit very well. Obviously his shooting and stretch ability would fit well with the Sixers, but I don't know if it would be able to work just money-wise and just getting him minutes as well. But right now I do like what the Rockets are doing. They right now the Rockets are looking very good with Jalen Green as well at the top of the draft, and obviously not sure what the trade is at the moment, but they got two guys that are building for the future, and they also have a young guy in Christian Wood as well.
Oh, it was the way you smiled when you said the word wood, and I just lost it for 10 seconds. We've had a few messages in the chat. So PJ says, does Liam have a college basketball team? No, if you want to give me one, I'll feel free to check them out. I only ever watch March Madness because I'm a gambling... I'm a gambler, for lack of a better term. So I love a bit of March Madness. And yeah, for a college football team, I kind of follow Texas A&M purely because I was a big Johnny Manziel guy at college. That was what got me into college football. So I stuck with that. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's weird. But college should be, I suppose, an area where you went to college or family or friends and stuff. So being in England, I don't have that relatability, so I kind of haven't found my true calling yet. So if you've got a college basketball team for me to follow, do let me know. And then Shaw says, "Oh shit, Liam's on here. Glad I tuned in. I'm glad you're here as well, Shaw. Thank you for hopping in, man." He said, "Excuse me, I would get rid of Simmons for an extra large cheesesteak with extra mayo and a grape soda." I've not heard of mayo being used on a cheesesteak before.
Liam tracked his location, and so we can call the cops on him.
That's flag on the play for that one.
I mean, I got shouted at for saying whiz and whiz out.
I put
not
mayo on
understanding
the
what that
cheesesteak.
Justin, you put mayo on a cheesesteak?
I do.
Wow.
All right, and
That's
Liam,
the way,
that's
the way I was brought up.
So Donnie and Justin both fired tonight. Brilliant, love that.
He's been sending 2 future first-round picks. It has to be their own for 16. That's shocking.
I believe the Rockets do have next year. They have the Detroit 7. If it's top 16 protected, so it could be 17 through 30.
Yeah,
and then after that, I'm not sure where their next pick would be, if it's their own or where it would be going, just because they have so many different protections on picks with Brooklyn and their own picks heading to OKC as well.
Yeah, so they have the Brooklyn. I think it's whatever's better, Brooklyn or Miami in 2022. 2022 for Detroit, 1 through 16, like you said. They do have a first from Milwaukee in 2023 and a Washington pick 2023 lottery protected. So you could potentially be looking at that Milwaukee pick being involved. I think that's one that makes a lot of sense to send out in this deal. And honestly, even next year's Brooklyn/Miami pick, that's probably not going to be that great either. So it could be a combination of those 2 picks that they're sending to Oklahoma City. So depending on what, it could be a good deal for both sides.
The 2 future first-round picks are from Detroit and Washington.
Detroit and Washington?
Yeah.
All right. That's a pretty good haul if you're Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
What year is the Washington one? Do we know?
2024.
2035.
Okay.
The way this after earlier escapade.
There you go. I just had it up. 2024, I'm pretty sure.
2024.
2023 is actually it.
Okay.
Shaw says, "I'm in Delaware, come see me." And I'm not sure if he means in a lovely, wholesome way or he might attack me kind of way. So
Is that the mayo cheesesteak guy?
that is the mayo
Yeah, it
cheesesteak
is.
guy.
That
See, the thing is,
is
I love mayo, but I mean, do you know what? I would go one further and say, if you can get garlic
I'll
mayo
take
on a
garlic
cheesesteak,
mayo on a cheesesteak.
mate, I would devour. I just know that would bang. Like, I know that would be the nicest thing you ever taste in your life. Does Liam Jenkins play Pokemon Go? No, I did, and I forgot. Like, 'cause it logs in like a Google account, and I forgot it, and I lost everything, and I rage quit and never played it again because I couldn't remember the password. So I was just like, nah. Like a few years back, I just sat that off. So I've not played it since, unfortunately. But he's from Delco. It's never. Hey, no, is Eric from Delco? Our
Is
writer,
who?
Eric. Eric Reese, our Eric.
No, I don't think he's from Delco. But Matt's from Delco, I'm pretty sure.
Oh.
Stinger.
Is he? Oh, of course he is. Well, it's in his handle, isn't it? Yeah. The Delco dope. There we are. So maybe Matt can have a lovely cheesesteak meet up with him. All right, I say we throw another prospect at someone. I should be keeping a spreadsheet of scores. We're giving a prize to the winner. I'll put Justin on the spot again. I reckon, because it's not been. He looks so excited about it every time I bring it up, just purely for that. All right, Justin. I'll go a bit easier. I'll try and find a name a bit higher, and help you out a bit. Jaden Springer.
Yeah, I mean, I know he's from Tennessee.
That'll do for me.
Yeah, Tennessee. Can't remember if he was a guard or not. But I know he was. Pretty high on draft boards in the beginning. Well, not pretty high, but maybe like the teens, and then he kind of fell into the 20s. I know it was big with him, and I guess it was Keon Johnson is his team. I know those two definitely were a big part of their team last year, but as far as his stats and stuff, I do not know.
That's all right.
Yeah,
don't worry.
Yeah, you killed that though. That was all spot on. Jaden Springer was him and Keon Johnson were the backcourt for Tennessee. Springer was the more highly ranked going into this year, and then Johnson kind of outperformed him. I'm surprised Johnson's still on the board in the draft here, but he should be in the next couple picks. I'm surprised he isn't off already. But Springer's going to be kind of
both of them is that they just don't shoot. Neither of them have any volume. Both shot less than 2 threes, and not that well. So Johnson didn't shoot well, and he didn't shoot a lot. And Springer shot well, but he barely shot either. I mean, Johnson, I could see him possibly being taken. You know what? We're at 16 right now, maybe at 18 for the next OKC pick. But I mean, I don't think that's the kind of guy that New Orleans is going to be interested in. They're looking. You know, if they keep this pick, they're looking more kind of win now. So I think somebody like a Trey Murphy makes a lot of sense for New Orleans. And otherwise, you're looking at maybe the Knicks, OKC, or a trade. But Johnson and Springer will be good players. You just got to be patient with them is the only thing.
Love it. All right. Donnie.
Yep.
How are you feeling?
Feeling good.
What could you tell me about Quentin Grimes?
Boy.
Got my notes here. He's a 6'5" shooting guard with a 6'8" wingspan. He went to Houston, and he's 21 years old. He's an impactful perimeter defender, a skilled shooter, but he doesn't get to the line often. And he's an above-average rebounder for the position. And last year, he was named the Conference Player of the Year, and he spent his freshman season at Kansas before transferring to Houston.
He's also a winner, Donnie. That's what you're missing. He's a winner, and that's why the Sixers drafted him.
I'm impressed how quickly you pulled that up. Right, okay, here's a question that will make it 10.
Pelicans select Trey Murphy.
Okay. So were those, are they your notes or are they on a...
Yeah, I made some notes.
Oh, they're your notes! Alright, now I'm impressed. Alright, now you've got me. Because you found that very quick. Alright, you've won me back from this ass earlier. Alright, let's give one to...
The question is, Donnie, what do you put on a cheesesteak?
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to know, because I like mayo, too.
Wow. All right. Donnie is also fired again. Okay.
wow.
Should we just have like a live tweet of like PSN transactions, like fired Donnie Shay, hired Donnie Shay, fired Donnie Shay, just real quick.
Roller coaster.
All right, Sean Rodman. I know you're a little bit deeper on the prospects now. I'm gonna go Johan Bergerin.
I don't know much about him at all. I'm gonna pass on this one.
So all right. Now I saw Donnie and Zach get excited. I'll toss it to Zach just because I know we haven't given him one yet.
Yeah, he's another international prospect. He's somebody who you're banking on the youth there. You're banking on the upside. It's not someone who I would necessarily see Philadelphia taking because he's not going to fall down to 50 or 53. I think he's probably going to go more. I would probably peg him as early 40s, but he again is young. He's not even 19 yet. He's somebody who I think hopefully he's a little undersized for this, but can turn into potentially an Evan Fournier type down the line. But he's somebody who has good upside just because he's played professionally and he's so young. Those are his biggest selling points. He doesn't particularly do one thing great. But he has that age on his side, so that's somebody to watch down the road. Not necessarily someone for the Sixers, though.
Isn't he a little bit more explosive though than Fournier? He's I don't know, able to get to the rim, a little bit more bounce than Fournier.
Well, yeah, but that's not saying a lot necessarily. I mean, so he definitely is, but I would say probably somewhere between. A Fournier and a Killian Hayes when you talk about explosiveness.
Okay.
To keep it fresh, anyway.
See, I'm intrigued now because I didn't realise that Donnie also had notes that he made him. So now I want to test those waters and see how deep the rabbit hole goes. So I'm gonna toss out AJ Lawson.
Oh, I don't have notes on him actually. I have 45 players, but not him.
Oh, see, well, he's number 50 on this board.
You're going deep in the well with AJ Lawson there.
I've just got a massive
Carolina,
board.
Right?
I've just found a huge board full of random names, and we've had guys. I mean, all right, there's one here, Rokas Jokabaitis. which sounds like a chest infection.
Gingivitis? What?
It sounds like some sort of infection. Rocus jocobitis.
Yeah, I don't know him.
No, I think scroll
I
back
have a
up.
little on him.
You've got notes on him.
A little bit. I have that he's a poor defender, an average shooter.
Great,
and
love it. Get him over here.
Doesn't shoot threes or free throws frequently.
Perfect
Done.
fit.
Let's do it.
Perfect
Sounds like a
fit.
stud, yeah.
All right, I'm in. Do you know what? I've now got an emotional attachment for so many reasons to what's he called? Rocas jocobitis. I'm Barney's. Wherever he goes, I'm Barney's jersey, and I beg it's the Sixers. Just
I believe,
please.
If he's the guy I'm thinking of, I believe he's kind of a draft and stash guy, so he's not expected to actually come over for a couple more years. But
Yeah.
I mean,
Sounds
that would
like
fit.
you may have to get a jersey from overseas.
That's
Yeah.
fine. That's the little
Yeah, you got a
hipster thing,
Lithuania
right?
jersey.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, I love that guy already. That's my new favorite thing. Okay, I'm as soon as I hope he gets drafted. I'm gonna follow him on Twitter. Hang on, send him a nice DM. Say good luck tonight, Rocus. Sorry, Rocas.
Roku.
Roku. I was thinking of him. Yeah. Rocas Jock. There he is. Does he have a Twitter? I don't think he has one. Stays away from the rat poison. My kind of player, you know, doesn't want all that hype. He's not gonna post Lambos. He wants to grind. That's what I say about Roku. He's a big baller. I love it. Oh, okay, right. Where are we at with the draft? What's the latest?
Yeah, so Trey Murphy was, most recently went to the New Orleans Pelicans. That's a win now kind of a draft right there. You know, he's someone who, I mean, you talk about a shooter. That's Trey Murphy. So that's somebody who I think is going to fit along brilliantly next to Zion and I guess whomever else. Because I don't even know if they're going to keep Ingram. You know, but he can fit alongside Ingram too, which is, you know, is great. They both actually have pretty good size. They're a little on the slimmer side, though Murphy's a little bit bigger. But, I mean, this is someone who I'm not going to say he's going to be as good as Ingram because I don't think he can be. But he's someone who makes it more palatable to move on from Ingram in search of a bigger star.
yeah, I see a little bit different role than like a Ingram. I see more of kind of a Mikal Bridges kind of shades to him. I think his defense is going to kind of be what his calling card is in the NBA. But he was my guy who would have been my number one choice for the Sixers. I'm not shocked that he isn't there when they're picking. But he's extremely versatile defensively. He's a very switchable guy. He's like 6'9", 6'10", with quick feet, can stay with guys laterally, and I think that's a great pick by the Pelicans.
He's not, as to be clear, as good a defender as Bridges, though. You know, he may be versatile in similar ways, but I think Bridges is, I would think that would be huge if he could get his defensive ceiling anywhere near Bridges. But when you're talking about the length, when you're talking about the 3-and-D potential, absolutely spot on. That's someone who, can fill that starting small forward position for the Pelicans going forward, which is what would make Ingram available to move for, say, a Damian Lillard deal. If you were to package Ingram and all your many draft picks to bring in a point guard instead, or say they target Kyle Lowry and you want to go for a Bradley Beal when he becomes available, you're going to need to give up a young player and picks. So it just might make more sense to have Murphy on the wing and whatever player you can get for Ingram than having Ingram and Murphy on your bench, for instance.
Yeah, Astro204 says, where are you guys watching this? I think it's on ESPN in the States, right?
ESPN and ABC.
Gotcha. Yeah, for me, I'm not watching it because, I mean, my lack of knowledge is immeasurable. So I'm just here to provide poor puns and let the rest of the guys flex their muscles. Because
I'm just following the tweets because they come in before the picks anyway. So it's just
I used to hate that with the
NFL
NFL
little more
draft.
time efficient.
Yeah, it's so annoying. It's like, why even have the draft? Just have it on Twitter at that point. You just have, like, guys tweeting every pick.
Yeah, you just have Woj and Sham sit across from each other and just keep reporting the picks and just do
Just
it.
race it. Just make
Exactly.
it a race.
Wasn't
Whoever gets it first.
Wasn't
make it
it one
interesting and
year
put
the
it on TV.
NBA told them not to tweet out picks, and from one year they didn't do it, and then the following year I think they came back.
The one year they told them not to do it, and then they weren't actually saying it. They were like they're honing in or they're targeting this guy,
Yeah,
and they're just using different adjectives to
Yeah.
Which, to be
describe.
fair, they're even still doing a little bit. So I think there's like a tiny bit of that left of,
Yeah,
Golden
Woj
State
does that.
prefers Bob, Moses Moody, but yeah, I think it's more exciting to actually have it, just silence your phone if you're going to watch the draft and you don't want to be interrupted. It's not that hard.
I mean,
Yeah.
why don't we put them both? There should be a separate channel. You can watch the draft on ESPN or ABC, but put it on ESPN2 or something. Have both of them on, and just the cameras see the behind the scenes of them just trying to get the picks out.
It's
They
just
can
a million
shout
monitors.
it out.
You start
shout
the
it
clock
out at
after
the TV
each
to see what
pick,
comes
and you
after.
have them both go on a timed clock, and you have Joey Chestnut see how many hot dogs he can eat while they're doing that. And it'd be a great show. I think it'd be fantastic.
Joey Chestnut. That'd be a long night for him.
Just no mayo on the hot dogs though, because otherwise that's going to lead to a very different.
Yeah, no mayo on the hot dogs. Let's not even discuss that because I don't want to fire anyone again. Okay, so
No, that's a no-go.
See, I've never tried it, but I thought about it just then. I was like,
No.
the meme with the woman. Like,
I was up in the cabin. I was just on vacation with my family, and we had hot dogs, and someone bought hot dogs. They didn't think to buy mustard, and I was like, "What the hell?" Literally, the only thing that we had was someone had a bottle of Chick-fil-A sauce. So I'm like, "Well, I'm not just eating a plain hot dog." And I tried it, and it was the worst decision of my life because I was like, part of this is mustard, so this can be okay, and it was not okay. It was, yeah.
And Trey Mann off the board to OKC, which is another potential Sixers target.
And that is a weird pick. Like I don't even like that fit in OKC. I like Trey Mann, but I don't like that fit in OKC.
No, I don't. Oh man, that's I definitely want him for the Sixers.
I was going to say that's one name I've seen crop up quite a few times over the past couple of weeks.
So I wonder if that means that they like Josh Giddey more as a point forward in that case than an actual point guard, because now you're talking about Josh Giddey, Shea, and Trey Mann, who are all just essentially plus size point guards.
Yeah.
And Shea you can play at the 2, but what you're saying?
To be fair, Mann is more of a scorer too. Like I think he's 6'5", so he's not like super undersized, and he's a guy who scores to set up his passing versus vice versa. So like the pairing between all of them, I don't mind as much as like my initial reaction, I guess.
Yeah, well, the thing too is I mean, what are you essentially going to do? Are you going to let Giddey defensively be a forward, but offensively he's going to run the offense? Because Shea and Mann both have abilities to facilitate a little bit, but neither of them are traditional point guards in that sense, and there's not going to be a ton of pick and roll action going on really with either of them. Shea, there will be more so than Trey Mann, but do you just let Giddey essentially, well, obviously you let Shea look for his pick, but the Knicks are trading 19 for Charlotte. Okay. Yeah, so I mean it's possible, and it's OKC, so you have time to figure it out. But it's not. I don't know. There's other names that I would have gone for, but who do we think that the Charlotte Hornets are looking to get at 19 now? There's some notable names on the board. We mentioned both guys from Tennessee. Jalen Johnson is a long-term project who they might be able to look for. Not really any.
Kai Jones, is that his name?
Kai Jones makes a lot of sense. They need a big man in a bad way.
That would be some LaMelo lobs to Kai Jones would be electric too.
That'd be beautiful. And I imagine that, and if they do find a way to sign Jared Allen too, you're talking about Kai Jones. That's what just came out.
There we go. Spoken into existence.
Exactly.
Justin got that one straight up. Look at that. Straight through.
Yeah, that's a good. That's
the
a
only
good
reason I thought about it is because of Melo and just trying to build that fast-paced type of style that they want to play.
Yeah. And he's an okay shooter. I mean, if everything goes well, he can be. I'm not going to say he's going to be Miles Turner, but that's like the profile that you're essentially looking at. You're looking at a high defensive upside, athletic, can shoot a bit from the outside. That's something that really fits well in Charlotte. So I think that's a great pick for them.
Love to see it. We've got a raging discussion, really. Oh, sorry, Sean. What are you going to say?
I was going to say I agree. The only knock on him with his shooting abilities, he only took I think it was 33 attempts, 30 around the low 30s in attempts. But he shot at a high rate. He was close to 40%.
I mean, he's a big man in college. Like that's the thing is that once you transition to the NBA too, that in a sense you have so much more freedom to be able and work on that more. Like Karl Anthony Towns, for instance, no one. If you just looked at his college stats and then just looked at who he is now, it's a completely different type of player. Obviously he got better, but it's a completely different type of player too, because you really just don't. The college game is so much more traditional. You don't have big men, bruising big men anyway, who are outside of the perimeter that often. So it's something where I think that he can maybe be around a 35% 3-point shooter on maybe 3 a game, and I think that's going to be enough.
He has a little like shot creation ability too. Like he will put the ball on the floor, dribble, has a little bit of handle, which is super intriguing, and a guy super raw, super untouched, and I think it's a good fit for him.
Tell you what, we've got a raging discussion about hot dogs in the chat now. So Jesse Montanez apparently used to actually be a hot dog vendor where it recommended Chinese duck sauce. And then said boil water using bouillon cubes, beef, hot dogs, use Spanish season, you'll love it. Half of those words went straight over my head. I'm very uncultured when it comes to food. Like,
bro, I poke them with a fork and I put them in the frying pan. Like I don't have time to be boiling them in bouillon cubes. Like I'm having hot dogs. Like this. If I have any extra time, I'll dice an onion. Like that's what I do with my extra time when I'm making a hot dog. That's like, but I mean It sounds delicious, and if you ever want to make it for me, I'll gladly eat it. But that's not necessarily something that I'm going to be looking to do when I'm just looking for lunch on a Thursday.
Is it what? So is a bouillon? Is it like a stock cube then?
Yeah, it's exactly what it is.
Oh, nice. Okay, yeah, we have those. I've never heard the word bouillon before though. That sounds
the best hot dog I ever had was actually made out of venison meat, and there was like little peppers and cheese inside.
Venison makes anything better.
It was the best hot dog I've ever had, hands down.
That's right. Did you just say medicine? Because I thought you both just said medicine.
Venison, like deer.
Oh,
deer. Yeah.
Oh, right, like oh, right, yeah. I think I'd probably call it. Is it like with a Z, like
no
Venezin, like Venetian?
No. I don't know how you spell it.
No, it is not.
No, okay, good. It's going great. I love this. Okay, we'll move on from because I don't know what that word is. Hang on, wait, what kind of meat is it? Like, I'm assuming it's a sausage.
Deer.
It's deer.
It's deer.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Yeah. I promise I didn't set that up on purpose. I know that's believable, but I didn't. This act just looks so disappointing.
Because I know you heard it the first time when we said deer, and you just set up.
No, I genuinely didn't. I had no idea. I'm just walking into him now. Just walking in. Oh, that was good. Okay. I just, sometimes you eat it with antler fork caveman stuff. All right, someone's just trying to wind me up now. Antler forks. I'm not happy. Okay, we're going to leave deer meat for now before it all gets very off topic again. I say we go with another prospect. We'll toss it back to Sean Bernard because I know we haven't given him one in a little while. Charles Bassey.
Oh, good one.
Yeah, I think Zach's excited about this guy. He's a big man. One of like a late, I think he'd probably be an early second-round pick. He's intriguing. Not a guy that's super on my list, but a big man that can shoot a little bit, plays a little bit. And Zach, you got more on him?
I do, but real quick, I want to say that it looks like the Atlanta Hawks are taking Jalen Johnson out of Duke with the 20th pick. More on that in a second, but Charles Bassey is someone who basically, what we talked about, he's not exactly the type of center that we said that we were looking for to back up Embiid, kind of like what Sean was saying. But he reminds me a little bit of Dwayne Dedmon, but he's a lot more athletic is the thing. So he's someone who's going to be able to pull down rebounds, no problem at all. You hope that he can stretch the floor a little bit at the next level because he took a fair amount of shots comparatively from three than what you would have expected. He earlier in his career because he's been around for a little bit. Or I've been watching him for a little bit, I should say, because I was hoping that he was going to come out last year and the Sixers would have a shot at him. But he ended up, I want to say he tore his ACL or he suffered some major injury. But very athletic, somebody who can pull down rebounds in bunches, block shots. And it's all you need. Rebound, run the floor, block shots, and shoot the three. What more can you ask for? I mean, his ceiling's not the highest, but if you're going to tell me that's my backup center, I'm all for it.
Okay, very good. Very, very good. It did say he apparently made an impressive return from a serious knee injury. Is that concerning at all?
Well, I mean, not at 50 or 53.
What years old?
No. Draft pick 50, 53. I'm not taking him 28, but I'll take him in the second round.
Do feel like I'm starting to get the feeling that they might make a pick at 28.
Yeah, it's kind of feeling that way. Well, and one thing that kind of gives me hope about that, so a couple really good names other than my boy Quentin Grimes, who's still on the board. Sharife Cooper still available.
Love Sharife Cooper.
The Knicks traded their first pick. I heard they're high on Cooper, but that again, from what I heard, was that they were trying to leverage trade value in order to move one of their picks. So they may have satisfied that at 19, and then it may still be looking elsewhere. But Cooper is someone who, if he falls down to 28, or even to 23 or 24, and we have an opportunity to move up, I would do it for Cooper.
Yeah, I love him. He's absolutely electric. He's one of probably the best passer in this draft, and he's a guy that, if Simmons truly is on the move, he could be a guy that could potentially run the Sixers offense. Auburn looked terrible this year before he played. He started off hurt, and then he came in and just everything changed. Like, the offense looked electric. The ball was popping. He can move defenders with his vision, with his look. He fits passes in windows that don't even look like they're there, and he can't shoot very well. He's still got a lot to do as far as like the scoring, but he gets to the line at a ridiculous rate and shoots a ton of free throws. He had he was one of, I forget the numbers off the top of my head, but he was one of only a handful of guys that had over 100 free throws, and he did it on like half the games as the other guys on the list.
Yeah, he's so physical too, which there was the complaint against Simmons obviously about his lack of desiring contact, but Cooper, he likes getting physical. He likes driving to the rim. He likes shooting free throws. I think he shot something. I want to say around 7 or 8 free throws a game, something like that last year, and he hit over 80%. So not only is he getting to the line and he's going to do well, but that also bodes well for his 3-point shooting down the line. You just give him time, give him a little bit of development. We've seen. Shake Milton develop as a shooter, though he regressed last year. We've seen Matisse Thybulle develop as a shooter a little bit. Tyrese Maxey seems like it. Having Sam Cassell on the coaching staff with Sharife Cooper as a player, I think that'd be huge for Cooper and helping him reach his full potential. So he'd be a player that I'd be ecstatic to have in Philadelphia.
Very interesting. Yeah, we're getting towards that time. I know it's been a lot of chatter at the moment in our live chat about a potential shooting guard and getting some help on that front. What options are left for the Sixers at this point that would fill that hole for them?
Quentin Grimes, baby.
Quentin Grimes is definitely one. More of a combo guard in that regard, but Jared Butler, who could also play the point guard as well. Not a traditional shooting guard by any means. I'm a big fan of his, as long as the Sixers medical staff have looked at his heart, because there were issues with his heart issues in case he almost wasn't able to play, and the NBA doctors were able to clear him to play in the NBA. It's really more up to the Sixers team doctors now. If they believe that he will be fine playing in the NBA, that's one guy that I would love to target. Even Tennessee's Keon Johnson is still on the board. Granted, he's probably one of the better players available, so I don't know if he'll fall for another 7-8 picks, but if they feel really high on him, maybe they move up and they package one of those second rounders they had in the late end of the second round.
Sean, you want to talk about Bones Highland?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. And Bones Highland on the board too. And just like the magnitude of shooting and just like the draw that he has because of his shooting, I absolutely love. And he's a guy that can just catch fire, that he can handle the ball a little. He's 6'4" with like a 6'9" wingspan, so I think he can guard bigger guys than he actually is. Obviously needs to put on a little weight. He's very kind of skinny right now. That's where he got the nickname Bones, is because of that. But he's a guy that I think would add a lot to the team right away.
There's a shooting guard or wing that I was interested in. 28 is probably too high for this guy, but I liked him when he was in high school, and he just didn't work out in college. But I don't know. Sometimes at Kentucky, things happen, and guys get better in the NBA. But Brandon Boston, I really liked his potential. Really good shot creator. really, he has a lot in his bag. Of course, he has to get stronger too because he's very skinny. But if it was some way the Sixers could package those 2 picks in the second round and move up to try to get, and I know he might be considered a long-term project or we're win now, but I think like that talent is just something you can't pass up.
Yeah, I wrote about that earlier today, actually, the idea of packaging 50 and 53 together, moving up to probably the early 40s right around there. And I think that's Brandon Boston, BJ Boston goes by both. I think that's definitely an area where you can look to pick him up. And I'll put it this way. I'd much rather have him than Aaron Wiggins. So if those are the players being talked about in that range, give me Boston all day long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with you there. Even in that range, maybe a little bit higher than Boston, but Josh Christopher from Arizona.
Yeah, I like Christopher a whole lot.
Only played a handful of games, not the best shooter, but from everything that you hear from the NBA Combine, he outperformed almost everyone there in the 5v5 runs that they had there. And he's able to play make for other guys at times. He's not afraid to go downhill. And he hits some tough shots off in the mid range as well. He's got to expand his game, and like you guys were saying earlier, that maybe Sam Cassell can help him, and the other Sixers brass of assistant coaches can help him develop that outside shot a little bit more.
Yeah, good wingspan too, like 6'9", a little bit above. I mean, that's. I love a good wingspan because it just means that you have a chance to turn into a solid defender. That's huge for that. So Josh Christopher definitely has 3-and-D potential in his future, and then some because he has creation ability too. So
Christopher defensively, he when he gets down, and in his position, he moves his feet well, but he doesn't close out all the time, but he has the tools to be a good defender.
Yeah, he's good with his hands though, so he's able to create turnovers now, which is great, and that's something that is partly due to that wingspan. And like you said, you hope that he can close out a little bit better in the future. But we talked about Sam Cassell a lot, but we have a lot of defensive-minded coaches on this roster too. Like you were saying about the other assistant coaches helping out. That's oh my gosh, huge. Absolutely. That's going to be something that's going to be major for his development. So I think that's one of the perfect. I wish we had another pick, very early second round. That might be where I would take Christopher, because the only reason I say that as opposed to 28 is that there's still a lot of good names for the Sixers to take at 28. But we'll see what happens in the next 7 picks.
Oh, sorry, voice went that. PJ says, anybody you're surprised has dropped so far?
Keon Johnson for sure.
Yeah.
I thought he would be around like I didn't, when the draft stuff first started coming out, he was pretty much pegged as like the below the kind of top 6, like in that next kind of lump of guys. I didn't expect that high, but I was thinking between like 10 and 15 pretty confidently he would end up in there. And the fact that he's still on the board is pretty crazy to me.
I didn't think there's a way he was going to fall past 18.
Yeah.
Did we not see that last year though with Tyrese Maxey? Like, could this be? Would he be a fit for the Sixers, or would it not be? I could say.
I mean, potentially. I wouldn't say he, based on his skill set, is the ideal candidate, but it's certainly a case of. I wouldn't even say that Tyrese Maxey was the ideal candidate based on skill set, but he was just so good, and he was even better when he got here. That it's definitely a possibility that the Sixers could target him and that it could work out well. I mean, for him to fall another 8 picks, to me, that's a lot. I don't understand how he would fall past. He'd have to get past New York again and Houston twice. Those are the 2 biggest question marks that I have if he falls past there. After that, you even still have Brooklyn. I don't see how it happens. I wouldn't mind taking him though if he does end up falling to 28. I'll tell you that right now, because that's at least 14 picks lower than he should have gone.
So I've only just realised that Eric's in the chat. So our lead Flyers writers come in and said, which Goon Squad player would Ben Simmons match up the best against? So Eric, right on brand as always. I hope you're all good, man. Anyone want to take that one for for 5 points?
I did not and will not watch the second Space Jam, so I don't know.
Yeah, I've not either.
See, I
haven't watched it. People say it was.
I haven't watched it, but I will watch it eventually at some point. I just have to. It feels like, as a basketball junkie, I have to see it, even if it's not as good as the first one.
I've been saying that about Uncle Drew for like 5 years since it came out, and I still haven't seen that one. So
I saw that one already. I hope it's better than Uncle Drew, at least. That's my goal.
It wasn't
That's my
bad.
goal for Space Jam too.
It wasn't bad. It was a family movie, a kid movie, but it wasn't bad. I wouldn't. Oh no, Space Jam.
I just messing with you, man.
But yeah, it wasn't bad. I mean, LeBron's acting was terrible, but what do you expect?
Yeah, he's a ham, and that's kind of his you know it's his you know persona. You know, it's part of the shtick, and it's made him a hell of a lot of money. You know, so he's doing what he wants to do, and so that's good for him. You know, it's not some Michael versus LeBron thing for me. You know, not watching it. It's just more so like, I mean, the kids movies that I watch are, you know, Disney movies or the old ones that are nostalgic for me. Otherwise, you know, I don't have my own kids yet, so one day, but you know, not going to the theaters to see Space Jam right now.
No, that's understandable. I mean, I'd get it from a point of, you know, like, COVID, couldn't go to the theatre for a while, now you get to go back and get popcorn again, and the whole, like, experience of going to a theatre. But I think that film, you go there and be like, yeah, I should have stayed home. And you'd be like, yeah, I didn't miss it that much. It was just a nostalgia.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to avoid. I risked it for Black Widow on a discount Tuesday, and was pleasantly surprised. Oh. But yeah, Space Jam, I think I already know the answer to that one. For me personally, anyway.
So I went to see, what was it? Is that Hitman's Wife's? I always call it Hitman's Wife's Boyfriend just because I spend too much time on Wall Street Vets. But Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard? That one, yeah, terrible. Yeah. Absolute waste of time. Hadn't seen the first one, but it's just, I'm not a big Ryan Reynolds fan just because I feel like his humour is so obvious of like, I'm telling a joke and you're going to laugh at this because it's funny and this is a joke. And it's so like, I don't know. I just didn't get it. It wasn't my kind of film. So there's my movie review. Don't watch Hitman's Wife's Boyfriend / Bodyguard. Not great. But back on to, I mean, Eric must be a little bit tipsy. So will Ben Simmons play minor league baseball like Michael Jordan?
He's going to play minor league rugby. He's not going to play minor league baseball.
He's pretty nice at rugby. He used to play rugby. I bet he'd be good at it. He looks like a rugby player on there.
Yeah, absolutely. He'd be great.
Yeah.
I could not
imagine. Put him and Jordan Mailata on a team. Oh my gosh!
if we're sticking with more Australian sports, more popular over there, I feel like it's more realistic that he tries cricket than baseball.
Oh my god!
I think he'd be great at cricket too. See, because he's an athlete.
I don't even know how you play cricket, so I don't know if he'll be any good.
I'm amazed cricket doesn't catch on over there, considering baseball's such like a national pastime. Like over here, like cricket's. It's a really big deal among middle-aged men, and that's about it. It's literally middle-aged guys that just sit with the radio on, and I think because it's so boring.
The New York Knicks are trading 21 to the Detroit Pistons.
Oh, is this going to be a Pistons rant? Are we going there?
Well, that's the thing. The Pistons selected Cade Cunningham, so they traded away Miles Plumlee, or not Miles, his brother Mason, by giving up 37. And taking back, I want to say 57. So they owned up on how that was a stupid signing last year. So they are back into neutrality. What?
Uh-oh.
Well, Woj said they're trading to Detroit, but Shams just said that the Clippers are picking at 21, and they're taking Keon Johnson.
Oh, wow. So he's off the board then. Okay.
I'm going with Shams on that.
Yeah, Shams has been on top of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, yo, that's
a good pick for
with the Basky on the Russell Westbrook deal earlier today. Like that's I'm gonna go with Shams on that, and it makes a lot of sense. Keon Johnson to the Clippers, I think that makes plenty of sense right there.
Yeah, long, athletic as well. They're probably gonna lose a couple guys in free agency as well, so it definitely fits their mold. And with the Clippers, they want to switch everything and they want to play small.
Plus, they need a true ball handler.
So is there a big like Shams versus Woj like rivalry?
Not between them in real life, but everyone on Twitter loves to make it up.
I was going to say, like, they get pitted against each other. Oh, yeah, well,
no, I'm sure they're extremely cordial, but it's just that everyone loves to make it this huge, like, Eagles-Cowboys thing.
Yeah.
Well, they both have used to work together. Yeah, at Yahoo Sports, the Vertical. So I'm sure they're friends, but I have no idea.
I'm sure no one's happier for Shams than Woj. It's just really funny to pit them against each other.
I feel like there's such like a cult following between those two in comparison to like Rappaport and Schefter. Like, I feel like those two is so much more like intense with everything they ever say. It's like Woj bomb! It's like all the time. You just tweet like hello in the morning and it will go off.
So the Knicks move back 4 picks And there's no other word what they had. Oh, here comes Woj clarifying the tweet.
They both are.
Yep.
Oh, I lost the Woj clarification. He might have deleted the first one.
No.
Yeah, I'm saying my Twitter is not even loading.
Yeah, I got the.
I have the clarification. It just says New York is trading with the Clippers to 21 per source. Not he hasn't said anything about what picks it is. But according to Shams, they're moving back to 25.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yo, Shams is really scooping them today.
Yeah,
it's been a Shams day. It definitely has been.
But it's weird because like stuff that comes out on the Athletic can sometimes like totally different than what you'll hear like a Woj say, or a low somebody Kevin Lowe will say or something like that. It's just like sometimes it's totally different. So it's weird sometimes, but I guess it's the sources at the end of the day.
25 in a future second. That is oddly cheap.
I mean, he's only moving 4 spots back. It kind of depends what second it is. If it's the Clippers' own, or if it's like a team that's not very good as well. So it'll depend on that.
Taking a look right now what other second rounds they have. So here's the thing: they have a second round pick for Sacramento. That one's extremely highly protected. That's definitely I can't be it. It'd be asinine if it was. But then they have 3 second round picks from Detroit: 2024, 5, and 6. I would hope for 24 if I'm a Knicks fan, but it theoretically could be any one of them, and that's probably gonna be fine. But again, Pistons are finally starting to make smart moves, unlike last year.
Yeah, I mean, I think Cade Cunningham is a phenomenal building block. Like, I really do believe in him as kind of a franchise cornerstone. And even though he lacks a little bit like the athleticism, like the pop that you're kind of looking for, he has such like the mature feel for the game, and I think he can be like that 1A guy that they're looking for.
So it's the 2024 Detroit second round pick. That's what's coming back. And in very quick fashion, the Washington Wizards have already selected Isaiah Jackson out of Kentucky, who is going to be a nice defensive player for them long term.
They need defense.
Yes, they do.
Badly. They need defense
all this to keep doing all this to keep Bradley Beal, huh?
Yeah, and I got to tell you, from everything I'm hearing, it sounded like it's working. I don't understand how, but I don't know. I'm starting to lose the faith that he's going to demand a trade.
Well, we'll see how bad they are next year, and if maybe if they're not doing too hot,
if they finish in the play-in tournament again, which they probably will, that could change things going into the following offseason. Problem is that we probably won't still have Ben Simmons. Is the only issue.
Yeah. Well, I think maybe another star becomes available.
Yeah, and that's the hope.
And they were saying that the reason I was reading something earlier, they were saying that they are hopeful that when they got KCP, Kuzma, and Harrell, that they can flip them for a sign and trade for Spencer Dinwiddie. But
yeah. Well, and then I heard that Dinwiddie apparently is high on joining Bradley Beal because he feels that a trio of himself, Beal, and Hachimura has a good chance of making the playoffs in the East, which is apparently all that anyone wants, and that's a major accomplishment, is making the playoffs in the East. Wow,
Isaiah Jackson
being traded to Indiana. Sorry, Sean, I stepped right over you there.
No, you're good. Interesting.
I mean, that's good for Indiana, but I'm wondering what they're giving up, and that's I don't get it. Washington. That's got to be. I guarantee it's got to be a player that they're getting in return. I don't think it's Turner. I think you might be looking at maybe a Justin Holiday.
Who's getting traded?
Isaiah Jackson.
Okay.
It's interesting though. I mean, I thought Jackson was going to be really good in Washington. I liked that fit a lot. So he's not as good an immediate fit for what they're looking for, but it's a shame because long term he could have helped them out a lot.
They have 2 decent bigs, especially you got Thomas Bryant coming off the injury.
I like Gafford a lot,
and Gafford as a role player is going to be very nice. But and then it'd be adding Jackson would be tough to get him minutes. Since I know they like both those guys. Granted, neither one of them is great on the defensive end, and Jackson definitely has more upside on that side of the floor than the two of them.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Washington, I'm letting Bryant walk after this year. It's a shame the injury that he suffered, but even when he was fully healthy, not necessarily, not necessarily. He's just not a starting caliber center in the league. No. So I think you can get away with Gafford as a low minutes JaVale McGee type starter, but I think Isaiah Jackson has the potential to be better than either of those two.
No, have you got a question from George Smith saying, would a Jimmy Butler return work out? And I saw that got floated around.
Oh my gosh, please.
Oh, okay. That was a great one.
Oh, wait. So here, it's not Justin Holiday, it's Aaron Holiday, which still improves the Wizards' defense because he's a very solid perimeter defender. So that it's a lot to pay for Holiday, if you ask me, but that's a solid move.
Interesting.
That's their starting point guard now, right?
What about is Ish Smith a free agent?
But they might not be able to bring him back.
Ish Smith.
I miss Ish Smith. What a legend.
And we're now 4 picks away from the Sixers.
All right, how are we feeling, boys? Where are we at? Is the draft?
I'm riding high in the Sharif Cooper train.
There's a lot on the board.
I mean, you got Cooper, you got Grimes, you got Highland, you got McBride. I'm happy with any of these.
Yeah.
I'm gonna all 3 of these names. The next 3 picks just go off just one by one, as you've said. That.
Well, there's still Josh Christopher at that point, so we'll still be fine.
Okay. Okay.
Well,
I don't mind Cam Thomas either.
I don't see anybody else really taking Jared Butler either. I don't know if he's falling because of the health issue, but
so sorry to interrupt, but so the full details of the Aaron Holiday trade are out. So it's Aaron Holiday and 31. Which how did they have 31?
Makes a little more sense.
The Bucks had 31 though.
Indiana traded for 31.
Before the draft.
Right before the draft, or maybe right at the beginning of the draft.
Well, right at the beginning, exactly. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so that is a really good deal for Washington actually, just to move back those picks. And again, I like Isaiah Jackson a lot, but you have a shot at perhaps a Duron Sharp being available down low then. Obviously, a Bones Highland could potentially be available then. Of course, Josh Christopher's an option, so that could really work out for Washington, but it still depends on who's actually available at 31.
There we go. Time's picking up. I suppose the intensity starts to build a little bit. So we know there's a lot of Arsenal left on the board. Now there's been a couple of mentions in the chat about a potential trade back. Is that something you consider, or is there too much meat on the bone to risk putting the plate back?
I definitely would be open to it. At this point, with what's on the board, and there's a lot more here than I expect there to be. If we can pick up another asset, move back a couple, and still grab kind of whatever's left of this group, I'd be okay with that.
I agree with Sean there. I think another possibility that you could use your trade exemption now if you really wanted to, and a guy in Cam Reddish who has been available or known to be available earlier today that reportedly that the Hawks wanted to move up into the lottery by trading Cam Reddish, also a local kid here and close to Philadelphia. But he would be a nice piece off the bench. He wouldn't start, but I don't know if he's really worth that first round pick. You may want to add in something else as well.
Yeah, I mean, I would trade a first for Cam Reddish in a heartbeat. But I don't know that Atlanta's going to take that. But I would definitely be interested in Reddish. I love that you mentioned that. There is another pick that's just been made. Looks like the Houston Rockets are going to take Usman Garuba.
I like this pick. He's a super versatile. He's probably the best defender in the draft. Rotates extremely well. He's a little undersized for the big man position at 6'8". I think the reason he dropped, there was a little hitch in his contract from coming from overseas, which basically ended up in he had to pay a little bit of his exit fee out of pocket, which whatever. But otherwise, I think he helps the Rockets in a major way defensively. So super quick, a guy that can pick it up and go coast to coast, and the Rockets need some defensive help. So
yeah, and he's young. He's got a little shooting potential too.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't he playing with Spain right now?
Yeah, with Real Madrid. And yeah, he plays with the national team, which is pretty impressive for, I believe, 18 years old.
All right, so we've got a message in the chat here. So we need nicknames for all the PSN Sixers guys. So far we got Sid, which that's just, I should never have mentioned the Sid the Sloth thing. Blake Griffin and Logic, which I mean
that's Sid the Sloth.
No, I remember. So I was 11 years old, so I was coming out of primary school, which I guess is like, I don't know, one of the we're young in America. I was like 11 years old. And you go through like your leavers shirts, you say bye to all your friends last time you see them before you go to another school. And on the back of mine, someone put "Good luck, Sid," and I was 11, and it's still not left me. 11 years old, 15 years later, and it's still a thing. But yeah, we've got Logic and Blake Griffin, which are much nicer.
Looks like
names.
Josh Christopher to the Rockets at 24.
Ooh,
which is a very sensible
pick. I knew they liked them a lot too, but I didn't expect them to reach this high up into the first.
I expect trade down for Christopher, but that is, I guess they wanted to secure him. Maybe they heard that another team, possibly Brooklyn, was interested.
Yeah, so those are nicknames at the minute. So we've got Zach, Justin, and Donnie. They are PJ. So since you coined the last two, if you can find new ones, then feel free. But yeah, it's got to come naturally. It's got to roll off the tongue. It's a nice normal thing. I still think the most natural we ever saw was Jonathan Papp when he first joined the Phillies team.
Oh yeah, Papa John.
He just called himself Papa John, and I was like, that's incredible. Like fair play to him. But here we go. So Robert Gravina says Jared Butler. I'm assuming that's who he wants, and that's not a nickname for anyone. But we can.
I would love Jared Butler if he falls. I would absolutely love that. And it's seeming a little. Yeah, Rockets officially picking Josh Christopher at 24. I think that Brooklyn is a big threat to take him ahead. But if Butler does fall, I'm definitely interested.
You like Butler over Bones? This is where I get caught up in. So now I'm kind of feeling like the eventual Simmons trade, which I still believe is happening. I just can't see a way where we go into next season with Simmons as the point guard. So I then think we lean on Maxey as our point guard. Like that's our guy, our ball handler. I think Bones complements him way more. And Butler, I mean, Butler kind of does a lot of – he's probably a better passer than Maxey, but they do a lot of kind of similar things. And I think, like, if we're now building to, like, complement that team, I like Bones as the pick.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. If you end up moving Maxey, though, in a Ben Simmons deal,
right?
That's then where Butler makes more sense. But definitely. I definitely hear what you're saying, and I would love to have Maxey as the point. And I think that Highland can. Quentin Grimes looks like he's going to the Knicks at 25. So there's my wish right there. That's actually a really good pick for New York right there. But someone who shot the ball as much as Bones Highland, that's definitely someone who I want in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm. I personally like Jared Butler a little bit more, especially because of the offense that he was in. They run a very pro-style offense at Baylor, and he will be able to pick up things very quickly. Granted, he may not have the ceiling like Bones Highland does, but I like him a lot, especially right away, trying to go win a championship right now, regardless if Ben Simmons is on the team or not. I'm just a big fan of Jared Butler.
Yeah, I think that he has a significantly higher floor, and it's not that he has a low ceiling. I think he actually has a halfway decent ceiling. One thing that I like about Butler is, so he was a junior, but he was a young junior. He's actually the same age, just about, as Bones Highland. So he that actually plays well into his favor, because a lot of teams, you might get not necessarily scared, but you look at him and you're like, I want to go with someone younger like a Sharif Cooper. There's less than a year difference in age between Butler and Cooper, so there's still a lot of time for Butler to develop.
Very intelligent guy too. He graduated from Baylor in just the 3 years, got his degree. He's seems like kind of straight-laced, good head on his shoulder guy, a leader of the team. He was very much as like Davion Mitchell was a lot of kind of the emotional and the rah-rah run around screaming for Baylor, and Butler was the more kind of cool, calm, collected, and kept the team going straight. Mm-hmm. And a very safe pick. I would probably, even with like the heart issue, which it looks like, and I hope is the case, is completely cleared up at this point, he seems like one of the safest picks in the draft.
Yeah.
There we go. Tension building.
Side note, fellas.
What was
Sorry.
that?
Side note. Davion Mitchell looks as though he is very upset that he's a Sacramento King.
Well, yeah.
They are asking him about the workout and he expected. He's like, well, I didn't really expect it, but I'm blessed. So he does not want to be there.
That's awesome.
Especially because they have so many guards there too.
Yeah. He's going to be a little bit worried about his minutes, but I'm sure he really wanted to go to Golden State real bad. But
yeah,
or even Memphis, just where he had a clear chance to play more, and with a guy like Ja, obviously.
Yeah.
How many were you in now? 4, 3?
They're officially making the 24th pick, the Rockets here. So
okay.
Which is going to be Josh Christopher.
Yeah.
We're one ahead.
So really, 2 more guys ahead of when they pick, right? Did I do that math right? Yeah. So they're walking away with somebody
3.
I'm happy with.
3 guys, right?
3?
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
you say that,
25,
Sean,
26,
until they
27.
go ahead and they draft Iran Sharp.
True. That I would not be happy with.
Are there any other players that you would really be unsettled with if they pick? Like, is there something more he could do that would be an absolute travesty here?
Not really.
We mentioned Jahan Bagarin and I'm only listing those 2 guys just because they're not immediate contributors, And I think that's kind of the point, is that if you take like a BJ Boston too, if you take guys like that who are not going to contribute right away, there are so many players who will be available who can contribute now. So why would you pass on one of them in the first round?
Oh, Sean, you actually were correct. There's 2 because I forgot about the Grimes pick.
Okay, gotcha. So 2 more. So if I'm looking at like my top 3 right now, it's probably Jared Butler, Bones Highland, and it's got to be Sharif Cooper. The fact that he's still on the board, even maybe Miles McBride. Any of those 4, I'm pretty cool with walking away with here.
Okay, what about you?
Yeah,
Johnny?
what's your order there, Sean, though?
What's that?
What's your order, though, if you're going Bones, Cooper, and Butler?
I probably go Bones.
Springer's still on the board, isn't he?
Who is?
Jaden Springer?
He is, yeah. I think he's a surprise. He was more of kind of the range I was expecting to be here, but I think he's a little notch below those guys.
Yeah, but he does have a good deal of youth on his side there, which wouldn't be awful. So if you're talking about a situation where, say Denver takes Cooper and Brooklyn takes Butler, actually I'd still rather have Bones, but I would be able to talk myself into that. I think I would like him better than probably tied or a little bit better than McBride, honestly.
Okay, not a McBride fan.
It's not that I'm not a McBride fan. It's just that there is, I feel like, a lot of potential that can come out of Springer. Again, good wingspan. I'm a big wingspan guy, as we all know. He shot the 3 well, just not enough. I think that, again, working with Cassell is going to be great for him.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's some real potential for him to develop, especially with the amount of guards that we have now. He can spend some time with the Blue Coats and really develop and learn under the Sixers coaches. If we bring Danny Green back, that'd be great for him. Seth Curry, I hope, would be a big influence on him as well. Hopefully can help him out with his shot a little bit. But, I wouldn't hate it. Miles McBride, I'll be honest, I don't know a ton about. I didn't, really watch. I'm reading up on him now, and he's got a wingspan for days. So it does fit well with what I like. I don't know. I like, in theory, the ceiling of Springer.
He's very Marcus Smart, Jalen Brunson mold to me. Like, he's very hard-nosed defensively. He can shoot the ball a little bit. Combo guard kind of guy. I like his toughness, like his grit. I like what he does.
Sean, let me tell you, you know how to sell a guy to me. Marcus Smart, Jaylen Brown. I do really love that now that you mention it. I should have been watching more Miles McBride, clearly, is what I'm coming away with here.
Yeah, I do like him a lot. I'm impressed with what's available on the board right now, to be honest.
No, it's going to be intriguing. I know we've got a lot of talk at the minute about Dame, which is, I suppose, died down over the past couple of days, just with all the Washington stuff going on.
Yeah, he's been very vocal lately, shutting things down, and whether it's legitimate or not, it has led to just it quieting down a little bit. But it is what it is.
Is it still an option, do you think, at this point, or is that very much now at
the timing's going to be real tough?
Yeah.
I mean, another guy I think could be available next offseason when the Sixers have Ben Simmons.
Kevin Artiga says Sixers definitely offense. I'd also like to see D'Angelo Awell.
Who's it?
I think it's supposed to say as well.
Oh, D'Angelo. Oh, it could be. Right, it could be D'Angelo.
D'Angelo Russell, I bet it is.
Right, it could be D'Angelo. Okay, I thought it was the name of a prospect. Okay, that's me being sleepy. My bad. Yeah, D'Angelo Awell, you know, the shooting guard out of Tennessee. Yeah. Thought so. Cool. Nice.
Yeah, no, I would much rather pursue a Malcolm Brogdon plus than go after D'Angelo Russell myself personally.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Russell stylistically is what they're looking for, but just is not good enough.
And I don't think his personality is what they're looking for either.
Yeah.
I don't think he'll do well with the Philadelphia media.
Oh no, he will not.
All right, well, we've got a little bit more time there. What I'll do is I'll throw a prospect to. I'll tell you, we'll go one each. Right, I've got a little bit of time. We'll start with Sean Bernard. We have to, because for all time's sake. Day'Ron Sharpe.
Okay, so big man, raw, UNC guy, I believe. He's like he's very much cut from the same kind of Isaiah Jackson cloth to me. Like all these bigs in this draft are all very similar in the way that they're like very raw, limited in what they do, but decent in their skill set. Sharpe's not as impressive as a shot blocker as kind of the other guys, and I think that holds him back a little bit, but not a guy I'm interested in for the Sixers.
Bones Highland to Denver.
Yikes, that hurts.
Yeah, that's not ideal. So it's Cooper or Butler, or of course Miles, Marcus Smart, McBride also will be an option there. But yeah, I don't know who Brooklyn takes. Brooklyn's got to take one of the three guys that we like for Philadelphia. I can't imagine that they go for. I mean, Day'Ron Sharpe doesn't really fit the type of big man that they want there.
Maybe Cam Thomas.
I do like Cam Thomas.
They just traded Landry Shamet.
They did.
So he would. It would
good pickup for the Suns.
Landry's been on 4 teams in 4 years.
Yeah, I would have taken the first round pick.
Or even for whatchamacallit, because they're going to lose Dinwiddie, so maybe Jared Butler as well off the bench.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. That's what my fear is that they're going to go for McBride or they're going to go for Butler. I doubt they're going to take Springer because I think they're kind of set on one of those win now guys. Sharif Cooper, though, is someone who I'm a little concerned about them taking.
I do really like Cooper.
What about? The question is, all right, Donnie.
Yeah.
Jeremiah Robinson Earl.
Oh
yeah, he's the Villanova power forward. He sort of does it all, and he has nice touch, but I don't have too much on him. But
yeah, he sort of does it all and nothing at all at the same time. It's he reminds me a lot of Eric Paschal, but he's nicer with the ball, and I think that he can be. Denver's listening to trade offers at 26. But if they do keep it, then Bones Highland. So that's not official yet. This is Woj taking over for Shams, overruling him.
It's a lot of little stepovers happening here. I like it.
Interesting. Well, what's funny is that Woj put out Bones first, and then Shams right after. And now here comes Woj 2 minutes later saying, but they haven't done it yet. They're still listening to trade offers.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, we'll see. I mean, I wonder even if the Sixers do really like it probably won't happen, but the Sixers really like Highland and they want to move up those 2 spots.
It's not a crazy ask.
Yeah, it's possible.
What does 2 spots cost you?
If 4 spots higher up costs you a second round, a decent second round pick, I would say something like we own Charlotte's, I want to say 2023 second round pick, or we have a future second for OKC, something like that. That should get it done.
And which I'm totally cool with.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, let's see. All right, Sean Rodman. Joel Ayayi.
Joel Ayayi.
Did I pronounce that badly? Because I'm on a terrible run today.
I don't know much about. I don't really know Joel Ayayi, but I know. Didn't he go to? Where'd he go? I'm not sure. All I know he's a guard.
Maybe?
Oh, Gonzaga, right? Yep.
Yeah.
He played next to Suggs. That's what it was.
Yeah.
He's a good shooter from what I remember. Very, very. I mean, hustles. Yeah, obviously, pro style offense with Gonzaga. He'd be able to pick up. I'm sure on the offense very quickly. I mean, when you watch him throughout the year, Gonzaga's a great team. They've already had one player drafted already or 2 players drafted. So I mean, obviously Gonzaga's going to be struggling next year, but he's an interesting guy. He's a good shooter from what I remember, and he does hold on to the ball pretty well as well.
Yeah, high floor, low ceiling, and could definitely serve a role. So I wouldn't mind him. He's not at the top of my list, but he's also a really solid rebounder, which I would definitely be for at the guard spot.
Yeah, impressive cutter too, and he's a guy that was kind of always been a role player in Gonzaga and never really took that next step, which I think they kind of expected him to. But I think he can fill a similar kind of role player role in the NBA. So I think I think he'll end up in the second round, and the team will get a guy that sticks around a little bit.
Jesse Montanez has just said, "I'm committing myself to a mental asylum. Thanks, Sixers." Ugh. So I mean, that's an eternal mood. That one, you could pin that on your bedroom wall, and that's always going to be relevant. So yeah, hey, you're all good, Jesse. We're all here with you, mate. It's okay. This is just one big group thing.
Listen, just wait till they draft Sharif Cooper, and everything's going to be fine.
Yeah.
I mean, I will be ecstatic if they get Butler or Cooper. I mean, I'm going to be very happy to get, and one of them will be available.
So Denver's officially, Adam Silver's announcing the pick right now. So I guess they're holding on to Bones at least for now.
Yeah. So Bones is 26. The question is whether he will be a Nugget or not.
Right.
I've just realised Sean's wearing a PSN shirt. I've only just clocked it. What, we're 3 hours into this? I've only just clocked it. But I think it's been hidden behind the mic the whole time.
Gotta stay representing.
Love that. I've got a Seth Curry jersey in my bag, so I'm going to put it on. Because it was just a bit, I don't know, it's a bit cold. I have to put it on at some point. But, I've started now. I can't be a bad luck charm. I can't put it on just before they pick, and then something happens. But what we'll do, Justin, do you reckon I could throw one more your way?
I'm ready.
Hey, all right. Sam Hauser.
No clue.
No. All right. No. Anyone got some Sam Hauser info anywhere?
No, I don't know Sam Hauser.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I get really worried about this list and are they just dropping random names in here? All right. What about Jericho Sims?
I don't know. I feel like no.
No.
I was thinking about Baylor, but no, that's not right.
Anyone?
He's the Texas guy, a freak athlete. His head goes above the rim kind of athlete, on a regular basis, but still kind of putting the basketball part.
Is he a Clutch Sports guy?
Yeah, he did the Clutch Sports workout. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the guy who dunked and hit his head on the rim when he dunked.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sam Hauser. Sam Hauser, isn't he the Virginia guy? He's like a stretch four, sort of maybe like a Davis Bertans-ish.
Yeah, that's him, kind of. I don't know much about him beyond that, but that's kind of his fit.
It blows my mind how much as a team.
An unreal shooter from beyond the arc for his size, and he's got a little bit longer, but not too athletic.
Wait, now who is that?
Sam Hauser.
Okay. I was thinking of when you said Virginia, I was thinking of Jay Huff.
No.
Okay.
Silly, no. Oh, easy mistake. Oh, no, I love it. Seriously, though, I mean, it's got to be commended that outside of the very few Facebook Marketplace level names that I've thrown your way, you've all smashed it. Like, I thought last year we peaked, but now you've got a whole team that are just flying through. I mean, it's outstanding. I think it's a testament, though. Like, you can see it in the written coverage as well. Like,
we don't even have Rachel here, who she was doing so many deep dives into some of these later round prospects. I mean,
yeah.
The whole squad's deep on it. You know, it's awesome to see.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for, the fateful day where my brand new hero becomes a regular star in the NBA. So All-Star Game 2025, Rokas Jokubitis is going to be, he's up there. I'm just wait for it, man.
Can't wait till he actually goes off the board. It's going to be an electric moment for you,
I'm going to cry with so much pride. I've followed his career since day one, and I always believed in him. Always knew he'd make it.
I'm surprised the Brooklyn pick hasn't been leaked yet.
I know.
Yeah. PJ says, do you guys do Bluecoats coverage? Yes, we do. We attend Bluecoats games. I mean, you've been to one, Zach, haven't you?
Yeah, I have. It was great. It was awesome. Getting to meet and talk with head coach Connor Johnson. I apparently insulted Jair Smith. It was a great time. But it was definitely exciting. Something that now that things are opening back up, we're definitely hoping to do again next season, and hopefully do a lot. So.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
How did you insult Zaire Smith?
Well, he did not look right. Okay, he did not look athletically where he's been in the past. So
probably had some sesame.
I didn't insult Smith, Cam Thomas to Brooklyn.
Okay, interesting.
Which is actually best case scenario for the Sixers, I think.
So I do not care about defense.
No, I did not insult Smith to Smith, but when I apparently critiqued Smith, Connor Johnson didn't take too kindly to that, and he tried to completely write off my point. But essentially, Jair Smith, he looked completely sluggish. He didn't look anything like what he's supposed to be. And it's an absolute shame because, he's working his way back and trying to get in better and better shape, after he almost lost his life. I mean, so, and essentially all my point is, how was Jair Smith in his rehab? He seemed a little sluggish out there. Is he getting back to where you want him to be? And the response was, I didn't think he was sluggish. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. But yeah. So, but Connor Johnson's a great coach, and it's just him sticking by his player, But it's something that I really want to do a lot more of because there's a lot of great. Everyone with the Blue Coats, they're great. A chance to see. I'm sure you'll see Paul Reed there next year. Going to see some Isaiah Joe there next year, and whoever they pick at 28, you're going to see a lot of them. So, definitely a lot of fun. Whether you're going as a fan or, for us going actually to work the games. It's a great time.
And hopefully see Sean's guy, Rajon Tucker, back there as well.
Oh, I would love it. I love Rajon Tucker.
And
he should be in the dunk contest.
Oh, my gosh, yeah. I mean, he's insane.
He could win the dunk contest.
Yeah.
Yes.
And talking of pick 28, pick 27 is apparently in from Brooklyn. So we're almost there. It's almost...
Yeah.
Wait, it's been 3 hours as well. How long is it for a pick? 5 minutes? 2 minutes? 3 minutes?
There's been 10+ minutes going by for some of these picks. I don't know what's going on.
Seriously? I was going to say, I swear last time felt like it just flew. Like it was... But I can't tell if that's because the Sixers maybe...
It was Tyrese Maxey watch.
Yeah, I think that might have been why. There was so much hype and suspense around it. Whereas
And picking up 7 picks earlier too. That's definitely a factor.
Yeah, and I think that and probably the fact that this one you've been waiting on Ben Simmons and it's just news that it's just not there, not there, and it's almost like a deflating balloon, unfortunately. But it's all right. Yeah. The NFL is just so much faster. Yeah, that could work, I suppose. But the NFL has 7 rounds though. So, you know,
Mhm.
they've got to milk the cow. I understand it. It's a hustle. They're trying to really get through it.
All right. So is it Cooper? Is it McBride? Is it Butler? You know, what's everyone thinking?
It's Cam
I've
Thomas
talked.
for Brooklyn, just if that changes things.
Yeah, I've talked myself into Cooper at this point. I think it's ridiculous he's still on the board. He's a insane passer and like a guy that can legitimately run the offense. And even like as I talk about like Maxey that I want to be our point guard, like Maxey's still at his best kind of creating for himself and doing that. You can free him in a way with that.
Yeah, well, let us know in the chat, guys, as well. Let's see you guys are thinking. So we've got 36 of you. We've officially hit 40 likes as well on the stream, which is absolutely amazing. Let's see if we can push it to 50 by the time the Sixers pick. So if you've not liked the stream yet, if you're just joining us, just hanging out, make sure you do so. It's the best way to support us all. 4 minutes until the Sixers pick. Let us know in the chat who you think they will be selecting. So final predictions, boys. We'll go around the room. Let's start with... We'll go with Donnie. Who are you thinking?
I'll go with Sharif Cooper, I think.
All right, love to see it. What about you, Justin? How are you feeling?
I'm thinking Cooper as well, but I wouldn't be surprised if they went Butler or Springer, but I think Cooper.
All right, Sean Rodman.
Cooper probably looks more like the guy at the moment, but I gotta stay with my guy Butler. That's who I've beaten the drum, and I think he'd fit very well with the Sixers, especially as an athlete, maybe similar to like a Avery Bradley type with a little bit more of a handle, and he can score in bunches as well, and he's just a very good shooter. All
right, lead writer Sean Bernard.
My vote would be for Cooper. I think the pick's going to be Butler.
Oh, okay. Zach, where are you at? Managing editor.
Who I want? Butler. Who I think it's going to be? Ayo Dosunmu.
I love Ayo. It's my guy.
See, we've had another one there as well. Robert Gravino said the exact same thing. So we've had a vote for Butler, or 2 for Butler. Mascot that makes good hot dogs. Obviously, my pick, there's only one man to pick, and that's Rocast Jocubitis. I mean, it's only, literally, if it doesn't happen, I'm fuming. There'll be an article, 10 reasons.
If it does happen, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
I need to find that clip. It was just the way Donnie was like, yeah, it doesn't do anything well, can't shoot, can't defend, isn't big, isn't athletic. Made my life. Oh, I hope he gets... I just want him to get drafted. That's all I want from tonight now. Pick's still not in with 2 minutes to go.
I know. Getting nervous here.
Yeah, could be a sign they're looking for movement, maybe?
Do you think a guy like a Kessler Edwards could work his way up this high?
Yeah, I like Kessler Edwards a lot. I don't think he goes this high. He's got such a weird shot. Like it's not, his numbers aren't terrible, but he lands like his feet are one in front of each other when they land, and it just doesn't it doesn't pass the eye test for me. But I do like Kessler Edwards a lot.
Yeah, as I'm scrolling through Twitter here, Matty Bryce of Section 215, I just see him going trade the pick, and my heart still is stuck with trade for Terrence Ross. Is still something that's at the top of my list. If you do a simple swap of George Hill in a first for Terrence Ross and a future second, something like that, that's something I wouldn't mind either. But I am really high on Jared Butler. I'll be honest. I didn't even think he'd be available.
Keith Pompey is saying that the Sixers will draft Jaden Springer.
Okay.
But this is Keith Pompey, though. So,
I mean, I wasn't gonna say it, but we'll see. I'll take Springer. He
yeah.
It's a good longer play move. I feel like Butler has that dog in him that I just he's not that rah-rah guy like Sean was saying earlier, but he is a leader and a winner nonetheless.
You can't be upset about that, but I do think he's a notch below what we could get without of Butler and Cooper, in my opinion.
Still not in. I mean, the tick has gone all the way down to 0.
Yep, Jaden
And now
Springer.
is it
Keith
official?
Pompey
Yeah.
just tweeted they're now fielding calls.
Oh,
Well, Shams just tweeted source 76ers number 28 Jaden Springer.
So it could very well be a similar situation to Denver.
yeah.
Is what we're looking at, likely.
Maybe
Which means the
Denver and
Terrence
Philly are
Ross
talking
stream
to
is
each
still
other.
alive because the Orlando Magic love their combo guards.
What do they have now? 5, 6,
They're up to
15? The whole roster.
4 combo guards that are high picks. Well, Woj is now saying at the top of the draft board for Morey and Brand is Jaden Springer, which he just came in with very late.
Come on, Woj. How'd you get out scooped by Keith Pompey?
Yeah.
Now it says the pick is in. So I'm assuming it's Springer and a potential move, but
Yep.
I mean, they could keep him, they could trade him. I mean, that's the thing with a guy like Springer is that, I mean, and there's a lot of positivity, going through Sixers fandom about the Springer edition, because again, technically speaking, he's a steal. I do like Cooper and I do like Butler better, at least for current purposes. But Springer is I mean, I would say that I would definitely take him over Dosunmu right now. Ayayi, I'm taking him over. McBride, again, I didn't watch enough of, but just the potential of Jaden Springer is alluring to me.
Yeah, I mean he's kind of a guy coming off a disappointing one and done at Tennessee, and like he was ranked higher than even talking about Keon Johnson. Like he was supposed to be kind of the alpha of that group, and that didn't really prove to be the case. There's nothing specifically that kind of Springer does excellent, but nothing that he does bad either. So he's a guy. He's very young, a lot of potential. It's not a terrible pick. You can't be upset with walking away with it, but definitely
I'll tell you this. One thing to watch is, he's the kind of guy that you could flip him for a future first.
Yeah, for sure.
So the fact that he fell, that's definitely something to watch going forward.
all right. So question, right? So who's on the article for the first pick?
I believe I am.
That was you. Yep.
Do you want it,
Perfect.
Sean?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll be on track to edit. So all right. Do you want to stay on stream, or can you handle us all shouting at you, or do you want to?
I'll be around, so I'll pop back on if needed.
All right, mate. No worries. Just give me a shout when you need me, and I'll hop in.
All right.
According to Adrian Wojnarowski on TV, it does not appear after canvassing the league that there will be any Ben Simmons trade tonight,
Boo!
or that the Sixers are even close to one.
Oh. Okay.
No, it's gonna be a while, is what it's sounding like apparently.
Well, I mean, I would rather that than a Zach Ertz trade is imminent, and then the imminent trade taking 6 months and not happening. So
Yeah.
All right, it's a Phoenix on the clock. Oh man. Interesting to see what
I have a friend.
Yeah, they traded to Brooklyn already. It's not even Phoenix.
Oh, is it not?
I mean, it's technically Phoenix's pick, but it's gonna go to Brooklyn.
Right. What were you saying, Justin?
I have a friend who works in the Secret Service. He's at DC. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna tap Bradley Beal's phone calls and try to persuade him to request that trade to Philly.
Jesse just gonna sure help me sword ready. Doesn't sound good. Lewis says, is Springer any good? Yeah, sure.
Yes.
If I've got a nice, it sounds like.
The short answer is yes. So he's young. He shot at a high percentage. He wasn't as aggressive as you want him to be. Is definitely one knock on him, especially because, like Sean said, he was supposed to be the guy, and for one reason or not, he wasn't. But he's athletic enough. He has a good enough wingspan. He's bulky enough. He's a solid two-way player. So again, there's no way you can spin this as a bad pick. It's just a matter of, would Cooper or Butler have been a better pick? But again, jury's still somewhat out in case they make a trade. But all in all, I'm happy with this pick. If you told me before tonight that they were going to end up with Jaden Springer, I'd be very happy.
He's a little awkward when you watch him drive to the rim too. Because he jumps off of 2 feet a lot, which is not common at all. But I mean, like, but he did have he did a little bit of a disappointing year, like you said. And we were talking about him earlier. He only had 45 attempts on the year from deep, but he shot at a very efficient rate at 44% from deep. And he had a pretty high usage at around 28% as well. And he's a decent passer. He could work on that. He had 2.9 assists, but he's a very good defender. And that's what I guess the Sixers like in him the most, and his potential of shooting outside as well, because he shot the ball, I believe it was, or not shot the ball. He defended well. He had 1.3 assists and not a great blocker for his size. He only averaged about half at like 0.5 blocks per game, but he hit more than 80% of his free throws. And so that the free throws, at least he hit over 80%. And that's something the Sixers are looking for at least. And his spot up threes have been, in a small sample size, were very good as well.
Nets are picking Deron Sharp with the 29th pick in the draft. And one thing kind of going off what you're saying about Springer and his defensive presence and how that could potentially be what sold the Sixers, there is a lot to be said about a potential future pairing of Maxey and Springer, because Springer really, he is kind of a combo guard. He played the point at Tennessee, but he can easily switch over and go off ball and play the two. He does have a lot of length, which would definitely help him defensively. Guard some wings that are bigger than he is, but he's somebody who I think can easily play with Maxey, especially if, like you said, Sean, they can develop his outside shot a bit more. So someone to look for, hopefully, in catch and shoot situations and easy corner threes, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, what do you make of the pick, Donnie?
I'm not thrilled with it, but it's not bad. I have his notes as being an effective perimeter defender and a good shooter, but he doesn't shoot many threes, and he showed a strong ability to get to the line. He was a conference all-freshman first-team member, and he's not the best facilitator. But he has a 6'8" wingspan, which should help him on defense. So
it does sound more positive than my new love of my life, though. So it's. Well, was there a player in your notes that was really bad other than Rokas? Well, who was like the worst player you took notes on?
Possibly.
Oh no! It's got to be one.
Josh Primo was another one I didn't really like a whole lot, but
why not? Because Primo went quite high, didn't he?
Yeah, I was surprised. We didn't really get to see a lot of him. It was a small sample, and I just thought he didn't really have the best vision. So
fair. He was your best. I guess the best player would have been, the number 1 overall pick, I guess. But
yeah.
Also, the adding him as well gives a lot more freedom to trade George Hill as well, and Shake Milton as well, just because you're adding a good defender in Springer. So it's going to be tough, especially with getting him into the rotation early if you have all 4 of those guys off the bench, still with Ben Simmons and Seth Curry currently on the roster. But it's a good problem to have, though, and you even have Matisse Thybulle as well on the defensive end. Right now, the Sixers they're going to be They're going to be good defensively as well, but right now it's kind of a wait and see with Ben Simmons and what that backcourt's going to look like, especially with all those guys and the depth off the bench. Now you're looking more for, can they add a couple wings as well?
Yeah, so I was going to mention that. So what does this do now with those next 2 picks they've got? Because obviously we've got, 53 and 58? Or was it 50 and 53?
50 and 53.
50 and 53. I think it's 28, isn't it?
For me, yeah,
I think it doesn't really matter who's on the board there. I think you got to take the best available.
There's a ton of stretch bigs that I love in that spot that I would love to grab. Guys like Filip Petrovic, or I'm drawing a blank on names, Sandro Mamalu DeKelly. There's a bunch of long-named, very impressive bigs that I like from those positions, so I'd like to go in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, there's one I really like actually at that spot, called Rocast Jocubitis, who I think would be a great fit for the Sixers. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, we are rapidly approaching round 2, so we're almost halfway through, boys. We're getting there. Thank you obviously so far for all of your hard work. It has been a grind up to this point. To everyone watching, hope you're enjoying yourselves. We did cross the 50 like plateau, so a massive thanks to everyone who's checked out this stream and dropped it a like. Very, very kind of you. We'll see if we can push it to 60. That'd be really cool. I think the natural goal for us will be 76. I mean, that would be the very on-brand like goal to see if we can hit. So if you've not liked the video yet, make sure you do. If you want to follow us on Twitter, at PhiladelphiaSN, that's where you can get all of our content. Sean Bernard's currently writing up a piece on the Sixers selection, and we can learn a little bit more about that as soon as it's done. So I'll get that article all edited and I'll drop it in the chat for you guys to read as well. So content from a million different places is where we're at. But yeah, first one in the books almost. I mean, how are we feeling after that? Was that as expected, more exciting, a little bit not as good?
I mean, part of me would like to see a couple more trades involved there. I mean, no big trades. We did have a couple of small ones, but nothing major, no major even really players moving that have starting caliber players here and there, really. I mean, Landry Shamet moved early on. You had the Grizzlies and Pelicans trade the other day, but nothing too crazy. I'd say a couple interesting picks that like Josh Giddey going pretty early. Wasn't expecting him to go so early, but so far, I mean, it's been fun watching. Don't get me wrong, but it's kind of wanted a little more pizzazz a little bit.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. It has felt very almost like a sim on NBA 2K, like everyone's just selected with the pick and that's sort of been it. There's been no real wild cards like out of left field as of just yet. So we'll see what happens into the second round. But yeah, it should be interesting to see where the Sixers go from here. Zach's back, so I'm not sure if I'm
back.
So he did go that time then.
That time I went, yeah.
Okay, right, making sure. Everyone keeps playing hard to get with me now. I never know where I am. Are you okay to tag in while I run to the toilet then in that case?
Yeah. Well, no, yeah, that's literally where I was. So yeah, go for it.
All right, we'll tag out. It's okay. We'll have a toilet break for everyone. One by one, we can all disappear and just rotate round.
Yeah, so I was gone, but now I see Memphis traded back into the first round and they went for Santi Aldama. I haven't seen anything on what they gave up to get back to 30. Have either of you guys seen what they gave up to get back into the first round?
Who was it they took?
I've not.
They took Santi Aldama.
Okay, not my guy.
Yeah. No, I don't even know anything about him. I haven't seen him on any mock drafts or anything. It's a little curious, but what it has allowed is Jared Butler and Sharif Cooper and Miles McBride, who we were pretty high on, all fell to the second round. So I wonder if they're. I'll be honest. I'm low key kind of thinking about it. Like, is there a way to work back into it? Maybe if they do end up trading Jaden Springer, if there is a way to work back into the beginning part, and maybe you're able to use Springer to collect maybe a future first and an early second round pick that you can use on Cooper or on a Jared Butler. But again, I'm fine just taking Springer too, whatever. But yeah, so what do you think about I know Liam was talking about the first round overall. What are your expectations for the second round? Anything that are really hoping to see as far as any more trades going on? What are the names you're looking for the Sixers at 50-53? What are you thinking?
For me, I think we'll see a little more activity, especially early on in the second round with trade talk, just with picks flying around, and you'll see teams trying to get up, especially with a couple of names that are still on the board right now. I mean, you got Jared Butler, who's made it into the second round which feels like I don't have the exact the draft order right in front of me, but it feels like a Nuggets pick, especially because they just seem like they get the guys that you got Michael Porter Jr., you got Bull, guys that just fall because of health concerns, and he just screams Denver Nuggets in some regard. You also have Sean Bernard's guy, I never pronounce his last name right, but Dasunmu, who's still there. Brandon Boston as well, who we talked about earlier. There's still guys in the second round like Kessler Edwards, Austin Reeves, who's going to be a little bit further down.
Yeah.
There's definitely a number of guys who teams are going to want to trade up to go get as well.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of movement in the second round, and I think that you're going to see, especially if some of these international players are taken early by teams like Oklahoma City, who I think they still have 2 second-round picks in this draft. But Wizards have taken Isaiah Todd with the 31st pick. And yeah, the second round definitely does move a little faster. Isaiah Todd actually is supposedly going to be one of the best kept secrets in the draft. He's a 3-point shooting forward, good scorer, needs just to develop a little bit more. He went to the G League last year instead of college. So I think that's a solid pick. For a second round pick, it's a good pick, I'll say, even for Washington. So would have thought with what they're trying to do, they would have gone for a guy like Jared Butler. But the Memphis details are coming through. They're sending number 40 and 2 future seconds to get to 30. That seems like a lot just to get. They must know something about Santi Aldama because I don't know a lot of people.
Based on his stats, he averaged 21 points last year and over 10 rebounds. Good college guy, it seems like. Don't know much on him either, but it looks like from everything that I've seen, like he shot the ball at a decent rate, 36.8%. He's coming out as a sophomore. He went to Loyola and right down south from here in Maryland, and he looks like a decent player. His rebound rate's actually really good, 16.9%. And he's got a decent range. So it looks like we would have stretched the floor for them a little bit, which they don't have besides Jaren Jackson. They don't really have that at that true center position.
Yeah, Kai Carlin actually spoke about, or tweeted about, I should say, for Sixers Wire about him earlier today, but stating him as a potential second-round target for the Sixers at 50 or 53. So, those pros of everything that you just mentioned about him, I mean, that's a lot that Memphis has to really be focused on, and they must have really done their due diligence if they're going to take him at 30. But, yeah, I mean, a floor-stretching option would fit perfectly with Memphis, definitely.
Last year, they traded back up, I believe, to the 30th spot, too, to go select Desmond Bane from, I believe it was the Boston Celtics.
That really worked out.
That really worked out. He was my number one guy for the Sixers last year. That's also because I didn't expect Maxey to be on the board at that time. But
yeah,
he played really well for them this year. I believe made one of the all-rookie teams.
Yeah, I think he was all-rookie second team, if I remember correctly.
I think so. I think you're right.
But he's going to be a good player going forward. So, there's precedent for Memphis trading back to trading up to 30 and it working out. So, we'll see what happens with Aldama, but it's a curious end of the first round anyway. But Donnie, what do you think about the second round? What do you think is what are your expectations, I should say?
Well, ideally, I think we would package 50 and 53 to move up to like maybe the low 40s for maybe someone like JT Thor or Herbert Jones. But I wouldn't say I'm expecting that, but I think in an ideal world that would happen.
I've seen a lot from Jesse in the comments, and when with Butler, are we still talking about Jared Butler, or are we back on Jimmy Butler? Because listen, I'd still try and go and get Jared Butler, but I'd also try and go back and get Jimmy Butler. I'll be honest with you. When Miami came up in the Sam Amick rumors, without sources, I am about 90% sure that Rich Paul listed them as a destination to try and force Philadelphia's hand a bit. Other than LA, I feel that Miami is going to be one of the places that Ben Simmons is going to want to go. And I don't think that Simmons and Butler have interest in playing with each other. So the question then begs, is it time for a Jimmy Butler reunion in Philadelphia. And especially if Bradley Beal and Damian Lillard are off the table, I mean, I'm interested in Jimmy Butler. What do you guys think?
I'd be down with the dynamics there. I mean, I think there was obviously, like, when he came in, like, the aura around the team changed so quickly. But then the fallout of it and the way Brett Brown used... I feel like there's unfinished business in a way of what could have been and what wasn't. But if the setting's right and the money's right, then... And he's okay and there is no bad blood, obviously, then yeah, definitely, you know, it's worth doing.
Yeah, I mean, if he's getting paid, if he's playing with someone he likes, like Joel Embiid, and if he's winning, which he would if he was here, I think Jimmy'd be fine with it, honestly. Brett Brown's not here. Ben Simmons wouldn't be here. I mean, those are the two biggest, you know, reasons why he wouldn't want to be in Philly, you know, from everything that I've seen.
I think we're more than just a Jimmy Butler away, though. Like, I don't think he's the perimeter creator that we're missing. Like, there's still, it doesn't cover what we're missing to me, which is my concern with it.
It's a really short window, but if you were to be able to swing a trade for Kyle Lowry and add Jimmy Butler, how does that move the needle for you, or does it not at all, Sean?
Definitely more so than just Jimmy. Lowry, I'm very in favor of, but in addition to something, like I hate the, like, you can't just do a sign and trade for Simmons, which logically doesn't really make sense, just money wise. But I don't know. There's just that perimeter creator, which is what it would be in Beal and Dame, and I understand they're hard to come by, but it's that we're missing to me. That high level.
City has acquired the 32nd pick for the 34th and 36th picks. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it definitely is not, I'll say ideal, because ideal is Damian Lillard or Bradley Beal or Zach LaVine, but you know, you reach a certain point where, you know, what's the optimal outcome? Is it Jeremiah Robinson Earl, who's not the optimal outcome? He is the 32nd pick to the Oklahoma City Thunder. But you know, what would you prefer? You know, Jimmy Butler or Malcolm Brogdon plus? Because it seems like you can't even hold on to Simmons at this point anymore. It seems that Rich Paul's not going to let that happen. So at a certain point, you know, you kind of have to move into a direction, and yeah, maybe you're better off at that point just taking two starters over a lower end star in Butler. But a decision is going to have to be made.
Yeah, it's going to be.
Yeah, I think.
Sorry, Justin. Sorry. No, you go, man. You're good.
Yeah, I was just saying. I really want Lowry, but we can't pay him that much.
Like, $30 million over 3 years. That's terrifying.
Yeah, and he's aged well, and the whole Chris Paul being 36 and opting out of $44 million because he's probably going to get more. So I mean, that veteran point guard thing is really working out well right now. But I mean, I would hope that he would give us a hometown discount, which I mean probably won't. But options are, I mean, can't go to the Lakers anymore. New Orleans, Knicks, Miami, and us. And
I think you got to throw Dallas in there too. Dallas is another team.
Oh yes.
I mean, Dallas is tough because you know they don't have as much money as a Miami, but you know they could certainly work a sign and trade where they are bringing back Lowry into the fold. So I mean, to me, it's Dallas or Miami. I think Philadelphia is third, just because I think that Dallas and Miami can just outbid us, frankly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to unpack with it, though, isn't there? I think there's so many different routes you can take it. And we haven't even touched on the Lowry stuff yet either as a whole. I mean, it's very much been Bradley Beal orientated tonight for kind of obvious reasons. We spoke a little bit, I suppose, about Dame and how that's been shot down. But I suppose the third name in that has been Kyle Lowry, and it's one that has been connected to the team for what feels like forever, purely because of the Philadelphia connection. Like you guys have said, the big thing in the way is the bag that would be required. Is it just worth waiting the extra year, though? Or by that point, is it... I don't know, I guess age becomes a factor at some point, surely?
It does. It definitely does. You know, Kyle Lowry, I think, has two high-performing years left. It's that third year that really concerns me. Even if it was 2 years at $60 million, I would have a much easier time doing that than 3 years at 90, or even 3 years at 85 for that matter. So it's definitely the money's not the biggest issue. It's the years in conjunction with the money for me. So it's something that you also have to think about, because you're going to have to give up assets to get him too, because you can't sign him outright as a free agent. So we're talking about losing George Hill, which isn't the biggest deal because you're getting Kyle Lowry, but you're also going to have to give up Seth Curry also to get close enough to that cap number. And is that worthwhile? Is that what you want to do, or do you want to try and find another way to add that talent that you're seeking for, and kind of more so go in a depth capacity as opposed to adding a 35-year-old point guard?
Yeah. Well, what are your opinions on the Kyle Lowry situation, Donnie?
I think it would work out well here if he wants to come here, but I wouldn't overpay for him. That's for sure. But I don't think it's likely that it's going to happen, but there's definitely a chance.
Yeah, I think I think that's the annoying thing, is that everyone's, he wants to play in Philly, this, that, and the other, and then it's, but I also want a stupid amount of money. So it's, you can't have your cake and eat it too, sort of thing, from what I've seen at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly think that if money and years really talk, then New Orleans is where he's going to go. But otherwise, Dallas or Miami honestly just make the most sense.
Yeah, well, we'll keep an eye on that though, I guess, as the off-season rages on, and there's a lot of moving parts to them. But as for the draft itself, that's still raging on at the moment. What are we thinking so far as the board's shaping up for the second round? Is it still just a case of, I mean, like, where are you prioritising position-wise after the first round?
Players are still falling. Jared Butler's still available. Cooper, McBride, all still available. And granted, we're only... Oh, Liam, your guy.
Is he gone?
Drafted by the Knicks.
No, he hasn't.
He got drafted by the Knicks at 34.
He's been drafted.
So look at that.
Oh my god.
that.
Rokas Jokibitis. Donnie, can you read your notes one more time, just for the stream, to see how good the Knicks, what kind of player the Knicks getting in Rokas Jokibitis?
Okay, let's see. He's a poor defender, an average shooter. He has good vision, but he doesn't shoot threes or free throws frequently. And he'll be 21 years old early on in the season. He's a 6'4" point guard out of Lithuania.
Love that. I would you kill me if I bought a Knicks jersey just with Jokibitis on the back of it?
I'd respect it.
Yeah, I think you earned the right to that at this point.
Okay, I'm glad. Yeah, but we'll have to order that one off AliExpress or something when.
Well, back to my point. That's just one more case where we've gone through 4 picks in the second round, and Ayo's still available, Ayayi's still available, McBride, Cooper, and Butler. I mean, it's out of the realm of possibility that the Sixers trade up.
So Rokas Jokibitis has been taken before McBride and Butler. Let that sink in, all right? I know talent when I see it.
It's disgusting, but that's the New York Knicks.
I watched him play in Lithuania. I know talent when I see it.
Yeah, I don't. So he's not coming over, I don't think. I think the Knicks want to save as much cap space as possible, and they probably weren't able to send these picks into the future, and that's what we're looking at here, is that we're looking at draft and stash. So honestly, you could be looking at Juwan Gagarin going 36 to the Knicks also. It's definitely something within the realm of possibility, or a Philippe Petrusev as well.
I mean, I'm amazed he fell out of the first round, if I'm honest, but is what it is. He got drafted, that's all that matters. People sleep on him. Just give it 10 years when he gets back to the NBA, and well, we'll see.
Drafted ahead of Jared Butler. That's crazy.
Love to see it. Rodman's back. Did you hear the news, Sean Rodman?
I did hear the news. It was in. I had it in my AirPods. You're getting the Knicks jersey, I hear.
Oh, good. Did Justin hear it as well? I just want to make sure everyone heard. I make sure everyone is aware.
Herb Jones, 35.
Oh.
So there's a good shooter off the board. 35. That's is that a Pelican pick? Yeah. That's actually solid. That's somebody who can who can help them out right away. Granted in a small capacity, but getting a shooter like that, I mean, I would have gone for Jared Butler, but that's not a bad pick for the win now New Orleans Pelicans.
Yeah, they're not doing a good job of that whole winning now thing, though, are they?
No, they're not. They're really not.
I made a basketball joke and it made sense. I love tonight. What a day. Moving up in the world. Where's my... I need the stream thing. Let's see all the picks. There we go.
For whatever it's worth, which may not be much, but on Bleacher Report's big board, Sharif Cooper and Jared Butler were ranked 10th and 13th respectively.
Wow. Sheesh.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a little high.
Oh, well, it's definitely high, but still, like they also shouldn't be past 35.
So, Liam,
yes.
one of ESPN's apparently top draft experts, Mike Schmitz, is apparently a huge fan of your guy Rokas. Huge fan.
Who can blame him? I mean,
I know you've done the research on it, so.
Exactly. I mean, I always want to turn him to the tape. I was like, Mike, you're wasting your time with these, these first round talents, and what are you doing? Like, look at this guy, we're in Lithuania, and he was like, wow, I'm sold. So there you go. I'm just doing my bit for the community, but it is actually worrying me how happy I am for this guy. Can't wait. Excited to see what he does in 4 years' time when he comes over.
At what point do you trade up if you're the Sixers?
Oh, what, sorry?
At what point do you trade up if you're the Sixers?
Well, he's already off the board. There's no point. They had the chance. He's gone, Zach. Like he's with the Knicks.
Well, like 5 more picks. Like, when do you really start?
Yeah, 40. Like 40.
Yeah.
Do you not think it's weird though? Like this happens every draft. There's always a couple of players, like no matter what sport, that will just tank for no reason, and then you get to like a round later, or it depends on the NFL. It'll be a few. How has he not gone yet? Like what's going on? And then it turns out there's some underlying injury problem, or a failed physical, or like something off the court that would have happened. So like, it might just be that, or drastic overhyping. But I feel like if every team is passing on a player that is consensus like ranked in the teens at the lowest, then I don't know, there could be something that we're not aware of, or not. I don't know, but it does feel a bit strange if that's what
Miles McBride to the Thunder at 36. Boy, that's supposed to go to the Knicks.
Don't. Oh no, sorry. Okay. That's why I got scared that they're traded.
Didn't they trade 34 to the Knicks?
I thought it was 34 and 36 for 32 was the initial tweet that.
Maybe you're right.
That came out.
I stepped away. Right around then, so I may.
Yeah, Woj said 32 from the Knicks for 34 and 36. Yep, Knicks selecting Miles McBride. Oh, all right. So there's
Woj getting Shams there.
Yeah, then Shams comes back with this pick goes to the Knicks, of course. As opposed to the classic delete tweet.
He saved himself.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a good pick for the Knicks. Again, I would have taken Jared Butler, but that is a good pick.
The Knicks have gotten some good value in this draft as well. They traded down twice. They traded out and got a future first, and then they traded down from 21 to 25 with the Clippers, and then we're able to move. Mm-hmm. We're able to now get McBride as well here, and he had a lot of people having first round grades on him as well.
Yeah, Grimes and McBride, that's solid. And in addition with a future first and being able to draft and stash future MVP in Rokas Jukabaitis.
I mean, they've just won the draft, haven't they? I'm a New York Knicks fan. I reckon.
I mean, yeah, it's all right. All right, let's settle down, Spike Eskin. But it is a good draft for the Knicks. So it's very, very good for them, and they've kept their precious cap space that they can make a run at Chris Paul or Kyle Lowry or whatever aging point guard that doesn't fit their current championship window. So.
All right, so what if hypothetically I make an article tomorrow about why Ben Simmons is the dream fit for the New York Knicks, and the player in return they should get is a recently drafted Rokas Jokibitis?
It's better than the crap that was on. There was a Dunked On podcast that suggested that the Sixers trade Ben Simmons for, I want to say it was a future first, Isaiah Quickly, or Emmanuel Quickly, excuse me, and just a big, just giant cap trade exception, and like that's it for Ben Simmons, and then that trade was declined from the Knicks as well. Just absolutely insane.
I remember you telling me that actually. Or was it like the group chat?
I was legit mad. Yeah. I was not happy when I heard that. So.
The piece is in, Liam.
Oh, is it? Beautiful. Right, I'm on it now. Hang on. I'll shuffle around. Right, I can do it here, I suppose.
JT Thor goes to Charlotte, 37.
Love that pick.
Oh, they've hammered that.
We gotta trade up. We gotta trade up. I gotta get Cooper or I gotta get Butler. There's still a chance.
I also like
Io. Io's still there.
Yeah, it's my guy. I'm a big Io guy. I think Io and Maxey would be sick together.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Io. I mean, I'm not as big on Ayayi, but he's solid value at the same time, and of course, you can go BJ Boston is an option as well, but he's somebody who can be a good long-term prospect for you, who you don't necessarily have to rush. But Isaiah Livers is still there. That's someone who you could probably get around 50, but
I like him a lot.
With the way shooters are going, you might have to trade up to get him. Because that's been one of the big focuses, I don't want to say reaching, but basically reaching for shooters. Especially if the Pelicans get to 43, I don't think there's a way that Livers gets past them at 43.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we were talking about at what point you trade up. Sean, Sean Bernard,
Mm-hmm.
At what point do you trade up to, or from where the Sixers are to try and target, potentially a Cooper or a Butler or an Io?
It's tough. I mean, I think I'm probably waiting for one of them to go to kind of swing me into action, because I don't know if I necessarily have. I like all those guys. Like, I think Cooper and Butler are a notch above Io as far as just overall talent.
Yeah.
But I like all those guys and think all will be good fits. I also am very, very much want to add another stretch big in the second round here. So I want at least one of those picks to go toward that. So I'm cool with still sitting pretty for a little bit at least.
Yeah, and Philippe Petrusev, he can shoot a little bit, right?
Yeah.
I was just about to mention him. Maybe they even trade up for him as well, considering that some of these other guys are going sooner than we expected as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a possibility, and he's someone who I could see going right around that 40 range, possibly even 38 to Chicago right up next here. But we will see what is. Oh, yeah, Io just went 38 to Chicago.
Dang.
Yeah, so the Sacramento Kings are up, so they're going to be taking a guard, if they're going to be consistent anyway. So,
my little quick intel on Jaden Springer. One of my friends goes to University of Tennessee and said he hung out in his apartment a couple times, that he was super quiet but seemed cool.
All right, done. Good enough for me.
Yeah, we'll take him.
I'm in.
Awesome.
Draft him. I'm in.
Yeah.
It looks like Bleacher Report dropped their grades for every first-round pick, so curious to see what their opinions were on the Springer deal.
I'm still not really sure how I feel about
B-.
B-.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I would probably go at least a solid B. I mean, you have to consider where they're picking too, you know?
Yeah, it's one of those. I would say like
no, this is discredited. They gave the Cam Thomas pick an A. That's
yeah.
that's we don't need to look at that any more than the time we've spent on it.
The Nets seriously just have no interest in playing defense whatsoever. Like Cam Thomas, yeah. Cam Thomas might not pass the ball a single time in his whole career.
No, well, and the other thing is too is that he's not a great shooter.
Yeah,
So, I mean, it's not even like you traded Landry Shamet for a guy who's just as helpful defensively, but who can't shoot as well.
Yeah,
and it's shocking.
I believe he's a Monteverde guy, right? Am I wrong? I might be wrong. I don't think he is. I think he's a. I think I'm wrong on that.
Oak Hill Academy High School, LSU for college.
That's it. Okay. See, I feel like if before the draft I'd said we're walking away with Jaden Springer in the first round, I would have felt very okay with it. The fact that like those other guys were available, kind of.
Yeah. Well, what has to be seen too is where they actually end up falling.
Yeah.
Especially if they are able to trade back up, because Jaden Springer was not going to fall this far.
Right.
That much is certain. So if they are still able to pick up a Sharif Cooper, who I think Cooper actually has the best chance of falling, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, his size is like a factor. Like he is a generous 6', 6'1", that like his defensive potential with that is not high. He doesn't shoot the ball great. Like there are negatives to his game, but I just think his passing is like legitimate enough that he's worth like an NBA job.
Kings are targeting Nelias Kuita.
Boy, this was one of Liam's questions.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even remember Quita. I don't remember what we talked about with Quita. The Utah center, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Well,
Just
at
athletic.
least it's not a guard, right?
What's that?
Right? At least it wasn't a guard for Sacramento.
But yeah, exactly, yeah.
I think that's all the Sacramento fans can ask for at this moment.
Yeah, at this point.
They're an interesting team, that's for sure. I like Halliburton with them. He was one of my favorite players last year, but Fox, he's obviously that. Do you give him a max? Do you not give him a max deal? Buddy Hield obviously makes a fair amount of money now, but he's a little older as well because he was a 4-year guy at Oklahoma. Very good shooter though. Obviously, we thought he was going to the Lakers at one point earlier today.
Yeah.
And the Sixers have shown interest as well, but who really knows what that team is very interesting.
I got a bad feeling about Butler to Utah at 40. Sorry to interrupt. I was just thinking aloud. I got a bad feeling about Butler to Utah at 40. But yeah, you were saying about the Kings.
And they might lose Rashawn Holmes as well, it looks like.
I think they're almost guaranteed to lose Holmes at this point. I mean, I don't know how they bring him back, frankly. But the thing is too, you look around the league and who's going to be the primary suitor for Rashawn Holmes was Charlotte. And they may have answered their need. Well, they may think they have answered their need in Mason Plumlee.
That's very true. Wait, when you said Utah, Butler could go to Utah. Where's Utah's next pick at the moment?
40.
40, because they traded with the Grizzlies, correct?
Exactly. Yeah. So they're up now, and they certainly need help at the lead guard. So I don't think that they're necessarily a destination for Cooper, but Butler is someone who I could see going to Utah here. I mean, the other thing is too is that they are very afraid of the tax. So we could see another trade, or we could see maybe a Philippe Petrusev or a Johan Begarin.
Okay, articles were posted, Sean.
Thank you.
Beautiful stuff.
Thanks.
That's all good. Yeah, I did like a tiny little note in there just saying like, yeah, while they passed on guys, just they were available like at the time when the article was written, essentially, just to kind of make sure it's there. But yeah, now outside that, smashed it. It was very, very
Thank
nice.
you.
No worries.
Pretty brief, but figure solid.
That's the thing. I was I wanted to make sure the title enabled us to kind of go deeper, like in the coming days, and do like a proper dive and stuff. Especially
Damn
with
it.
West's.
Zach, you were right.
Yeah.
Number
Jared
40.
Butler.
Jared Butler.
Yeah, I'm not happy about that. I don't want to be right.
So who's left now for the Sixers at this point?
Sharif Cooper is the name left from the first round. Otherwise, Ayayi is somewhat interesting. BJ Boston, Felipe Petrusev, Kessler Edwards, Isaiah Livers, maybe Greg Brown. And Charles Bassey.
Yeah, and Sandro Mamaduvelli or whatever is my guy in this. The guy who went to Seton Hall. I would absolutely love him. He's a stretch big. He can handle the ball like crazy. He might honestly go undrafted, but I still love him.
Yeah, I guess we're at that like sleeper level stage now, aren't we? Who's your favorite sleeper of this draft class, then, guys? I mean, would that be your guy then, Sean?
Yeah, that's my guy. Let me get his name right. Let me look at what it is. Sandro Mamukelashvili. He's 6'11", went to Seton Hall, averaged 17.5 points, 7.6 rebounds, 3.2 assists. 4-year player, above average ball handler, impressive passer. Shoots the ball well from three, 33.6%, but he shot 43.3 his junior year. I like him a lot. I think he could play with or without Embiid.
Love that.
He just can't defend.
Okay.
He can't defend like whatsoever, but that's okay.
But that's okay. I mean, neither can my guy, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Or do anything for that matter, but you know. All right, Sean Rodman, who's your sleeper?
I mean, I wrote about him, I guess, yesterday, but it came out today with Philip Petrusev. He's one of my guys that's left. Like Sean's guy, able to stretch the floor very, very well. Averaged 23.6%, 23.6 points per game, and won MVP in the Adriatic League. Shot the ball just over 42%. Granted, he did only play 25 games, shorter season over there, and not as much talent in the Adriatic League. But winning MVP is pretty impressive for a 21-year-old. He does have experience from playing in college over here at Gonzaga before he went overseas. So he's probably wherever he goes, he'll probably play in the G League quite often, very early. But he's a guy that I like a lot, and he's got good footwork inside and good passing for a big as well.
Love that. What about you, Donnie? Is there a guy that you've got stashed deep in your notebook somewhere?
Not really that deep, but I like Philip Petrusev too. I think his skill set would be valuable if it was added to this team, and I'd like to see that.
Love it. Justin, is there a guy you think the rest of the world's sleeping on?
No, I just at this point I want them to take my guy, BJ Boston.
That's fair. What about you, Zach? Anyone that's left that's tickling your pickle? I've got to stop saying tickling your pickle to you.
Yeah, that's you only ever say it to me too. Is the other thing. So one guy we haven't really talked about tonight. He's not overly impressive, but David Johnson out of Louisville. So he's a bit of a bigger guard. Portland has acquired the 43rd pick from New Orleans. A bit of a bigger guard. He's a solid defender. He's got, again, with me, wingspan, crazy long wingspan, awesome, 6.5 or 6'10 and a half. He's a good rebounder. What I really liked about him was his ability. He didn't do it a ton, but catch and shoot threes. He had an effective field goal percentage of 71.4. So like that, fantastic. He only took about 40 of them, okay, but even still, with the sample size being small, if we're talking about that 50-53 range, I definitely think that's something that bodes well for the future. And I think there's a little bit of dog in him. I think that you're looking at not quite a Patrick Beverley level of intensity, but I think you're looking at someone who, ability-wise, may be able to fill that kind of be that kind of caliber of player, just not that level defensively.
Well, we'll see if any of those guys end up in Philadelphia one way or another. But yeah, a few picks still on the clock, and still, I'm assuming is Cooper still on the board?
Cooper is still on the board.
Okay, I know I've probably jinxed that now, so sorry in advance.
I think another guy that's interesting to watch is Isaiah Livers from Michigan.
100%.
He's not as big as some of the other stretch guys, but he's some people list him at like 6'7", other people have him around 6'6". But he's more of a wing than a / forward than a stretch 5 or anything like that. But he shot the ball well at Michigan as well. He took a ton of threes, shot just over 43%, and a decent rebounder for his size as well.
And he got drafted by the Pistons at 42.
As soon as I say it. Well, never mind.
I said he wouldn't make it to 43.
Everything I just said.
He shot 51% of his field goal attempts off catch and shoot too. He was very sit in the corner, doesn't need the ball a lot. I like his NBA fit a lot, so disappointing to see him go there.
Well, we'll see. I like this part of the draft normally with all the sleepers and stuff. It's just so you always rally for those guys a little bit harder because they're a bit lower down and not many people know about them. So you just get that little bit more attached. I mean, that's where the whole John Hightower thing started, I suppose. Let's not revisit that again, just because we're going to keep it strictly basketball, I suppose, for now. But yeah,
I wonder who Portland's going to take trading back or trading into the draft at all.
Their first pick, right?
Yes, they had nothing.
Pick. So why would they even bother trading in at 43? I mean, obviously they need cheap young talent. So could this be Sharif Cooper? I mean, that's definitely a possibility, or a Joel Ayayi. Could even be a BJ Boston if they're just looking on pure potential. But I don't know. It depending on what they gave up, I don't know how much sense it exactly makes. But there's a lot of options. There's not really a clear cut. Greg Brown. That's surprising.
Interesting.
So you do that just for Greg Brown.
What did they give up to get into the draft?
It could even just be cash considerations. I'm sure is likely all it was. But even still, I mean, Greg Brown reminds me of a worse Tristan Thompson. So I don't know, and he can shoot, which is what separates him from Thompson. But he I don't think is going to be much of a NBA 3-point shooter. But they need help at forward. So you got probably the best power forward left on the board, not counting Petrusev, who is a power forward center. Depending on how you classify him.
My bad, Zach. I mean to interrupt.
No, go
some the reputation with Brown is that he's not a high IQ basketball player, that he gets out of control super easily, and that he kind of was not, interview-wise, was not grasping a lot of what teams were looking for out of him. So was originally talked about as kind of a first-round guy, but has slid pretty heavily.
Oh, okay. Well, I suppose that might make sense then. If they're trading in, it's just that low-risk, high-reward, take a flyer on him, and if they think they can get that out of him, then makes sense.
He's definitely an elite athlete and has, the physicality, but I don't know if the IQ and the rest of the basketball ability goes with it. He's very similar to Kai Jones, who went in the first round, but not as developed as him.
And the encyclopedia never ends. Just keeps dishing out.
Oh, they have a type in Texas, apparently.
Yeah.
So what pick are we now? 44.
Yeah, 44. So it is the who was it? The Brooklyn Nets again, I think. Or was that involved in the Pacers trade? Well, it's either the Nets or the. Actually, I think it is the Nets.
Yeah, it looks like it's still them.
And they have 3 more second-round picks. Wow.
Who, the Nets?
And the Nets do, and you think they're going to use them. This seems like a great spot for Cooper.
Sure, I mean that'd be the worst team for him to go to, though, wouldn't it?
I mean, for us, yeah.
Yeah, he does. He gives me a little bit of Mike James vibes. With Mike James is a much better scorer than Cooper is, but kind of a similar flashy play style.
Do you think that Cooper's fall thus far is because of his like his stature, his weight, and stuff like that?
I think it's size and
Being like
turnover.
6', 6'1".
Yeah. Yeah, I think mainly size. I mean, defensively, it's going to be interesting how he ends up matching up. It's crazy that 6'1" has turned into such small in the NBA at this point. But like it seems like every point guard is like 6'4" and above, and I don't know. I think
here's a sensible pick: Kessler Edwards to the Nets. That makes a lot of sense.
That's a good pick.
Yeah.
A bunch of those guys are going to be, what are they, Long Island Nets?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Their G League team.
Definitely. Now Boston's on for their first and only pick. You gotta wonder who they're going to take. Yeah, that's tough.
They need a guard. Who's
they're going BJ Boston. That's who they'll draft. It's in the name. Yeah,
they
that's
need a guard though. They got rid of Kemba.
If they don't draft BJ Boston, so help me.
I mean, this is also what's his face's first time being the head of the front office too. So it's interesting to see what he does, because I feel like a lot of stuff that we saw with Danny Ainge, likes lately, he wanted to go after shooters, and you could really go a couple ways now with the shooters as well that's left on the board.
Yeah, I mean, and you can definitely go ahead and Felipe Petrusev, I think, still makes sense here. If you do see him as more of a stretch four option, definitely something that makes sense for Boston. Jay Huff also from Virginia makes a lot of sense. There's Matthew Hurt from Duke if you're this low, but I feel like Hurt has to go undrafted.
Yeah, so we're getting to that value point now, isn't it? Where that talent evaluation comes into it, and it's sort of like what GMs have their guys over. I suppose best player available kind of doesn't factor into it at this point, does it? Like outside of the top teams, like towards the back of the draft, maybe.
Yeah, I mean it's tough now. I mean, best player available, that's Cooper.
Yeah.
There's no two ways around that. So that could make a lot of sense for Boston too. Who's trying to work on depth at the point guard position, because right now I think Marcus Smart is slotted to be their starting guard, and that's their starting point guard, and that's not ideal for them because he's a 2.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll tell you what we'll do. I reckon we might go deep down into the prospect archives and see if we can throw a couple more curveballs in the way of you guys. So I'm going to get the list back up. Give me just a second. And while we await the Sixers to hopefully come away with a big name. Will it be one?
Juhan Begarin to Boston.
Wow.
So it wasn't BJ Boston.
It was not BJ Boston.
That's annoying.
And at this point, I'm not trading up. If we are 5 picks away, there's no need to.
All right. What about? Oh no, that's Sean's guy, isn't it? Sandro Mamaku Kelelshvili. Yeah.
That's my guy.
He does this smile light up on his face then. All right, what about Justin Champagny?
Okay. I think he went to Pitt. He's kind of a weird mix of players, sort of point forward-ish, but he scores a lot. I guess he's probably going to be a small forward in the NBA, most likely. He's very, very college player. He's cool to watch. I don't know if he translates great to the NBA. He's a guy that strikes me as like a peaked in college kind of play style, but decent player, very accomplished college resume.
Love it. All right, Donnie, I'm going to test your notebook now.
Okay.
What can you tell me about David Duke?
David Duke?
Yeah.
tell you anything about him. I don't know anything about him.
All right, is it anything on your end, Sean?
I know the name. I'm drawing a blank. I know he played for. It's a Black Colors is the school, right?
Providence, whatever they.
So yeah, Providence. Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of much on him. I definitely watched him a little bit, but I got nothing.
All right. What about? Let's do. Oh, we've done half of these. Aaron Henry. Have we done Aaron Henry?
No, we've not done Aaron Henry.
Okay.
Michigan State. Athletic, not super athletic, but decent athleticism for a wing. Very good defender and can't shoot very well. But I do like his upside to be a 3-and-D guy. He could be pretty solid.
So we should have like a proper PSN trivia night, I think, and just stream it and have like teams of like name that NBA prospect. We'll set one up. We'll definitely set one up. Because I would have way too much fun with this. Who else can we bring? What about Derek Alston Jr.?
I have no idea who that is.
Played for Boise State, if that helps.
All right.
No? Okay. See, I don't know where these people are finding it. Dacian Nix.
Okay, I like him.
Yeah.
He's a G League Ignite guy, so he kind of took a backseat to Kuminga, Green, and Isaiah Todd as kind of there, but very good feel for as a passer. He can't shoot very well or pretty much at all right now, but he runs the break very well. He can set those guys up. He did a really good job kind of orchestrating that team, and I think he'll get a chance somewhere.
There we go. I'll have to find another list now. See how deep we can go. But all right, the encyclopedia test passes again. I think we're flying colours. I couldn't imagine many places like on a serious level if you just went to a regular contributor for a website and said, all right, what do you think about this random prospect in the bottom of the second round? They're like, oh, don't know. Like, I mean, 9 out of 10 of them, you guys are on fire and all over it. So it's super impressive. So the Raptors are on the clock at the minute. Guys, just a shout out, we've still got 22 people watching the stream. We've been live for well close to 4 hours now. So a massive thanks to everyone that's been with us from the jump, because this has been a roller coaster throughout, and I very, very much appreciate you all hanging out. And of course to our host as well, who I've not seen anyone have 1 cup of coffee yet. I'm impressed at that. I mean, I thought about it, but it's like 5 a.m. here, and I know I'll be up till like 9 a.m. and I don't want to do that. But I'm impressed.
I was drinking one earlier, so you may have missed it, but I was drinking one earlier because I wanted to make sure I'd be lively the whole time.
Yeah. So, I know I'm fading a little bit, and I keep like in my head. I feel like I'm slurring words. I'm just like Sixers. But it's okay. We can fight through it. We're almost there. Oh, let's see, we got Raptors pick is in. Would it make sense for the Raptors to take Cooper if they were looking at a potential point guard anyway?
I mean, it makes sense for any team to take Cooper at this point. Okay. That's literally, he is the best player available by far. I wouldn't be mad at I mean, I'd be mad at teams for taking Cooper, but whether you're Toronto, you're Atlanta, Brooklyn, New Orleans, it makes sense for any team to take Cooper right now. He's young enough. I get the knocks on him, but I mean we're talking about the 46th pick in the draft. He should have been picked by now. I just hope he makes it at least 4 more picks.
Yeah.
I mean, they do like their undersized guards as well. You had Lowry and Freddie VanVleet as well. So I mean, it's quite possible. Gary Trent's not the biggest guy either. So
Powell, who they traded Trent for, or they traded for to get Trent, is another guard who's rather undersized for what he does.
And also undersized for a wing, but a good defender and would fit them nicely would be, Liam just mentioned Aaron Henry.
Yeah.
Would fit them nicely, but not the best 3-point shooter. But they have a lot of shooters that he could at least fit well alongside them early on until he develops a shot.
And Raptors took Delano Banton.
Oh, well, never.
Oh, he is not on this board anyway. Oh, there he is. He's 20th on ESPN's players left. Point guard out of Nebraska.
Yeah, he looks interesting, but he's not sure.
6'9". For a point guard.
I mean, we have Ben Simmons.
Yeah,
True.
but he's not. Well, like, that's the thing.
You can say it.
I like that you said had there too.
David Johnson, 47.
Okay.
Oh wow.
They have back-to-back picks there.
Yep, they had 46 to 47. There goes that guy.
I think I just got shot because he was like, oh, we were saying about Toronto have an undersized point guard. So I was expecting, 6'6", little Fred running around. And then no, I was like 6'9", just an absolute Goliath of a point guard in comparison.
We're gonna draft Luka Garza, aren't we?
I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it?
That's what the 53rd pick was for. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we might.
I mean, Charles Bassey's still available, and I would definitely take him over Luka Garza. So
And my guy Sandro, man.
Sure.
I pray they do just so Sean loses it. Like
I'll get hyped. Yeah.
if we can wrap this up with Cooper and Bassey, I mean that's a really good draft.
Yeah.
Do we think that there's something wrong with Cooper that we don't know about besides the size? Like, is there anything medical that anyone has ever heard?
Not that I've heard.
Yeah, I haven't heard. He shoots 22.8% from three. He gets to the line a ton. 8.6 free throw attempts. I don't know. The size is the only thing here that really jumps out at me. 4.2 turnovers isn't great, but I like him. He's got like joystick like handle. He can dribble through. His passing is seriously like legit, like NBA legit.
There was an ankle injury back in February that ended his season.
Okay.
But I can't imagine that's still bothering him.
No, because then he wasn't he at the combine, right?
I thought he was at the combine, yeah.
Yeah, I think he was.
Wait, no, I guess it's on severity as well. I mean, I feels like every season for the past 5 years, Steph Curry's had an ankle injury. So it's like
True.
I don't think Sharif Cooper's Steph Curry though.
No. But in terms of like it being debilitating to a point, it drops you a whole round in the draft.
Right.
Like, yeah, it's more. It depends on the severity. Yeah, like if it's like a sprain or something, then it's not going to be. Yeah.
But he is extremely underweight.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he has gained weight. At the beginning of freshman year, I believe he was around 165. Now he's listed at 180. So he's not too bad.
But 180 at 6'1" is for a rookie his age is
right. 165, not very good. But he has put on some pounds, which is good.
Yeah. And he doesn't look like there's guys whose weight, like the look of them has concerned me way more than Cooper.
Yeah.
So we'll see what the Hawks do then with their pick here. I mean, I'm assuming they won't go for him, but I say that and they will now. Just as I've.
One of my pro comparisons I wrote for him was Trae Young without the shooting. He gives me like
Trae Young without the shooting.
There you go.
Trae Young without the shooting is just how I play NBA 2K. That's just.
But he has the same kind of setup, the setting up his teammates, the passing, the kind of quick twitch movement, some Quinn Cook, some Ish Smith in him, that kind of thing.
Do you say he's gone to the Hawks now?
Yeah, he's a Hawk now.
Oh right, okay. So I actually did commentator curse it. Brilliant. 15 seconds before.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to find because you're not going to draft Luka Garza and Charles Bassey, so I'm trying to find someone else to get excited about over here, and I guess that leaves me with Aaron Henry.
Yeah, Sandro Mama Tashulala. Yeah.
I mean, I guess next on my list is Aaron Henry.
Mama Kula. I'm too tired for this. Mama.
Oh, wait. Petrusev hasn't been taken yet, has he?
Mamuka.
No, Petrusev. I mean, my two ideal guys right now would be Petrusev and Aaron Henry. This way you get a guard early on. You get your possible stretch five, who does need to gain weight a little bit. He's like listed 6'11", I think 225, but he's a good rebounder for his size. He boxes out well. Just if he gains weight. He could be a really, really good rebounder off the bench.
Yeah, Petrusev would definitely be
I would say at the top of my list. Oh, BJ Boston's still available. I mean, I would take a flyer at 50 or 53.
Yeah.
Can't argue there.
Yeah, so if it's between Boston, Patrushev, Henry, they will pick Garza, or my preference, Charles Bassey. Yeah, that'd be all right.
It'll be all right.
Yeah, it is what it is. I'm mad about Cooper.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think to
That
come
does
that
suck.
close, yeah.
If I'm being honest, I'm really mad about Butler.
Yeah.
IA 49, or is that someone you're saying for the Sixers?
That's somebody I was saying for the Sixers. I wouldn't mind that.
That's not bad.
I wouldn't mind that either.
So where
He
are we
could play
now?
off ball as well.
Is this pick 49 now?
Yeah, we're waiting on 49 right
So
now.
oh.
Yeah.
All right, buckle up, boys. I'm gonna throw a wild card. Okay, who do you think it's gonna be? So we'll go around the room again. So we'll start with Donny.
Oh boy. I'll just say I think it'll be Petrushev. I don't know.
Okay, we'll go back. What about you, Justin?
I think Luka Garza.
I missed that. Sorry, right. I accidentally muted my speakers. My iPad hit it. So it's okay. I'll pretend I heard what you said though and go, yeah, it's okay. And then I've still muted my speaker. I don't know what I've done here. Oh my god, that's bad. Hang on. I can't hear anything. That's not great.
Can you hear me now?
Did you lose us?
Right, I don't know what I've done here. That's a quibble. Bear with me.
Okay. Well, while Liam's figuring that out, so Luka Garza, Justin, that's for you. Sean Rodman, who are you thinking it's going to be?
I mean, I don't think they're going to go for a big right now. I think.
Oh.
I mean, obviously, I would like Aaron Henry, but I think if we're staying with the theme of young guys with upside, Brandon Boston be one, especially another guy from Kentucky, or Dacian Nix, who we were talking about earlier, who played for the G League Ignite team, who played along. Just obviously, like you mentioned, Zach, earlier, just didn't get as much love or time because of the other two big prospects. And then, I mean, Joey Ayi is also one that's a possibility as well.
Definitely. Sean Menard, what about you?
Well, my whole heart wants Sandro Mamukelashvili, but I think I'm going with Aaron Henry as my prediction for the pick here, which I'd be cool with.
Yeah, I mean, really, I think Henry's the pick also. My first gut instinct was Luka Garza, but I just feel Garza at 53 is what they're going to end up doing. I kind of hope for BJ Boston, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be Aaron Henry, which I won't be mad at either.
I'm going to throw a wild card and just say Aaron Wiggins.
Will go undrafted.
No. So I didn't even realize it was like that Aaron. Obviously, there was only one Wiggins, but it didn't clock that it was baby Wiggins until I'd said it. I was just like, oh, shooting guard. I was like, nah, that's too obvious. Let's go with that guy. And then I was like, oh wait, that's Aaron Wiggins.
Michael Carter Williams' brother just got drafted to Brooklyn.
Did he?
Marcus Zagorowski.
That's his brother?
Yeah.
Wow, I actually never knew that.
Yeah, I did not know that either.
If you've stumped Sean Bernard, you've done something, Donnie. So I mean,
I like Zagorowski.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Wow.
I like Zagorowski. I did not realize that was his brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had no idea as well.
There we go, Donnie bomb for the. That's our first Donnie bomb.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Interesting.
All right, so 1 minute 30. The picks are flying through. 6 is on the clock.
I'm kind of just building myself up more and more on Aaron Henry. I kind of feel really good about that, if that is in fact the pick.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
I think
Another
that
good defender.
I think he can learn how to shoot and just bank on his defense. The Sixers love them some defense and give him a lot of time in the G League. But I think it'll be exciting.
So sure in the chat said... Sorry, man.
The only interesting part about like the selection for Aaron Henry is Daryl Morey even said after the season that they need to add more offense rather than defense, and
right.
Adding Henry doesn't really fit that mold. I mean,
neither did really Springer, to be honest.
Yeah, Springer didn't either. That's why part of me thinks it's not going to be one of them. But then again, maybe they're the big that they get. You get Petrusev or Sean's guy. I'm not even going to attempt the name. Or even Sam Hauser would be a guy too, just a guy that could just launch threes.
And Garza certainly fits the bill for offense as well.
That as well. I feel like he could go undrafted and you could possibly sign him though. I mean, but he did win National Player of the Year, so it's interesting to see if the National Player of the Year goes undrafted.
All right, so clock's at 0. Let's see what we got.
Maybe a trade brewing?
Oh, the NBA is really not good at this whole...
Felipe Petrusev.
We like it. We like it. All right.
Oh, is that good?
Yeah. That's good. That is very good.
I would have expected that more at 53, but I'll take it.
All right, we'll see what leads to... we'll see what happens at 53.
Now the Sixers have an MVP on their roster.
Yeah.
I think there's a decent shot of him going to New Orleans if they waited till 53. So I'm glad that they just went right ahead for it. But with them getting him, that probably means they don't go big again at 53. So you now might be looking at an Aaron Henry or a BJ Boston.
Or even an Austin Reeves in that regard.
Austin Reeves, a Joel Ayayi.
I do like Reeves a lot, and that fits the offensive mold. There was a game, this was early in the winter, like mid-college basketball season, where he was just going head-to-head with Cade Cunningham. They were just going back and forth, trading baskets. That kind of made me believe in him then.
Yeah, he led the team, I believe, in points and assists. I'm not sure about rebounds for them. He had averaged, I think, about 18 points, 4 or 5 assists a game. Not great numbers from three. He shoots about 30% from three, but he's not super athletic, but very crafty inside. Can use his good footwork and likes a step through move to get the buckets inside. His pull-up game off the dribble is not great. He doesn't create a ton of separation, but catch and shoot in a small sample size is actually pretty decent.
Love it. What we'll do with content as well on a totally different note is if we put both picks inside one article because they're right next to each other, it kind of makes sense to double up on him. Did we want to split it and have like someone do one prospect and then someone do another and I can just put them in the same thing if that works? Or would you rather one person take both? It's entirely up to you guys. I was just thinking.
So let me just say this. So Sean Bernard and I are going to be hopping on a call after this.
Yeah.
So preferably Sean Robin, Justin, and Donnie. Brandon Boston just went to New Orleans. If any combination of you guys wanted to, Justin, if you wanted to funnel this rage into that or something like that. That would be ideal.
Yeah.
I mean, I wrote on Petrusev earlier, so I could always do that real quick.
Awesome.
Yeah, man. If you take Petrusev then, and then if either Justin or Donnie take whoever they take at 53, and then I could just put them inside one article, bundle them out, and that'll be it for the night. Then I think we'll be
Brandon
set
Boston to the Clippers.
Wow.
Getting traded to the Clippers now. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I thought okay. Well, it's in the guy that was literally just drafted gone to the Clippers.
Yeah, Brandon Boston was drafted by New Orleans, traded to the Clippers.
Right, okay. Oh, I might break. Is that my microphone?
I think so.
I don't know what it's doing, but it's okay. It's just doing the RAF impression again. But it's fine. I just like doing like helicopter sound effects, that's all.
I'm curious what LA is gonna do with Brandon Boston.
That is an interesting fit. I don't know.
Stash him.
Yeah.
Let's see, we got what Grizzlies pick is in. And then we're one away from the concluding Sixers pick of the draft. Still at 26 of you guys with us watching. So again, thank you for all of the support tonight. You've been unwavering. Very nice to have you along for the ride with us. Oh yeah, never mind. I've just realised the Brandon Boston pick's gone. I'm quite behind here, so ignore that. So that means, yeah, we're now one pick away. But I'll tell you that in 5 minutes' time when we're on the clock.
Yeah, I've been really disappointed that the Sixers haven't made a trade tonight. Any trade at all. Very unceremoniously, just kind of whimpering through the night. That's kind of been my biggest disappointment.
No chaos.
Yeah, that's kind of a problem.
Yeah, I mean, especially if this was meant to be the night sort of thing where something
Luka
went down.
Garza, 52 to Detroit.
Oh.
Wow.
That one stings a little bit, I guess, then. Well, unless you go Bassey. Unless Bassey's still there, right?
Oh, yeah, Bassey's still there, but I don't even know if they would do that after they got Petrosev.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I feel like now it's likely got to be Ayayi or if you wanted to go Aaron Henry, Austin Reeves.
Oh, hang on, wildcard. What if the Sixers do take Aaron Wiggins, and then that trade package with Golden State, you lure Andrew Wiggins, plays with his younger brother. That's the narrative that everyone loves to play on forever because it's.
I don't think you got to lure Andrew Wiggins anywhere. I think. I think if you tell Golden State you'll trade Ben Simmons for Andrew Wiggins, they'll pay for both flights. Just.
Oh, excuse me. All right. So
I think I might be feeling a Yaya here.
A Yaya would be great. I would be all about that. I'm still feeling Aaron Henry.
I will go with.
Just, at that point, you got a big guard and a forward.
Sure.
I'll go with. I'm just gonna find a random one. John Petty Jr. There you go. From Alabama.
Joe Pesci Jr.
Well, apparently he's the 21st ranked shooting guard, so there you go. Not
bargain.
Exactly.
Yves Pons from Tennessee intrigues me a little bit too. He'd be Springer's teammate, but he did a lot of kind of like the grit work for that team, and I like the way he plays. He brings some solid energy. I don't know if it's the move here. He's probably an undrafted guy, but I do like his game.
Oh, so we'll all be revealed in 59 seconds. Any Super Late predictions or updated change predictions?
I don't know.
I guess there's a shot that it's Daishen Nix, but that's. I feel like we've talked about everyone else it could possibly be, unless they trade the pick away or draft and stash internationally.
Well, they've waited too late to do that because he's gone to the Knicks. So my that would have been my actual dream. I don't know what I'd have done. I've never watched him play a minute of basketball in my life, but I know already that I would buy every jersey for every team he ever plays on. So, all right, 18 seconds.
Give me my guy Sandro Mamakumashili.
Oh, it's tense. Ooh. I say this every time. The NBA is awful with this whole like team on a clock going to zero for like 30 seconds, and then it's like
like,
there's no point
Charles
having
Bassey. Wow, they want Charles Bassey.
Oh,
really?
Wow.
Yeah. So
I don't hate it.
Like Petrosev is more of a 4, or if their thought is just pick 2 backup bigs and see which one sticks.
Yeah, it could work, I suppose.
But that's actually a good pick.
All right, I like it. I mean, what are your thoughts on Bassey overall then, Donnie? What have you got in your notebook?
I don't have too much on him, but I know that he's a pretty powerful low post presence, and he's a pretty skilled rebounder. So I think him carving out a role as a backup 5 is very realistic.
Beautiful. Justin, how are you feeling about the pick?
I mean, I think it was a good pick for where we got him at, but I do think that I'm starting to see things on Twitter that maybe Petrosev may be staying overseas. I don't know. They said Mike Schmidt said that he would want to come over now, but I guess we'll see.
So that might explain the Bassi pick then. So Bassi gets the immediate option at that position, and then they can
if Petrosev, if he doesn't come over, but I guess ultimately we'll see. They'll all be Delaware Blue Coats.
Yeah.
We'll all be talking to him soon. And yeah, what we'll do then now, guys, I suppose, because I know there'll be a little bit of time between the end of the draft. Wow, actually, I say the end of the draft, then at the back anyway. I forgot the Sixers are picking at the back now as opposed to the front. Not used to that yet. Still adjusting to that whole thing. But I mean, I'm happy to wrap it up because I know we've got to pump some content out. First question then to the right is who wants the Bassi bit?
I can do it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All you.
Yeah.
If you just shoot me a message in the Slack chat then when you've got that bit done, and then the same with Sean when he's got his, and I'll put them all into one magical piece and we'll get it up. And that means we'll tag out. So Zach and Sean will get prepared for a little conference call with Daryl Morey and just, tell him to DM the PSN account and see how that goes. And from all of us at PSN, it's going to be an emotional goodbye. Thank you so much for joining us for what has now been nearly 5 hours worth of NBA draft coverage. It's been a pleasure bringing this to you. Hopefully you haven't all fallen asleep just yet, but you can sleep knowing that the Sixers do have a very fun young player in Jaden Springer and 2 potentially fun bigs in the future. So from myself, Liam Jenkins, Sean Bernard, Zach Chalvalella, Donny Shea, Justin, and of course, Sean Robinson. Sorry, I got really sleepy towards the end there. As well, it's a big goodbye. We love you all dearly. We'll be back with some content soon. If you're not following us, make sure you do at Philadelphia SN. I even forgot our own Twitter for a brief second. And then, yeah, we will see you very soon with some more content. But PhillySportsNetwork.com, we'll have an article up shortly and plenty of stuff tomorrow with Daryl Morey presser quotes. So from all of us at Philly Sports Network, guys, enjoy your evening and we'll see you soon.